Tommy Lee Jr. has joined the channel.
Yo, what's going on, people? People.
I can feel for it. Oh, dude, I just can't imagine for it. I've seen that with multiple fighters. Multiple. I know one guy who, during the night before the fight, his girlfriend at the time would always start fights with him, like huge fights, like because she didn't like that this one thing, fighting, was more important to him than her. She wanted to be the entire focus of his attention, and when there was this thing that was taking away, she was a complete narcissist. This thing that was taking away from his attention to her, he would sabotage it. So she would start fights. She would storm out of the hotel room, slam the door, and just be gone, and shut her phone off. And here he is, freaking out. He's got to fight world title in, whatever, 20 hours.
Yeah.
And he's dealing with this nonsense.
The worst. I can't imagine.
Well, I think that's why some guys, they'd rather take that isolated approach. They would rather do the Spartan thing and just be alone in camp and sleep on a cot and wake up in the morning and run and just live this like very hard 6 to 8 week life.
I feel that part. Like I can't even leading up to shows, I can't be too comfortable.
Really?
Oh no. Like I can't get a massage before I go play or be chilling in my hotel room. I need to be uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just, it's all known too, It's like that, I don't know, I came up like lugging my own gear around, setting up my drums, and then waiting for the show to start. And can't just watch a movie before I play or wake up from a nap. It's just in me. I'm up jump roping, I'm watching fights, I'm up going for a run, practicing, learning something new. That's the best headspace for me.
But imagine with the difference between drumming and I think any other kind of musical instrument is it is so physical. It's so physical that it's like a workout. Like you have to be in shape to drum. You have to.
Yeah, I can't feel sluggish. Like
right.
I don't know. I'm a fucking weirdo though. I'm like worried about like what I eat. Like, do I have enough energy? Have I? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just jump roping right before I play.
Dialing it in, right? And knowing what you need because of the experiences that you've had. You've had so many experiences, so many performances that you can just dial it in. I think that in that way, it's very similar to fighting, is that every fighter has to have their own approach. And Ian's approach is to have his family with him all the time. And Islam Makhachev's approach is very different. It's like Spartan, all those guys together, you eat and train with the guys. Just separate yourself from everything.
Yeah, it's super personal.
Yeah, it's got to be personal because everyone has a different personality, different mindset, different triggers, different things that fuck with them, different things that calm them down,
Yeah. Also, I have all these weird, whatever, where I'm jump roping, running, practicing for hours before I go on stage. And then there's the times where I get thrown a curveball and I get to the venue 5 minutes before and I can go up and do it like no problem.
Right.
It's like, I also know it works without it.
Yeah, right. You're always ready. Stay ready so you're always ready.
Yes,
yeah.
I live by that.
Yeah.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah. Fighters have that too, because the fighters that get like really out of shape in between fights, they're the ones that really struggle. Because
like Patty.
Yeah.
You see him blow up like a week later, it's like, but the same person.
Patty, it's a little deceptive.
Really?
Patty gets fat. He doesn't get out of shape. He's got incredible endurance and an insane work ethic, but he also really loves to live and live life. Also have a few beers, eat some pizza, get fat, but he still could go to the gym and probably outwork everybody. Like there's no way you're in the kind of shape that guy's in if you're not training all the time. So even when he gets fat, it's just eating. Yeah. He's just eating piles of food. I'm sure I'm sure when you see him with his big moon face, if he got to the gym and worked out, you'd be like, fuck.
Still a beast.
Yeah, it's not like he's gonna be exhausted and lying on his back after one round in the bag. No, it's only fat.
Yeah.
And then he's got and then there's also this part of the discipline of the weight cut is like this locking in and focusing where you're measuring all your food, and like there's a certain like shift in the mindset that takes place when he goes from being fat to ripped. And he goes from being fat to ripped.
Yeah.
I mean, he does it better than anybody because everyone looks at him like, oh, that guy's never going to make weight. And then he shows up at the weigh-ins, shredded, chiseled.
Yeah, I don't think I see anyone with as big of a transformation.
No, his is beyond. And people love him for it, too. That's also part of the craziness of it.
Yeah, what's up, Kevin?
Because it's so silly.
Yeah, he's so likable. He's great.
So fucking skillful, too. What he did to Benoit Saint-Denis was nuts.
And his Gaethje fight was like...
Oh, yeah.
That was one of the best fights I've seen in person. Just where I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Well, you see what Gaethje just did to Ilya Topuria, and now you realize how fucking tough Patty is.
Yeah.
He's tough. He's silly, and he's playful, and he's a lot of fun, and everybody loves him, and he's all likable, and he's dancing around, but when it gets down to it, that motherfucker is tough as nails.
Yeah. Scary how quick it was.
Yeah.
And Gaethje's just... Thank God for him. Yeah. He's so... I was so happy.
Me too. It was incredible. And seeing him do that in the White House,
insane.
On the lawn of the White House, and win the world title when everybody thought he was like a 6-1 underdog on some sports books, which is nuts. I thought that was very disrespectful.
I loved his interview with you.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Like I couldn't let him fucking win just based on how bad he was going to disrespect me after he beat me. The shit he was going to say on the mic or whatever, I was like, wasn't going to happen. Love that.
You fuck with a guy's head so much that you give him fuel to recover and survive when he might not be able to ordinarily. But the thing about Gaethje is he has zero quit in him. You can't get him to quit. He's never going to quit. It's like you could break his body down like Max Holloway did and knock him unconscious, and there's nothing you can do about that. You get knocked unconscious, you're knocked unconscious. It's just physical.
Yeah, I've never seen Gaethje like that. In the Max fight, that was and I love Max. Just
it was pretty crazy. It was and then to have him go from that to become the world champion just a year and a half, 2 years later, whatever, was amazing.
Yeah, sick story.
Yeah. It's a great sport, man. I mean, there's nothing like it in terms of like the true intensity and the emotions and the excitement. There's nothing like it. But I think the last time I saw you was at a UFC at the Apex. I think that's the last time we ran into each other.
In Ghana and Stipe fought.
Was that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wasn't that crazy?
Oh, being in that small venue when that happened was like...
Small venue, no audience.
Quiet.
There was probably like maybe 50 people in the whole room, maybe 100 in the whole room.
You could hear a needle drop through when it happened. I think that's the first fight I took my wife to, and she was like, what? Like, yeah. Oh.
That was a devastating fight, too. And there was also, you have a heavyweight fight in the small octagon. So the Apex, for people that don't know, has an octagon that I think is 30 or 40% smaller.
Damn, is it that much smaller?
Yeah, how much smaller let's put that into perplexity, ask it. How much smaller is the UFC Apex octagon versus the regular octagon that they use in arenas?
And you're trapped in there with Francis?
Exactly. And also Francis looking for revenge.
Yeah.
Because this is Stipe beat Francis in his first loss. Okay. 30% less space. That's a lot, man. 30% is crazy. So you can see the images there.
when you see the apex next to the big one, the pay-per-view one, like that is a lot of space. And you're just stuffed in there with a guy who is one of the absolute scariest fucking guys that's ever lived. And you can't move. You know, there's not a lot of movement. A lot of people like that because it's kind of, you know, forces action. But I think the space provides more of a canvas, you know, no pun intended, for them to paint their masterpiece. You got to be able to have angles to get out. And if you're just constrained by an object, which is a fence, when maybe the object wasn't there, you could move to the side, move in, and counter. You know, I think like when Sugar Sean O'Malley knocked out Aljamain Sterling, and Aljamain is pressing forward. Now, if the cage was closer, he wouldn't have been able to move back as far. It cuts off a lot of the possibilities.
Yeah,
cuts off a lot of things.
That's another shock.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
When Sean did that at the White House and saluted when he knocked out that guy, and
the walk off.
And he said he envisioned it, which is even cooler. Like he saw it in his mind. That that's what he was going to do.
He had actually texted back and forth. He's like, I need to knock him out. I was like, when it happened, I was just like right off into the sunset, you know?
Well, in his position, he really needed something special because Merab versus Petr Yan wasn't formally announced yet, and it was thought like maybe if Sean had a spectacular event, he could get the next shot at the title because he has a victor over Petr Yan. That didn't come to be. So now Petr Yan and Merab are having a rematch, and that rematch, if I had to guess, it's most likely going to be Sean fighting for the title again.
And he has that win over Peter, so that's exciting, right?
But he doesn't have a win over Merab. So if Merab wins the title again, he's going to be like, fuck!
Yeah, it's like you said, styles make fights. I
mean, it doesn't mean that he can't beat Merab. I mean, I think Sean could beat anybody, but it's just he's got to figure out whatever it is that he needs to figure out to solve that puzzle. Is that little Georgian Tasmanian devil that never gets tired.
Yeah, just like that.
You ever seen what Merab's face looks like when they did like an X-ray of his face, an MRI of his broken nose?
No.
It might be the most insane broken nose I've ever seen in my life.
Didn't he say he's not going to get it fixed?
He's not going to get it fixed because then he'll have to take a year off of fighting. Only a year off of fighting. I don't think he can even spar for a long time. So he can't. That's what his nose looks like.
Yo, it looks like. Do you know who Pusshead is?
No.
Okay, Pusshead's the illest artist ever. He did like Misfits. He did like Metallica stuff. He did these skulls. Tell me that doesn't look like. That looks like Merab's face. The top right there. So he's the illest. He did like Zorlak skateboarding. Did a bunch of Thrasher stuff.
Yeah. Really?
We got Merab's got to do a skull T-shirt or some kind of merch with that.
Look at it. He totally should. That should be his logo. Look at that nose, man. Look at the break of the bone. How hard it's turned towards his right eye. I mean, it's really insane. I mean, he must not have any ability to get oxygen out of that nose.
Yeah.
His cardio must be all mouth breathing, which is even more insane when you think about how much endurance that guy has.
Yeah.
Look at his nose. I mean, crazy. The twist in that thing is fucking insane. I mean, it's like it covers part of his vision.
Yeah. I feel like he's been out, what, 6-7 months now?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he fought again. I mean, but it was because he lost the title to Petr, and now they're going to have a rematch.
And what, he had defended the belt 3 times in that year, right?
Mm-hmm. I think it was 3 times. Yeah, well, it was definitely a strength of schedule was tough because, you know, you're going through these camps, you have these brutal weight cuts. It's like your body gets worn out. And, but then there's also Petr Yan, who had fought Merab before and lost to him and realized what was necessary to beat the guy and fought a perfect fight.
Yeah, that performance was amazing.
Yan is a fucking assassin too, man. He's a scary guy. He's a ruthless, mean, technical, vicious guy. And now he already knows that he can beat Merab, so it's going to be interesting to see like who makes the adjustments in the rematch. When is that happening? Is that scheduled? The Merab fight? I think it is. I don't know when it is, but 90% sure that they've scheduled that fight. That might be Salt Lake City. Is that the Salt Lake City fight? It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's a great time for the sport. I mean, the sport is it's on fire right now.
It says TBD.
TBD. But it is announced?
No, I mean, no, the Salt Lake City has a TBD for that.
Oh. But if you look up Marab versus Piotr Jan 2, does it say where it's happening?
Usually it says his next fight on the thing I'm looking at. It doesn't have anything popping up.
I'm pretty sure they've announced that that's happening.
LA card, it looks.
You going?
Yeah, I think so.
It should be fun.
Yeah.
Are you touring right now at all? Like, what's going on?
No, I'm just in the studio this year.
Oh, okay.
Just finished writing and producing a few albums, and then was finishing this doc.
So what is the LA card right now? It's Pantoja versus Joshua Van.
Yeah, I'm seeing a post that says it's reported to happen in Abu Dhabi in October.
The rematch with Piotr Jan and
Yep.
That makes sense. It'll be a good one for Abu Dhabi. Yeah, the LA card's going to be sick. So it's Arman Sarukian versus Mauricio Hufi. That's going to be insane.
Moicano versus Ortega.
That's this weekend, Jamie.
Oh, sorry. Which one did you want?
The LA card. No worries. That's it. So the rematch between Joshua Van and
Dude, I can't wait to see what happens.
Man, that Pantoja break was such a bummer.
Yeah.
To have him fall back like that. Yeah, Moicano versus Brian Ortega. Yeah. Should be fun. Gable Stevenson's again.
Cheeto.
Yeah. Against Charles Jourdain. Yeah, should be fun. LA crowds are always fun too, because the UFC doesn't get to LA very often. It's always pretty hyped up.
I'm excited when it comes to LA. I love Vegas, but something about LA, you know?
You still like living there?
Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I mean,
do you feel any difference over the last 5 years, 6 years since the pandemic?
Yeah. I mean, for me, my goal is to not drive to DeSoto. Oh, that's like my is wake up with my wife and my kids, the studio. Well, I just bought a where I keep all my cars. So some days I'll leave my house. It's a 3-mile run. I'll run to my garage, pick up one of my old school cars, drive to the studio, then drive back home. That's a perfect day. I don't drive to DeSoto.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could do that and avoid the real chaos that's the center of the hive of LA.
Yeah. Once in a while, I'll get out if it's like, someone's a show or something that, me and the wife want to do, or me and the kids. But other than that, studio, home, train.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a better life.
Yeah.
Friends that live in the heart of it, like in West Hollywood, I'm like, what is it like? They're like, it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Yeah. I couldn't do it. The days I'm in the city, I have a bunch of stuff I'll hit, like I'll go to Crossroads, I'll go do it's rare.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Did you ever think about getting out?
I could do it yet. I think like for what I do, besides like playing in Blink or touring when I'm home, get a call and they'll say, hey, can we come by the studio? I want to make this with you. I want you to play drums on this. I'll see him walking in my neighborhood. Trav, I need you on this record, blah, blah, blah. There's so much that happens right there for me. I think there'll come a time where I don't need to be there. Right now, I feel like I'm in demand and I'm playing on a bunch of stuff and I'm recording a bunch of stuff. So it makes sense for me.
Do you ever have some thought about like living in the country and retiring somewhere and just like laying back?
Yeah, we were on tour and there was a huge storm area. So we were in Franklin for a few days, Franklin, Tennessee, and we immediately started like go here. But we kind of do that everywhere we go. We you travel, you go on vacation, you're like, we want to live here, we want to get a spot here. But I do love Southern California. We have a spot up north, like in Santa Barbara as well. I love. I feel like moving around in Southern California keeps things fresh. Like going to the desert for a week or a few days, going to Santa Barbara, and then in the week staying in Calabasas or like Los Angeles, and working out of there.
The Montecito area is insane.
Yeah, Montecito's
So
amazing.
gorgeous.
And I also feel like the desert, like Coachella out there, is you feel like you're in a different world. You feel much further away from LA and all the chaos than you are.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, how many people have gone out to the desert just to try to find themselves?
Yeah. True.
It's a very unique environment out there.
Yeah.
Just kind of weird that they decided to put music festivals out there.
No. One of my best friends, when I left home at around like 16, 17, my dad had given me a couple options to said join the military like me, start paying rent, or take off. So I took off, right? I was a trash man for a while, then I decided, and I lived with my friend Bill Fold. We had this promoting company called Night. Court shows, anything, and he ended up starting Coachella. And
Oh, wow.
He was obsessed, like what we talked about earlier. He was one of those people that were obsessed, and I watched him build this amazing festival, and yeah, he's just pretty awesome. But the city of Coachella it's crickets all the rest of the year. There's nothing. It gets so hot, it's 115. Most businesses close down halfway, through the day. They're open for the morning. And then when Coachella happens, the city thrives, and it's just, chaos.
Are they happy with that? That seems like there's probably a lot of conflicted people.
I don't know. I don't own a business out there, but I bet for everyone that's struggling when it's 115, 120 and no one's coming out of the house.
Right.
I feel like they're almost like Coachella saves them. Like the festival saves everybody.
Oh, definitely. Just the volume of people in the town.
The volume of people that comes through, I think, saves all the businesses.
For sure, if you have a business.
When we're out there and it's not like the season or whatever they call it, and it's considered too hot, most businesses are open from 9 to 1 p.m.
That drive out to the desert, though, is like, you better make sure your air conditioning works.
Yeah.
And no old school cars. Don't be taking none of your old school cars on that trip.
Well, the only thing I've driven from LA to La Quinta out there is K5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he loves this. Yeah, they do.
I think I've seen this.
Yeah,
it's all black. Oh, it's brown.
It's brown.
I'm colorblind.
Are you really?
I'm fucking severely colorblind.
Wow.
I have to ask my 2.5-year-old son what color things are sometimes. That's how bad it is. Like, I'll be like, what color is your favorite? And then he'll tell me what colors they are.
Does that sound like black to you?
Kind of. Yeah. That really looks black to me.
Well, that's pretty dark.
Okay.
That's in the shadows. It's like that.
I have an all black one.
What a sick looking truck.
So a lot of people build these K5s and they do resto mods, but they're either overbuilt and they don't drive great, or it's like it's either overbuilt or it doesn't run great, or they do too much. Like, this isn't overdone. Right. They make the perfect resto.
It's reliable.
Yeah, it's reliable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's mine.
Nice. Oh, you got it very old school looking. I love it.
Yeah, I wanted it to look almost like bone stock.
It does.
I have a couple K5s, but this is the Velocity one. I have a OG orange one with plaid interior that's 72 that still has the old school engine in it and everything.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And it just stays in Palm Springs, and that's where we tried them.
Does it have the old school brakes too?
No.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's it right there.
Oh, nice.
But see how it looks like it shouldn't leave Palm Springs. My wife drives it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, K5s are dope. I have 72 Bronco from Icon.
Sick. Icon was great.
Yeah.
They made a Blazer.
Yeah, they did.
I almost bought it. So good. And he's so cool. Is John?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like he kind of set it all off.
Jonathan Ward. Yeah.
And that's the one. Okay, so I built that with Delmo and a couple people around LA. I just took it from shop to shop. This was my version of a Velocity, but
it's sick.
It didn't drive as good as the Velocity.
Well, it's also, you're so lifted.
Yeah.
Like, the handling of the thing was rough. Like, going around corners and shit.
It was really cool. I was really proud of it.
It's beautiful. That's very cool looking. There's something about that iconic, this design. There's something with the way those things look. Look at that. God, that looks awesome.
I just remember as a kid seeing topless Chevy trucks. Like, I'm just like, it doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah. It is, there's a weird thing about old school cars. They spark something in you.
Yeah.
They're more excited. Like, I like new cars. I love new cars. They're cool. But they don't have the same feeling. There's something about those old schools that's just like, it's mechanical. Like, you're connected to it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for old Chevys and Cadillacs, and I have a bunch. That's like,
how many cars do you have now?
I think I have 12. I have a lot of old school Impalas.
Really? Like 65s?
I have a 59.
Oh, whoa. Real?
Yeah, I have a 62 wagon Impala, 63 convertible Impala, 60 Cadillac. GNX.
60 Cadillacs.
Oh, it's so.
Do you have a picture of that thing?
I think it might be on the interweb somewhere.
1960 Cadillacs. Crazy.
So that's my old 1960 Caddy. I used to have that one.
Wow, look at that thing. That is wild. Good luck parking that.
And nothing feels like that when you drive those cars.
Oh, I'd imagine. It's a boat. It feels like you're in the middle of the Queen Mary.
Yeah.
Look how
that was my 53.
That's yours, the far right?
These are all my cars in my collection from at some point in my life. Yeah.
So you're an old soul, dude.
I am.
There must be. There's something about you that connects with these things.
Yeah. Old cars move. I don't know. I like the smell of them. I like everything.
They're just hard to maintain.
Yeah.
Really good mechanic.
It's hard. Do you know what kind of feels old school that I got recently that but that's new is the Chevy Fox truck.
What is that?
It's a fucking beast. See if you can pull it up. It's the Fox Chevy Silverado.
Is this a new?
It's recently. It's Chevy's answer to the Raptor or the TRX. That's mine right there. So it's they usually have orange accents, but I did all mine matte black. So it's just, I think it has 600 or 700 horsepower. It has like Baja suspension. You could drive it anywhere.
So it's just like a Raptor.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's crazy. The Fox Factory Silverado.
That's my daily.
Fox Shocks.
Yeah.
Fox Shocks did a collaboration with them.
Yeah, the guts, like you could literally jump this truck wherever the you know?
So that's your daily driver.
Yeah.
I have a Raptor.
I love the Raptors too.
I have a Hennessy Raptor R.
Oh, those are hard.
Fun. That's a beautiful truck. Yeah. There's something about those kind of trucks too that's exciting. It's 1,000 horsepower trucks are ridiculous. It's like, how do they look at that thing fly here? That's so crazy. You ever take it on the dunes?
I haven't yet. When I bought it, they came out to the desert and brought a couple, and we just whipped them around the desert. And we're supposed to plan a day where we go out and jump and do everything. And they're like, we'll even let you use one of our trucks. We don't fuck up yours. So I was like, oh, that's nice. Appreciate that. Yeah, because it is all carbon fiber fenders. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so they stretched it out, widened the wheelbase and everything. Yeah.
And you can't even buy them in the States. Like, you have to, in California, I had to ship it from Vegas because of all of the extras, because it's supercharged.
So California won't let you buy it?
I had to go through this process of pretending I bought it somewhere else. Yeah.
What a good fucking stick.
But I'm super happy with it.
We are doing another studio. We're going to do a studio at the Circuit of the Americas racetrack. And so,
like this. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. At that place, that racetrack.
Sick.
So, which is in Austin. So what we're going to do is have it set up where you're going to be able to go around the track. We'll, laps and then pull in and then have a podcast.
Cool. Yeah, I love that.
Which would be great because I feel like for your mind will be so jazzed up after you do a bunch of laps on a racetrack that you'll come in, you'll be like,
oh, ready to go.
Yeah,
sure.
It'll be really fun.
Because I bet some people rile themselves up, like to come up in here to get really nervous or like,
Yeah, some people do.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you've done it a bunch. You and I have talked and hung out before, so it's easy.
Yeah.
For some people, it's like doing anything that's got a lot of views gets them weirded out. It's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you were honestly one of like the first podcasts I did, besides like Rich Roll, back in the day. But how's Rich doing? He's great.
Okay. He had some health issues, right?
I think he just had like back surgery or something.
Yeah.
But he's so cool. He reached out. He just reached out a couple days ago saying, I love your doc and I'd really love to talk to you again. So I'll definitely visit him. But when I started my running journey, he reached out. Anything you need. He was
Super nice.
So
yeah, very, very nice guy. But I've read something about him having back problems, and I always get sad when I hear about people that have back problems, and I hear they have surgery and go, oh, he looks fucking great.
It's like he's healthy. Yeah.
Fucking shredded.
I feel like if you're running all the time or training all the time, you're bound to have some type of injury too.
The back thing scares me though when people get surgery, because there's a lot of options in surgery that are probably going to be better for most people.
Yeah,
depending upon the situation, of course.
I broke my back in 4 places in my accident.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know about it because I was laid out in a burn center for 6 months, and I never got any surgeries. Like my doctor exactly said what you just said. It's like, you healed perfect. Like, it's me doing surgery. I can't guarantee you'd be in a better place than you are now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have friends that have had back surgery and they have gotten better because of the back surgery. I also have a lot of friends that got back surgery and they never were the same again. And they had to get another back surgery, then another one. And they have nerve damage, then their arms go numb, and then they have atrophy in their limbs. And
surgery's sketch.
Well, it can be, but there's other ways around it when it comes to like disc issues. And this is one of the things that I'm trying to highlight to people. There's PRP. There's a place in LA in Santa Monica called Life Cycle. Is that it? They do something called Regenikine. And Regenikine is a type of, I've gone to them a bunch of times. How can I not remember the name of it? Isn't it Life Cycle? Life Cycle Santa Monica? What's that? Lifespan. Sorry. Lifespan Santa Monica. Lifespan Medicine. Phenomenal place. Shout out to Moshe, my friend there. But they do PRP, but it's a different kind of P. It's called Regenikine. And what they do is they take your blood, they pull it out of your body, they spin it in a centrifuge and do some sort of process to it, and then they re-inject it into you the next day, into the discs. And it's an insanely potent anti-inflammatory agent. And It was the first thing that I did that ever fixed my bulging discs, where I had bulging discs in my neck, to the point where I was getting numbness in my fingers. Yeah, all from jujitsu.
Yeah.
And it was really getting me to the point where I was like, I don't think I can train anymore. Like every time I train, I'm in agony. Like it keeps getting worse. And I would go to a chiropractor, and he was full of shit, and they weren't helping me at all. And then this Regenikine thing, and like within a week, I started feeling better. 2 weeks later, no more numbness, no more tingling in my fingers. And then within a couple of months after that, I was fully healed. I got another MRI. My disc had completely gone back in place.
Wow, it's a game changer.
Yeah, because it was pushing out and pressing against the nerve, and it was causing pain, like nerve pain in my elbow and it was the ulnar nerve, same nerve that you're talking about.
Scary, right?
Yeah.
When you start getting like tingly feelings in your fingers and you can't feel them.
Yeah. It was also one of these things where I was like, okay, I think I might be done with jujitsu. Like, this is a real problem. But I got back into it because of this. So the Regenikine fixed that. And then I've also had stem cells now. Like, stem cells can, especially if you go to a place that really is on top of everything and that they're using state-of-the-art stem cell technology. Like, there's a lot of places you have to go out of the country, like CPI down in Mexico.
So I was going to ask you, is there places in the States now?
Ways to Well right here in Austin is the best place I've ever been to. I haven't been to the places overseas, but I've had phenomenal results with Ways to Well. And I brought a bunch of people in that have had phenomenal. Like, we just brought John Jones in recently. He's had hip problems. His hip feels much better, he said. We brought a bunch of MMA fighters in. Aljamain Sterling was just here a couple days ago. He was there at Ways to Well on Monday. And so Ways to Well is like, my friend Brigham, who runs it, it's literally like state of the art. Whatever the fucking science is at the moment, he's on top of it. They've got hyperbaric chambers. They've got red light therapy. They've got every single method of treating injuries and recovery. They're always on top of everything. They have a full gym down there. It's really sick. It's an awesome place. But for you, being, either when you're out here, if you ever want to get treated, if there's something wrong, if you have an injury, you could definitely go here to Ways to Well. You could also go to Tijuana. Like Tijuana, where the CPI is, that's the place that has they have a partnership with the UFC, the Cellular Performance Institute in Tijuana. Amazing place. I know the guys who run it, and that's another very similar state-of-the-art place. But they aren't restricted with the type of, there's different restrictions in America in terms of what you can and can't do. Down there, it's the Wild West. You can kind of do anything. And so I know a lot of people that have had pretty phenomenal results going there.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I have this gene, factor 5, where I clot really easy. So I'm wondering if I could do it.
Let's find out. Why would that?
Like, for example, I can't do IVs.
Really?
Mm-mm.
How come?
Because I have really thick blood disorder. Really easy.
And that's a genetic variant?
Yeah. Well, I didn't really know about it when my accident happened. I had a bunch of clots, but they put a filter that lives in my body forever. It's like a permanent filter that kind of like funnels the blood so it doesn't get stuck.
Where's the filter?
It's like between my back and my stomach. Yeah, just to stop anything coming up like big clots from my leg.
Holy shit.
Hard on my head. So,
Filter? What's it made out of?
It's plastic, unfortunately. I've read a bunch about it. I went on this whole journey because when I found out about it, they said we had to put this in you or you could have died because you had huge clots. But you can't remove it. And they have a life expectancy of about 20 years. And then sometimes the filter breaks inside of you or it caused whatever. But yeah, just have PMA, positive mental attitude. It's not going to happen.
How long ago did you get it put in?
It was like my accident, whatever year that was, 2008.
So it was almost 20 years ago. So you might have to get it taken out.
You can't take it out. It's cemented to the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. So like you can't do anything with it. Now, about 10 years later, they started making ones that are removable. Yeah, mine's not removable. IBC filter. Yeah, that's exactly it.
You can't take it out and put a new one in that's removable?
Mm-mm.
You sure?
Positive.
That seems crazy.
They say the surgery to take it out would be more life threatening than leaving it in.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so, what happens if this thing breaks and fails?
So, ironically, it could do the same thing a clock would do. It would go up to your heart or your head, kill you.
Oh, fuck, man. That's it, huh? IVC filter, device to stop blood clots, prevent them from traveling to the heart and lungs. Wow. Do you have to take any kind of medication for this?
Just blood thinner when I fly. Just because I know I clot, or if I'm on a tour bus for long periods of time, I got to take a blood thinner. But then I don't take them every day because it's also a risk to be on blood thinners, and if you get in a car accident or whatever,
Any kind of cut.
yeah.
Right?
But honestly, I forget about it. I forget it's even in there. Just like, but you know how some people will go on, they'll do a marathon and then they'll get an IV. You can't do that, or just have to really be cautious about getting poked. Yeah, I had an incident that happened years ago where someone was just trying to find my vein and shit, poked me tons of times, this nurse, and I had 30 clots just in one of my arms.
Holy fuck.
So yeah, I've also learned the lesson of not being really cautious in what happens, you know?
Yeah.
So
I can't believe you still spar when you have that. That seems nuts. Because, like, you get leg kicked and develop a clot in your legs.
yeah, I could. My doctor's pretty cool and he doesn't over worry about too much or anything. He said, I'd rather you not have a blood thinner in your system if you're playing drums and you cut yourself open, or if you're boxing or light sparring. So yeah, knock on wood.
So it's called Factor 5.
Factor 5. Yeah.
And it's just a rare genetic condition?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people have it. I think I don't know how rare it is, but yeah, the people do. You can have half a gene or a full gene, and I have the full one. So I'm really prone to clotting. Or my kids, like my one daughter, Alabama, she has half of it. So it's not as concerning, but she has to be cautious.
Huh. Whoa.
Yeah.
And is there anything you can do with supplements or anything like that aids that?
Like a natural blood thinner is beet juice or like beet shots. So I pretty much have one every day. Baby aspirin.
Beet juice is supposed to aid also in like oxygen utilization, right?
Yeah, I mean it
I think
was
Rich Roll was actually the guy who told me about that.
It was the pre-workout before pre-workouts.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, people would just slam beet juice or a shot of beet juice. I do it every show.
Beet juice.
Beet juice like an hour before you go on stage.
Drink about 1 cup, 250 milliliters of beetroot juice daily can help lower systolic blood pressure, the top number, by a few points. Natural dietary nitrates in beets convert into nitric oxide in your body, which relaxes and widens your blood vessels to improve blood flow. So it's like nature's Viagra.
Yeah, it is. Basically, yeah. That ginseng, my go-to.
Ginseng, yeah. Ginseng's awesome for energy.
So good, yeah.
It's kind of amazing how many different natural remedies there are that really work. And we were all sort of brainwashed when we were younger to think that the only thing that's good for you are drugs from a pharmaceutical company. That if you have anything wrong with you, the medicine is all medicine that's petroleum-based pharmaceutical drug medicine, and that's what's good for you. All that other herbal stuff is all for retards. It's all for nonsense and hippies and people that don't read books.
Because they brainwash us, right?
Yeah.
I don't take any medicine. I don't take Advil, Tylenol.
Good for you.
Anything.
That stuff, the thing about Tylenol, I should say, for people that take non-steroidal anti-inflammatories like ibuprofen, that stuff is terrible for your gut.
Is Tylenol super bad for you now?
Tylenol, there was a really sad story that I read during the pandemic. This lady who had COVID, and she was in so much pain that she kept pounding Tylenol, and she died from liver toxicity. Because Tylenol, which has acetaminophen in it, kills people every year. Like, how many people, I know we've looked this up before, but I don't remember the number, but it's not a small number of people die from acetaminophen poisoning from things like Tylenol every year. It's quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you would think, oh, Tylenol's not going to kill you. It's just like a pill, and it won't if you just take one or if you take two or whatever you're supposed to take. But if you take a lot, you're fucked. 500 deaths per year, largely through overdose-related acute liver failure. Some estimates put it at roughly 458, about 500. Reasonably shorthand. Yeah. Acetaminophen is fucking poisoning. It can get you. You know, if you take a lot of it. And I don't think that's the same with ibuprofen. I don't think there's a lot of ibuprofen deaths, but I do know that my friend Cam Haynes runs.
I love Cam.
Have you ever met him?
Yeah, we run together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No shit.
He actually did one of my, you know how I was saying I'm like really into tempo training, where like you'll tempo train, you'll do like a vigorous like resistance weights, and then you'll sprint. You know, he came and did one with me, and he was like, fuck, he was like, that was a lot, you know? And we went on, we run anytime he's in LA. I love Cam. Like, people get so pissed that we're friends.
Why?
You know? Because they're like, how do you like someone that hunts? I'm like, because that's my guy. I love him. I don't care if he hunts. I don't care who he votes for. I don't care what he eats. Like, that's my dog. You know, like, you guys together. He gave me a bow. He gave me a bow. It was so cool. We shot it at my studio. It was he's so cool. And I think likewise, probably a bunch of people are like, why are you homies with a vegan, Cam? Whatever people think, you know, like I love Cam.
I think there's way more accepting people on the other side than the vegan side. The vegan side is very hardcore. Those people get very adamant about like not being around other people that don't share their values. Or
I don't care what anyone does.
That's good.
You know, I love everyone the same. I don't care what president you vote for. I don't care if you're gay, straight. I don't care about anything. You know, I just judge people if they're a good person. You know? I agree. And that's how we all should be. But yeah, I met Cam. I showed up to I actually showed up to Tom and Bert's like 5K. It was the first time I ever ran. And I just showed up. My homie Toby invited me, and I said, fuck, I'll go run a 5K, whatever. I've never ran a 5K. I always run by myself just because I like running. And I show up there, and right I get to the starting line, Cam greets me. I don't know who he is. He's like, what are you going to pace today? What's your number? And I'm like, fuck if I know. And he's like, what about you? And he gave me some number, and he's like, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to try to keep up. And I just ran my ass off. Like I just like tried to keep up with Cam. And then we just stayed friends after that.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I did pretty good in that 5K. Actually, did way better than I thought I would have, you know?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then we became friends. And
he's one of my best friends.
Yeah, I
love him to death.
Such a good guy.
What I was getting at was that he was taking ibuprofen. He was taking 800 milligrams a day. And I didn't know he was taking that much. And I was talking to him on the phone once, and he was telling me, yeah, I take 800 milligrams a day. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. How much? I go, you do that every day? And I go, why? He goes, I'm in pain. I'm in pain all the time, and I want to keep running. And so then I sent him some information that Dr. Rhonda Patrick put out about the problem with ibuprofen, the problem with taking large doses of it on a regular basis, and what it does to your gut biome. So he stopped taking it. He said, well, fuck, I don't want to ruin my body. Let me just stop taking it. The pain that he was experiencing went away after he stopped taking 800 milligrams of ibuprofen a day. And he realized that the pain that he was experiencing was accentuated by the fact that he was causing inflammation in his body by taking anti-inflammatories that were destroying his gut biome. So he's taking...
Because his gut was messed up.
Exactly.
Oh.
So he's taking all this 800 milligrams of ibuprofen every day. It's torching his gut biome. That's causing this cascade of inflammatory responses in his body. And he's in pain all the time. He gets off of the ibuprofen, the pain goes away. Wild.
Yeah.
But you get brainwashed into thinking, I need all these things. Well, turmeric and curcumin, and there's a bunch of different anti-inflammatories that don't cause any sort of gut disturbance. Yeah. They're much better for you and healthy. And you can, get it from food.
Yeah, all the natural stuff. And then I feel like contrast therapy is so helpful too.
Yep. Like doing sauna, cold plunge.
Oh yeah.
Anytime I'm injured, that's what I go to.
Yeah.
I hit up Cam actually when I was like, Cam, I just did a half marathon. I'm about to do another one. What do you suggest? He's like, Trav, get yourself an elk. I was like, can't remember who you're talking to,
So for you, is the vegan thing just all animals? It's a animal love thing.
Nah, it wasn't even. It is that like I am kind of under the thought process of if I have a dog and I love a dog, I kind of love all animals, right? Like I love all animals the same. I'm not like I'm gonna eat that one, I'm gonna shoot that one, but I love my dog.
Right.
It's a little contradicting to me, but I didn't even know any of these things at a young age. I remember food would be put in front of me and there would be ham, whatever, and I would just naturally put the ham in my pocket and eat like the mac and cheese or whatever else, the spinach. And because my dad had this rule, he's like, you eat everything or you don't get up from the fucking table. Straight up. I don't care if you're there for 3 hours. That's what it was, because your mom spent time making the food. You got to eat the food or you don't leave the table. So I'd pocket it. And then my mom would find it when she'd go wash clothes. So it started like that. And then next was, oh, ham is actually this. Hot dog is actually this. Hamburger is this. And I'm like, whoa, I just thought hamburger was a hamburger. I didn't really know.
Cow meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just naturally didn't like, I was one decides is what I'm cool with,
That's awesome.
and that's just what works for me.
That's a great attitude. But I think you also have it dialed in. Like you have whatever diet you're on dialed in, where you know you're getting the right amount of protein. And there's quite a few different plant sources of protein that have a complete amino acid profile.
Yeah,
Or there's no hemp.
Those perfect aminos that Gary makes.
Brecka? Yeah,
those are a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
You take 5 in the morning, 5 at night.
Mm-hmm.
Game changer.
Yeah. No, it's
but it was. I won't say it's like not hard to dial it in. It is difficult to dial it in. It is. You got to navigate just like anything else, right?
Right. There's so many people that they go vegan, but then they just eat like vegan pizza and they don't,
Yeah.
Crossroads, your restaurant, I still have never been, but everybody that I know that went says it's fucking phenomenal. Like even Dana, who does not like Tim White, it's not like vegan food. He's like, dude, it's fucking incredible.
I think when you probably don't know what to expect, right? When you go to a plant-based restaurant, right? But Paul Ronan, the chef from Crossroads, it's just he's incredible. And the food, it's an afterthought that you ate something that was vegan. It's not even on the menu that it's plant-based.
That's awesome. There's a course that I used to go to all the time. Escaping me.
Was it Follow Your Heart?
Yes.
Yes. Every day.
Yes.
That's
so
it.
Good. That was great.
Yeah.
It's another completely plant-based restaurant. I used to go there all the time. So to LA. Yeah, Follow Your Heart's pretty close.
Yeah, they have a little cafe where you eat supplements.
Yeah, it's great. Their nut burger, it's very good. Yeah. So they really have crave it.
Yeah, that's cool. I like just everyone being open-minded, and you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, try anything.
Yeah.
For me personally, but I've tried. I want to eat it. I eat most meat.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's your you got a barcode or drive code?
454.
450. I'll put 4191 back here, and you want the back seat or the front for the other?
Yeah, we're both in the trunk. One in the back here
Oh, okay.
and one.
Okay. Well, okay. We'll put this one in the back. It's like this all. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Yeah, there's a.
I got you.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
All right, have a good one, bro.
Like you just bum everybody out,
They do, and I also think that a lot of times it's not coming from a healthy place to begin with. I think a lot of people find a thing that they can use as an excuse to be an asshole. And whether that thing is their political beliefs or their religion or whatever their social ideology, whatever it is, they find a thing that they can call you out because you fuck you. And they're not a balanced person or a happy, healthy person. It's one thing if someone is confronting you personally and yelling at you and you're yelling back at them and you're in an argument. But if you're starting that, initiating that because someone someone disagrees with you or doesn't see things the way they're doing, first of all, you're a shitty communicator. And two, you're probably a shitty person because that's why you're behaving the way you're behaving. And you're using this point, whatever it is, whether it's being a vegan or being a Republican or being a Democrat or being a Muslim or being a Christian or whatever the fuck it is that you've decided is more important than being civil and kind and courteous,
what you really are is just a shitty version of a person. Whether you realize it or not, you probably don't. Probably think you're justified, and that's why you're doing it. And you probably think I'm doing the right thing. And everyone's like, I love it that you have no chill. He's got no chill. Like, no, he's a cunt. This guy's a cunt, and he's a miserable, insufferable person to be around, regardless of what his belief system is versus the other person's belief system. And if he had perspective that was, I don't know why you think the way you think, but I think differently. Let's have a conversation. You might find common ground.
Yeah,
and
totally.
you might be able to realize, like, oh, you can have friends that don't think the way you think. I have friends that are Muslims. I have friends that are atheists. I have gay friends. I have a ton of friends that are completely different than me, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I love them. It's great. They're different. You don't. Everyone doesn't have to be you. Everyone doesn't have to be the same as you, nor do they have to agree with you.
Yeah.
But there's too many people that what they're looking for is some reason why they're right and some reason to be an asshole to other people that don't think the same way they think. And they think that they're justified by it. And I think it's a real problem. It's also a real problem with social media because those people, their voices get amplified and people pile in, yeah, you go boy or you go girl. And
I feel like anyone who can like look at, I mean, social media it's corny to begin with, right? But you're gonna go on Instagram and then you're gonna say something extreme or fucked up to someone. It's like, yeah, you're so lame. Like that you actually took the time to think about writing something bad, then wrote it, then press send. Like you're fucked up. You know what I mean? Like straight up. Like anyone that's gonna say or spew negativity, I'm like,
yeah.
Yeah,
it's just weakness.
Yeah,
it's just weakness, and I guarantee you're not doing the maximum amount you should be doing with your life, with whatever you're pursuing. You're not.
They're lacking somewhere.
Yeah,
sure.
100%. Like that's why they choose the time to just lash out at people or mischaracterize people or have the least charitable take on people.
Yeah.
It's usually they're lacking. They're usually at least somewhat mediocre. There's usually some flaw in their game and what they're doing, and they're lashing out at other people, which is fine. It's also like other people can learn from that too. Like, God, that guy seems like a cunt. And then don't be a cunt. You know,
yeah.
Realize that and go, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't see that myself sometimes. Maybe I should do some self-correction.
Yeah, you're like, I don't ever want to be like that. So that's great.
Exactly. Or the opposite. Someone's like, has like a really objective, charitable take on someone. Like, hey, man, maybe he thinks this way, and, you know, maybe the right way to approach it is to approach someone civilly, and we can find common ground. Like, you read someone saying something like that, I would be more like that. Like that guy, like I like the way that guy thinks. Like that's inspiring to me. Like that to me, like that's probably a cool person to have a conversation with. They're not going to use it as an excuse to be aggressive, an excuse to be shitty and insulting and mean, because you're not changing anybody's opinion. You're just not, you know. And will you get the peanut gallery to pile in? Great. So you've got Team Cunt. You've got a little cunt farm behind you, and you're all attacking all these other people, and you think somehow or another you're justified because there's some other flawed people that agree with you, that you're allowed to be shitty to people because they don't think the way you think, or because they only eat plants, or because they worship this god, or
yeah.
The world.
I feel like David Goggins hasn't figured out how he just listens to all his haters whenever he like runs or exercises. Like that's the shit. Like use it as a tool. You know?
Yeah, I think you're better off not even listening to the haters. He's insane. Every time I talk to him, I'm like, he's so insane.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, yeah, anyone that's going to say anything is so lame right off the jump.
Yeah, but there's a lot of lame people in this world, unfortunately, because there's a lot of people that don't have it's hard to be a person. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Don't have a guidebook on how to be a person and be happy.
And I think you have to, like, I'm disciplined. Like, sometimes I'll read something and I'll be like, you motherfucker. But I'm like, oh no, I can't do what they do. Right? Like,
Exactly.
I can't stoop to them.
Especially you're Travis Barker.
Yeah.
You're a famous guy. Like if you do what they do, it's a different thing. Like if you go back at them, that is one of the lamest things. When you see celebrities going at like fans in the comments, like, what are you? Take your phone away. Take his phone away.
Yeah.
Who's letting
We don't want to see you do that. People love your music or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
How many people have like ruined other people's opinions of them because of doing something like that, or going on some lame fucking rant against someone because of the way they voted or the way they view this or the way they, whatever it is.
Luckily, like the hate, like I get the weirdest hate. It's not even really hate, but it's just something like they know they're like throwing darts from across the room at me. It's like, oh, bro, he's like a Kardashian now, or he married a Kardashian. I'm like, fuck it, that's the most punk thing I could do is marry a Kardashian and just say fuck you. You know what I mean? Right. It's about like that even shows you I clearly don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, and my wife isn't like I can't label her like that. She's my wife. She's my soulmate, right? I love her to death. But to think like, have you seen me change? Like,
Well,
have you seen me like dressed it? Dog, I dress so different, obviously, than my wife or her family. Like I'm continue to be my own person. Look the same. I wore the same Dickies pants, the same band shoes, had the same tattoos that stopped me from getting a real job since I was 16 years old. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Straight up, fuck you. And that's why I mean, punk rock is not about music either. It's about like you don't care what anyone thinks, right? As long as you're going through the role you're doing, yeah, you are who you are. And you're not hurting anybody. That's punk rock.
I think a lot of people thought it was cool that you guys got together. Like, look at this, two people from totally different worlds that love each other. That's cool.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. It's just only a hater would think that other way, though, right? You know.
But if you started getting all your tattoos off and you started wearing designer clothes.
Yeah, I started dressing like a lame, and yeah, of course. Like, dude, come for me, you know? Please. But yeah, that's one that's always like funny to me.
Well, there's a problem with like, whenever there's anything that's happening publicly, you're living your life publicly, there's always going to be hate.
Oh yeah, and Wayne said it. Oh, Wayne said it a long time ago. I remember he told me, he's like, Doc, you haven't made it until you have haters. Right. You know you're successful the minute motherfuckers start hating on you.
Have you ever seen Cat Williams sit on haters?
Mm-mm.
Oh, pull that up.
Oh, I bet it's.
He's got a fantastic bit on haters about people complaining about haters. It's the same kind of thing. Have you found it anywhere? You can't say Cat Williams on haters.
Oh, I guess it does say haters. Hold on.
Yeah, he's got a whole. I think the bit's title's haters. Okay, give me some volume.
You got to get your motherfucking hustle. Understand niggas is going to hate you regardless. Get that out of your head, that fantasy world where niggas ain't hating on you. You got to be grateful. You need haters. What the fuck is you complaining about? What the fuck do you think a hater's job is? To fucking hate. So let them motherfuckers do their goddamn job. What the fuck is you complaining about? Ladies, if you got 14 women hating on you, you need to figure out how the fuck to get to 16 before the summer gets here. You mad about?
Amen.
If you got 20 haters, you
right.
40 of them motherfuckers. What is you complaining about? If there's any haters in here right now, you don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is.
So good. So true. So true.
It comes with the territory.
Yeah.
This is the job we chose. This is the life we chose. You're going to get haters.
Totally.
But it's it's your obligation to manage the waters. You don't have to dive in and fucking
never
swing in their own shit and waddle around with them like pigs.
Totally.
It's not necessary. No, but it's a complicated world.
Never would I, No.
A lot of people do, unfortunately. But it's also, this is a new thing. Like this new thing where people have direct access to everybody like that online. If, people choose to be on social media, like you have direct access to all kinds of people and they're going to read your comments. People know that.
Yeah.
If you're a person who reads comments, and so they go and attack you. And a weird world that a lot of famous people don't know how to navigate. And a lot of people, they get like severe anxiety because they do read that shit. And then they're like, hold up their home by themselves, staring at their phone. You're in a fucking giant mansion, living like a baller. You got a Ferrari. Meanwhile, you're in hell.
Like I said, if you're not hurting anybody, and it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like life's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, you'll feel better if you're not doing that.
Totally. But they say like if you do read it and you find any truth in it, like it's your chance to fix it, right?
Yeah.
It's your chance to whatever, or use it as like motivation, you know?
Like God.
Yeah, even if the shit they're spewing is so fairy tale. It's like still, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Go lift or go box or go play drums or go do whatever you do, you know?
Yeah. Use it as energy.
That always feels good because
Yeah.
none of it really like sits with you, you know?
Well,
It's supposed to.
and I understand haters too. I mean,
Yeah.
I've always said this, that if I was a 15-year-old kid and somebody gave me a Twitter account, I could get a hold of someone like me and talk shit to him. I 100% would.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah.
As a kid, like
Yeah.
I don't even know what it'd be like because we didn't have it. But I also know like from where punk rock has always been very finicky, very sensitive, right? You know,
Mhm.
a band gets popular, everyone's like, I fucking hate them. They're on the
Yeah.
radio. Fuck that band. They have fans now. They can act. They can eat. They can fucking. You know what I mean? Pay rent. Fuck them. You know, it's like that. You know, skateboarding, which I like, changed my life and raised me. Skateboarding is also they're very strict. You know about who can call themselves a skater or there's just all these things. There's like when all these things should just be celebrated. Like skateboarding's fucking cool. It's like some of the coolest people in the world, skateboard and skateboarding's taught most of the world like how to dress properly. And serious, like I mean, a lot of rappers basically nowadays just dress like skateboarders. Skateboarders like set it off. Like they had the best taste from the jump.
How did that happen? How did skateboarders develop such a great sense of style, in your opinion?
I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like even from back in the day, like
why that particular activity would have like a whole like style associated with it.
I mean, I grew up with like huge pants and like t-shirts and just bands, skateboarding and beanies. That's like I don't know, but everything from the time skate videos were released, they were secretly, maybe they didn't know about it, but they were teaching everyone what the coolest music was. And at the time, music was so categorized, like you're either a punk rocker, you like country, you like rap, you like that. Skate videos were everything. The illest, best music of every genre. So a bunch of skate kids were growing up listening to Operation Ivy and loving the Far Side, So it was like happily confused. They just knew the best of every world. It was different,
It's just interesting that a style of clothing is associated with physical activity.
Well, then you had Lil Wayne who learned how to skateboard halfway through his career. I feel like everyone around him looked to him for also style and started dressing like him.
Wow.
So, and some people don't even know. I feel like punk rock and skateboarding. I mean, Playboy Cardi wears punk rock stuff. His whole aesthetic is punk rock, where'd they get it from? Got it from punk rock. Like it was born there. And I hate gatekeepers, right? I love what he's done with it. And I love that all these new groups of kids that love Cardi and love Kid Carson they're dressing like punkers. They might not even know it. They just think they're dressing like, their favorite rapper, but it stems and it's rooted from punk rock and skateboarding.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't think of another activity that has a style associated with it like that.
Yeah, there really isn't. Like BMX people, you know, they're riders. They already had stuff. So BMX was really cool. I love BMX. But yeah, and there's like skateboarding
that's associated with.
Yeah, it's skateboarding around.
It's rebellion, right?
Yeah.
Being an outcast, doing something that's either frowned upon or they're like you understand it.
But it could have been, right? Like skateboarding couldn't have been, I can't even say this. But it was skateboard. It could have been athletic. It could have been sporty.
Yeah.
It was like get-go. It was pretty. And it's also one of the hardest things as far as like injuries. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The guys doing it first.
The board hit your shins over and over again, breaking arms, breaking legs. It's a gnarly sport.
Especially if you're doing it in suburban environments where people are trying to go down railways.
Street skating, it's just whatever you find while you're skateboarding down the street, you know? Pretty cool.
It is interesting that it has a style of clothing and dress associated with it.
Yeah.
It's that it kind of mirrors like punk rock aesthetics.
Yeah. And both genres are very protected. You know?
Yeah, that's very
cool.
That's
Maybe it should be protected. Maybe that's why it's so cool.
For them, the people that are protecting it, like, it means something to them. It's probably their haven from the standard society, the pressures of fitting in and conforming that they don't want. And so, like, this thing is like a church to them.
Yeah.
It's like it's like religious.
I mean, when I was 13, I felt like an outcast, and it was skaters against jocks where I grew up. It was like jocks, you play football, the PRI, you listen to whatever, and we looked really different. So we were outcasts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. All right. Should we wrap this up?
Yeah, it was amazing.
Brother, always good to see you, man.
So good.
Always good to see you. This documentary, when can people watch it?
It's out on Hulu. And bookmark.
And Monopoly Go. Live the dream. Mitzi's golden.
Governor Ron DeSantis says the state is working to introduce electric air taxis by the end of this year, offering a potential new way to get around the busy I-4 corridor, which runs adjacent to the theme park. So if you visited the Sunshine State, you may have gotten stuck in some traffic around there. The Florida Department of Transportation is now working on the infrastructure needed to support the technology, and the first phase will be focusing on Central Florida. Joining us now is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning.
Good morning.
All right. Well, you said a few days ago at a press conference that Florida is turning this somewhat of a dream into a reality by creating these electric taxis. What do you see as the biggest opportunity for this technology in Florida, maybe even more specifically in areas like Orlando or Tampa?
Well, first, I just think back as a kid. I remember watching Back to the Future, and you do it, they do the childish stuff. And then at the end, you think it's going to be over. And then Doc Brown comes. It's like, Marty, we need to go back. God, there's other issues. And so he pulls out of the driveway, and Marty says, Doc, there's not enough road to get to 88 miles an hour. And Doc says, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. And then he hovers up and then goes. Now, obviously, we're not going to do time travel, but that was something that always stuck with me. And then watching the Jetsons as a kid, could you have some of this air mobility. Wouldn't that be something that would be really neat? The technology is now getting to where this is going to be a reality. So we were at the SunTrax facility there in Polk County in the videos that you're showing. That's been a test track that we've had in Florida for the last 10 years. We test traffic solutions. We've done a lot of autonomous vehicle testing, and now we're doing advanced air mobility. We have 2 vertiports. So you're going to be seeing those flights tested in Central Florida this year. And so what would that be? I think there's a range of things. I mean, on the consumer end, it's possible that you have those that would be consumer personal vehicles that would be able to fly. I think probably more likely that you'll see soon is it'll be like an air taxi. So if you're in Tampa Airport and you want to go to Disney World or Universal, you could drive on I-4, and we've made that better than it was because we've expanded the lanes and we're doing more, but it's still not the best way to drive. And you would be able to go up, lift off in the middle of a city vertiport, and then land someplace, even in an urban area, because it's clean, it's quiet because of the EV, and it's got a range of about 100 miles. So I think it's something that is just scratching the surface of what it could be. But our view is in Florida, we want to be on the forefront of the innovation. We've got this great infrastructure. We have some of the best companies in the world that are testing this stuff. And I'm glad that Florida was selected by USDOT to be one of a few states that are the advanced air mobility leaders.
You mentioned something, Governor, that these could be in the skies by the end of this year. And I just want to reference again this post that we just had up that you had shared to social media, speaking about SunTrax, which is this research and testing facility in Polk County. What needs to happen between now and then to make that timeline a reality in terms of this testing?
I think honestly, it's tracking that, they've been doing test flights in other areas as well. I think we would love to see, the first commercial flight that would actually taxi real people by the end of the year. Clearly, you're going to see test flights. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But it's interesting because you show that and you show the picture of the SunTrax. We are also doing the cyber cabs, the Tesla cyber cabs, the Waymos. About the driverless vehicles, which, is something that I'm sitting in that thing, and they have all these hazards that go out on our SunTrax to try to trip the car up. And it navigated every single one of those very well. I do think you're going to see some of that technology put in the eVTOLs as well. Ultimately, you will need a pilot in there. It will likely be able to taxi 3 people, but I think eventually it will likely be an automated system.
And Governor, I just wanted to share this with you, just going off of what you just said there. We've been asking our viewers to weigh in there about all of this, saying, would you ride in a flying vehicle? And 64% of them saying yes. So there is a lot of interest here with this. But, we'd have to imagine that some people may have concerns about safety, right? And the state is preparing to test security screening, air traffic control, and aircraft themselves. But what are the biggest safety questions you want answered during this testing phase?
Well, that's part of the reason we have SunTrax. So we want to make sure that as these technologies come online, that they're safe. The whole point of getting from A to B is that you actually arrive to B safely. And we'd rather not have to wait in traffic for hours and get there a lot quicker. But clearly, people are going to want to see that that's safe. My sense is that the results so far have been very good on the eVTOLs. It's certainly been very good on the Teslas and the Waymos in terms of the road autonomy. So I think you're just going to continue to see the tests prove the data out, and then people will be able to make their judgments. But it's interesting. There's some people, even to this day, they don't like flying in airplanes. They don't want to take a commercial flight. I have friends. It's like I don't want to get on a plane. Which I respect people's views on what they want to do, but statistically, flying on a commercial plane is much safer than getting in your car and driving 4 or 5 hours. It is not even close. I think you'll probably see that the results are going to be similar here. And clearly, if this is not something that's going to be able to be done safe, then the whole business model goes out the window. So this is one. This is something that they can have confidence with. I've got if you only do it for like the uber wealthy, then this is just not something that's going to scale. And I don't think the companies ultimately are going to be profitable enough to be able to sustain this. So I think they have an incentive to make sure that this is something that's attainable for regular people. And I think they will get there. I can't tell you on day one, it's going to be something that's going to be as cheap as riding in an Uber is now on the ground. But I do think as time goes on and people gain confidence in this, if the demand is there, I do think it's going to scale.
Beyond passenger travel, these vehicles, they could also be used for medical transportation, emergency response, public safety. Is that something already in the works, or is there a timeline on that?
No, sure. Well, there are a variety of things. So clearly, disaster response, that's something that's a big deal in the state of Florida. Like, why would you want one of these vertical lift? Well, a helicopter, it's very noisy. It has a lot of dust that it kicks up because of the propellers. This is very quiet. It could get you into some tight spots that potentially could be useful in a disaster. Also, EMS situations. Also, law enforcement. Now, it's interesting, the military is interested in this, and that'll be very helpful for these companies if there's a good military. What I think the military has said, and I actually agree with this, right now, these are all electric. And, I'm not somebody that says everything needs to be electric. I know some people say that. And I think the hybrid models of these eVTOLs, when you have some jet fuel and the electric battery, that's going to increase the range dramatically. So from a military perspective, I think the demand is going to be, we appreciate the electric. We like kind of how it's designed, but we do need to have some jet fuel in there too. That may end up being how they do some of the passenger stuff as well. So, and then there's also commercial uses where businesses will be able to use it for moving different goods and even services in some respects. So I think there's a wide variety of applications. Now, look, in certain parts of the country, may not make much sense, right? If you don't have a lot of traffic, if it's easy to get from place A to B, there's certain spots, Tampa, Orlando, and I-4, West Palm Beach to Miami down on I-95, places in like New York City to some places on Long Island. You got places in California where you could go. So Texas, there's definitely areas where this, I think, is going to be something that could be value added.
Back in the U.S. and Mexico coming together this week to fight against a common enemy, the drug cartels. Brooke Taylor is live near the border in El Paso with more. Good morning, Brooke.
Hi, Griff. Well, it is virtually empty here at the border, but the cartel right now is changing tactics and they're adapting. Border officials tell us that they are getting more aggressive. We got a firsthand look at how the U.S. is teaming up with the Mexican military to fight back. Look at this coordinated exercise and show of force. A Border Patrol helicopter sweeping low over the Rio Grande as Border Patrol special operations agents rappel down one by one. And take a look at this. Just across the river, Mexican troops carrying out a mirrored operation on their side, demonstrating how the two countries would mobilize together against a cartel threat. This comes just weeks after the Trump administration designated the Juarez cartel a foreign terrorist organization.
In reality, though, this cartel, has been terrorizing both sides of the border for decades. It's literally their cash crop. In doing so, they've destroyed the lives of millions of Americans and effectively facilitated the fentanyl epidemic that has afflicted this country for the past several years.
And prosecutors say that new terrorist designation gives them another powerful tool to hit the cartel where it hurts, not just going after its leaders, but the network of people helping keep it running.
You're not being treated as somebody helping a criminal organization. From now on, you're being treated as someone that's helping a terrorist organization.
And the Border Patrol chief says the biggest threat they're seeing right now from the cartel are these drones. They say they're seeing them now more than ever. The cartel's basically using them to track the agents and watch their movements, Chris.
All right, Brooke Taylor in El Paso. Brooke, thank you very much.
Alex, case number 20-5961, child condition 2 for lead the jury finds the someone the defendant is guilty of kidnapping as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempt to use a firearm. Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant absolutely yes. Lead the jury finds as follows as the count 2. The defendant is guilty of sexual battery with a deadly weapon as charged. At the time the sexual battery with a deadly weapon was committed, was the defendant 18 years of age or older? Yes. Is the penis of the defendant 10 feet from the mouth? Yes. During the commission of the offense, use or to use a deadly weapon? Yes. During the commission a firearm? Yes. We have that the count 3. The defendant is guilty of robbery with a firearm charge. During the commission, personally carry, display, use, starting to use, or intend to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant possess a firearm? Yes. We the jury finds and follows at the count 4. The defendant is attempted executed murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, personally carry, display, use, or to use, or intend to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally discharge a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense and as a result of the discharge of the firearm, did the defendant cause great bodily harm to? Yes. We the jury finds as follows at count 5. The defendant is guilty of robbery as charged. So say we all say that the 13th day of August, 2026, signed by the foreperson of the jury.
Every collector knows the moment, the hollow, the void.
We'll choose numbers. Number 4, the correct verdict.
Number you have okay.
Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Jury number 12, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Jury number 15, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Jury number 17, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
And jury number 25, is your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, so sit down, Mr. Killen. So there's a all right, so Rich, I want you to take the jury into the jury. What's going on, Mr. Killen? Right. Now, those in the holding cell, make sure the closed circuit TV is working. Mr. Hackworth, I don't want you to go in, but I want you to go back in a few seconds and make sure the closed circuit TV is working that we have set up. And he's going to watch this work in there. Okay.
You take the stuff back.
No. I'll let my bailiff do.
I'm gonna give it.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Under the prison releasee reoffender, we have to put in, you had found Joseph Dillon guilty of. You're probably a faster typer than I am, both of you youngsters over there. So if you could type those in and then just send me that one, because I've got everything else set up. It's 3.16. John, you want to go back and just eyeball? Rich, is all our stuff working? Remember, I've got a second phase of this. I just didn't get to tell the jury that before he started acting up. Okay? So they can't have their stuff yet. Do we know, I need John to be able to confirm that the closed circuit is working.
I believe so. I have it. Oh. It's gonna put the fine. Yeah, we go. Yeah. Wait.
Your name.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Joseph Dillon, who robbed and terrorized, victimized 4 women between April 18th and April 19th of 2023. The evidence in this case comes in the form of videos and maps and several witnesses, and that can prove to be overwhelming. So the purpose of talking to you in this closing argument is to address some of the things we've heard from all of those witnesses, to address the narrative that the defendant has just given you about his experience and what he alleges the evidence, having had the last several years to review every police report, every statement, having had the opportunity to sit before you and listen to each of those witnesses testify about what happened to them, what his version of events was. We'll have an opportunity to discuss that, why it doesn't match the evidence. But I want you to think back to Mr. Hackworth's opening statement. Actions speak louder than words. Utilize your common sense in this particular case. Think about how each one of the victims who took the stand reacted. What was their demeanor? What did they tell you about what happened to them? But more importantly, think about why on earth each and every single one of them would have gotten on the stand to testify about the most horrific experience they have ever had. To sit in the same courtroom with the person who caused them that trauma, with cameras and a bunch of strangers, for what? What benefit have to having to take the stand and relive being forced to give oral sex
to a stranger who had abducted her while she was working her second job. Think about this testimony as we go over each of these items of evidence. Her second job, she's a 20-year-old student and worked 2 jobs. Left her first job at 10 o'clock at night to go make extra money to survive. And the defendant asked you to believe that she ran into his arms and disregarded the pizza into a parking space because she was so overwhelmed with the amount of love that she had for Big Head, his nickname. That he was just so overwhelmed, he jumped onto his person, forgot about her job, forgot everything he testified to had some kind of explanation because he was just so in love with him. That's why his DNA is all over her face and all of these things. Keep in mind his outlandish statements as you review and consider the evidence that you'll take back with you. Keep in mind the courage that it took for each person to take a stand and testify about what happened to them, physically, mentally, and emotionally, because they came into contact with one person, Joseph Killen, and how that affected and changed their lives forever. He got on this stand and provided a statement that was so unbelievable. But let's point to the facts so that I can assure you that there is no question about the statements that each and every single one of those women told you when they came into this courtroom. Because at the end of the day, during a traumatic event, your mind does not record memories like a video. Each and every single person that you testified got in here and told you what they saw, what they witnessed from their vantage point received in it.
The instructor smashed on the display so hard that all the boys pissed their pants. Strike the core.
Your mind records and stores the memory of what you experienced in that moment. But remember that what the memories are that are stored are the facts that matter. Because the facts that matter in this case did not change. They all were consistent with the evidence that was provided to you, with the exception of the defendant's statement. They all were consistent with what happened to them that night. And when we are about to go over the video evidence, you'll actually see the timeline and have an opportunity to see the timestamp and the time frame from which you see the defendant on camera, and then the victims are having contact with law enforcement. There was no way anything other than the victim's statement of what occurred that night happened. There is no way that anything other than Joseph Killen committing an abduction from that incident occurred. And Joseph Killen forcing to drive around 2 hours before taking her to that apartment complex occurred. Don't rehash the questions that were asked. Why didn't you throw yourself from the moving vehicle if you nodded off to sleep? That is not any of the options the judge just review on your verdict form as to whether the state has established that these acts occurred. Those are distractions. Same thing with, did you say in your deposition that you had little hair and beard and crazy eyes, or bald little hair? None of those elements of the crime. None of them. You had 4 individuals who, English is their second language, came in here and told you the same statements they told law enforcement 3 years ago. They provided through all of their testimony, through the physical evidence in this case, exactly what happened. And they have no reason to not be telling you the exact truth. First amount of footage you have in this case comes from the video surveillance. The vehicle from aviation leaves the scene of the shooting and goes to the entrance. It is 1:05:35 a.m. The video from the apartment complex next door, Haven, that we saw from that parking lot where the defendant jumped over the fence happened, and you'll see as the clock ticks down, the second aviation realizes that's your victim and points back to the original shooting scene. They've just missed the defendant who's hopping over the fence and gets away. The fence is the fence line between the two apartments. And the defendant testified that he ran through buildings and ran away. He jumps over the fence. Although he also came back and said that that's not his. And that's not, this is the path of travel to the fence line where this video captures. The path of travel starts where the shooting occurred, where the defendant admits he was on the aviation video. And this video captures the defendant jumping over the fence at 1:05:30. Just as the first victim is making contact with the officers at the front of the complex. Seconds later, captured on the next camera to the west. When he's captured on this camera, just as was pointed out, when Detective Baranowski was actually, was actually on the stand. He looks up at the aviation. He's holding his pants in the exact location where said he had a gun and was forcing her to perform oral sex on his person.
That'd be nice. And Monopoly. Well, President Trump also addressing Iran while in New York. The commander-in-chief floating the idea of making the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington, D.C.
Yo, JP's live, dude. The detention center, dude. The hell? Yo, JP's live from the detention center.
It was a practice in the something. There is no air conditioning in. So you have a big thing. We're sleeping with rats. We eat sandwich every day. Every day is the same life. No coffee in over 10 months. Crazy. How many days? Six nine currently. 258 days. 258 days continue today. Anyone pays. Sleeping. 3 days between 4 days. 6 after the date. And just decided to report 3 days before that. He's asking for the Lord of life. Just between the doors that you get. See. Yeah. So anyone is chatting or texting that they're on the streets for the page. You chat because they can even have looking at them. It's supposed to be this training. Yeah. He says they're not going to tell you to speak English with that. So the only resource that is working to release immigration detainees, it's something called habeas corpus. I became an expert in it. And I am actually getting people released here. I have one so far 8 previous years. 8. So far,
Te dan sweet tea and medium water.
Well, got out of words. Thanks, man.
Well,
he was saying, open ball. And then you still just put another considering time frame. So you guys that was transferred to him. And they returned it. They're not allowing for me to send the biggest trouble for me that can be sent for the other. You're not going to have to they're trying to have it. I'm going to submit to this one. This one is going to submit to this one. Imagine that. I cannot even help people in other organizations. Have no space. If anyone else, it's happening. Friends, there's a here in the US, I think there's a the person who used to be here is used to be a state person. They have this situation with the killers, the rapists, the murders. They have this situation with the yeah, I was right about that. I saw that ice cream. I can only read the comments. Shit. I don't really want. I don't. Man, the stream. It's gonna get cheap.
That's it.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops. You need such a random caller.
That's
I'm ready. I'm born ready. All right. Invoice Kimberly Advantage 260-999, 260-590-521, 260-727. Bills from currently on behalf of the people, Your Honor. Your Honor, my understanding is that we have a series of reports with repeated violations that these reports are going to be stipulated to. And that's the case. Proceeding with the witness as we have planned. And it's a request of the people that because of the repeated violations that you have had, transfers to the county jail.
But it is accurate stipulate asking that you not made a agreement between
Judge, you've been encouraging her for 2 months to get some sort of a treatment program. She's failed to do that. If she does find a program that will accept her, that's something the court could consider releasing her from the jail to do that. But Judge, the people are seriously concerned about the nature of these offenses, the repeated violations. She poses a risk to herself and to our community. And I'd ask that she be immediately remanded today.
with the service inside.
We've been trying different things to be patient, looking for some compliance or rules to follow. It's good bond. You literally just change things under the then you get certain other behavior. So I was always hoping for the treatment or something, but you just at the point. So so they want to get to work. It's zero correction at this point, so we're county jail, inpatient facility. She finds one that she gets it, and you're able.
Snap a photo, list your item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with zero seller fees, you keep every dollar you earn. Less clutter in your home, more money in your pocket. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on Vinted today.
One has old stuff they should be selling. I just figured out the easiest way to do it. I finally upgraded to the Switch 2, but the only way I could really afford it was if I sold my old one. And selling this stuff used to be a nightmare. Shipping cost.
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, erga sua mão direita.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Você jura solenemente ou afirma
that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
que a declaração que você prestará agora será a verdade, toda a verdade, nada vai ser a verdade? Yeah.
All right, you can lower your hand. Thank you. Please state your name and spell. I need. Rich, can you help her with the microphone, please? Please state your name and spell both your first and last name for us. You have 2 lines.
Declare seu nome completo e solene seu nome e sobrenome aqui, por favor.
Renata Camilo de Val.
Renata Camilo de Val.
B-I-E-A-A-O. B-I-A-A-O.
R-N-A-T-A-M-I-O-L-O. G-E-B-A-R-O.
Thank you. I'm going to need you to keep your voice nice and loud and make sure you speak into that microphone that's right in front of you when you're answering questions.
Vou precisar que você fale alto e com som e fale sempre no microfone que está aí à sua frente ao responder as perguntas.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Barrow.
Bom dia, Carla.
Make sure that we let the interpreter interpret everything before you start responding, okay?
Vou pedir que você aguarde a interpretar a pergunta antes de começar a responder, pode ser?
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Barrow, on April 19th of 2023, do you remember going to the Vallara Lakes apartment?
Dia 19 de abril de 2023, a senhora lembra de ter ido do Velana Lakes Apartments? Yeah.
Why were you going to those apartments on April 19th?
E por que você foi nesses apartamentos no dia 19?
Eu vim encontrar uma amiga e eu vou ajudar ela a limpar uma.
I was there to be a friend and I was going to help her to clean some houses.
Do you remember how or what time you arrived at the apartment complex?
Você se lembra que hora chegou aqui?
Era pela manhã, por volta de 7h50, entre 7h50 e 8h.
It was the morning, maybe between 7:50 and 8 a.m. in the morning.
And how did you arrive to the apartment complex?
E como você chegou?
Eu saí da onde eu morava, peguei o ônibus, voltei próximo ao conjunto, caminhei até o condomínio.
I left my house, I took a bus, and I got off the bus close to where the complex is. I walked until the apartment complex.
Did you have to walk from the front of the apartment complex towards where your friend lived further in the back of the complex?
Então você teve que andar dentro do condomínio até o final do condomínio, da parte de trás, onde a sua amiga mora?
Sim.
Yeah.
And what, if anything, did you observe as you were walking from the front of the apartment complex toward your friend's apartment?
Se você notou alguma coisa ao andar da entrada do condomínio até onde a sua amiga mora, caso tenha notado tudo?
Não, não.
No, I don't. No.
Was anybody else outside while you were walking that morning?
Tinha mais alguém lá fora quando você ia para. Você viu alguém lá fora quando você ia caminhando para a sua amiga?
O caminho é uma rua e no começo não percebi pessoas, mas quando estava entrando, estava vindo outra pessoa entrar, mas não reparei nem que era uma pessoa. Não tem.
So the way that I was walking was a street. And at first I didn't notice. Then I noticed that I noticed there was a person, but I didn't really pay close attention to that person. For me at the time, it wasn't that important.
Okay. And I'm going to show you on the monitor to your left, State Exhibit 7B.
Eu vou mostrar para você, vai aparecer aqui no telão, for marcado como prova 7B.
How long can you pretend to be weak when you're the most dangerous thing in the room? What happens when someone forces you to
On the bottom left of this photograph, is that where you started walking into the apartment complex?
No canto inferior esquerdo aqui dessa página, dessa foto. É aí que você começou a andar em direção ao apartamento da sua amiga?
Sim.
Yeah.
And which direction were you walking the morning of April 19th?
E você foi para qual direção na manhã do dia 19 de abril?
Na direção da Walter Park.
Towards the Walter Park.
Is that Waterford Avenue?
The Waterford Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. At what point while you were walking on Waterford Avenue did you see another individual?
Em que ponto dessa sua caminhada você estava em direção ao Waterford você viu essa pessoa?
Posso mostrar?
Wanted to get to some breaking news. A live look. Well, first, before we get to the live look, just to kind of let you know what we've been tracking and what the New York Post is reporting on. We are hearing of a mass shooting situation in Michigan. 5 people being killed after a suspect like killings.
Yeah, camera.
Camera H.
Yep.
Running.
Yep. No drinks.
No drinks.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You have one today.
Okay.
troopers were dispatched to a home on South Lachamp Road in Lake Township for a report of a person who had been shot. Upon arrival, troopers located 3 dead people and 1 person in critical condition who was transported to an area hospital. The identified suspect, 39-year-old Chad Hickman, fled the scene prior to the troopers' arrival, which initiated a large-scale police response and search with support from the MSP Emergency Support Team and Aviation Canine units. I'll put the picture up once again of 39-year-old Chad Hickman they have here. During the search, according to police, a 4th deceased individual was located at a 2nd separate home in Missaukee County. During the search, troopers observed the suspect's vehicle near a wooded area close to Wetlock Lake in Caldwell Township. As the search continued, troopers located Hickman and another individual deceased in the wooded area. The MSP is asking community members to avoid all 3 areas so investigators can safely and effectively process each scene. I'm being told by our producing team here, Caleb just told me that
This is no longer the party of JFK. Heck, this is not even the Democrat Party of Barack Obama. This is a party that has been totally captivated by these far-left extreme liberals. If these radical extreme liberals are given a chance at power here in Washington, D.C., they will try to obstruct this president and turn our country into a communist hellhole with every extreme liberal policy that they try to implement.
The socialist wing of the Democratic Party poised to extend its winning streak today in swing state Wisconsin, whether the party establishment likes it or not. Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Brian Bremberg, along with my co-host David Asman, Lydia Hu, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, Fox Business senior correspondent Charlie Gasparino. Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Wisconsin Democrats picked their candidate for governor today, and Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is the favorite, despite a record of far-left policy positions, including defunding the police, abolishing prisons, eliminating the U.S. Senate, and, yes, abandoning Thanksgiving. Now Hong is trying to walk back what she calls some bad takes, but that record isn't going away. It's putting establishment Democrats in an uncomfortable position. Charlie, now I know everything west of New Jersey is kind of like no man's land for you, but I think Wisconsin really matters.
I love places west of New Jersey. By the way, I've been to that town of Madison. I once had a lecture at the University of Wisconsin, at Madison, and it is so left wing. Even this was like 15 years ago.
I'm with you. Madison's very left wing, but some are saying Democrats are going to fumble the ball here with these primary victories by the DSA type candidate.
I mean, I think they will, and here's why. I mean, it's just such an overreach. If they just elected Amy Klobuchar types, they would clean house, because just being based on the president's approval ratings and the fact that it's an off-year election, it's just everything's in their favor. You just have to have someone somewhat normal that eats with a fork and knife, so to speak, and you might be able to.
Amy Klobuchar is famous for eating her salad with a comb once, so that's true.
That's true.
So you just I'm just saying it might not take a fork and knife. Please continue.
Corrected me. I rarely sort of tout the competition, but Andrew Kaczynski over at CNN has this fascinating story about deleted social media posts by Abdul El Sayed, the Senate candidate from neighboring Michigan, and it is so nuts. It is so out there. It makes it's literally in line with her. I just don't see how mainstream Democrats are going to vote for that. It's about anti-Israel, anti-white. By the way, this is a guy that said football is toxic. God knows what he thinks about boxing, which I used to do.
But Jackie, they're trying to kind of the backpedal here. Hong is sort of trying to walk back and saying that she had some bad takes.
Right.
Okay. Takes or bad takes.
So that's okay.
And AOC is kind of saying, well, 1.0 was crazy, but we're not in that world anymore. So I think even they recognize some of what they said can't work.
Absolutely.
Do you think that kind of walk back is going to work?
Is it going to work with voters? It's a good question. It's certainly not going to work with me, but I don't have a vote in the Democrat primary for governor in Wisconsin. So we'll see what happens. That is one of the most extreme of the extremely tight swing states there are in the country. So we'll see how Democrats there feel about this. But you can't go put your feelings out on social media, verbalize them, and then do a 180 when you realize that that's maybe not what's going to get you elected. And that is all that is happening here. She hated Thanksgiving. Now she loves Thanksgiving. She wanted to abolish the Senate, defund the police, rip up the Constitution, pack the courts. She doesn't want to do any of that anymore. She's more reasonable now. She's grown, Brian. Right. She's grown, okay? And the one thing with AOC, everybody's sort of laughing about it like it's a joke, and she's laughing about it, but it's not funny at all. She's thinking about presidential aspirations and realizing that this messaging doesn't go wide in this country and it doesn't resonate with a larger swath of people. And so she's changing her tune now so that people can say, oh, see, she learned and she grew and here we are. But, you know, was it Maya Angelou who said, when people show you who they are, believe them? And when you put it out there and you put it in writing, in politics, I don't really think you have an opportunity to do a 180 when it's time for an election that will benefit you.
And here's how crazy these people are. I didn't know this guy really until now. This is Hassan Piker. Okay. Have you ever just spent 5 minutes? We're going to. My point is this: they all associate with him.
So, Charlie,
every one of them.
Charlie, you're the best. You just gave me. I want to bring in Hassan Piker into the studio here. Let's get to it. If you don't know the name,
bring him into the studio.
You will soon. He's a socialist streamer who may be one of the most influential voices on the Democratic far left. He is no longer on the fringe. He's going mainstream with a glowing profile in Rolling Stone magazine. In it, he defends his claims that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, calling the comment intentionally provocative. He's been outspoken in his admiration for communist China, so much so that even his own mom described his love of China as outlandish. Lydia, I'm coming your way on this. Charlie brought it up. Hassan Piker, the key is he's not on the fringe. He matters. The Senate candidate in Michigan, El Sayed, campaigned with Tyson. He saw him as a
Hey, how's it going? Good. Thanks. Enjoy. Have a good one.
It's 30. China. I think a great question for what happened to the man in 1989 that stood in Tiananmen Square before the tank? Before we don't know what happened to him. He was disappeared for standing up for against oppression and for rights and liberties of the Chinese people that were being taken away right before the world's eyes. No one knows what happened to that man. No one can confidently tell you whether he was executed, imprisoned, because China just disappears people. And Hassan Piker is out here telling us that China is a roadmap, a way of the future. People gotta hold their children and ask some questions like that. The other problem I would say is that young people enchanted. There was a Michigan, a local article from Michigan State when he appeared alongside the Senate candidate in Michigan a couple of months ago. And most of the students at Michigan State said they came not to hear from the candidates. They wanted to hear from Hassan Piker himself. He's got reach, he's got influence, and I think it's really
He's a celebrity.
But he's
They
not
like the
big.
celebrity.
Could we just get off?
Yeah, that's true.
That either Piker or Hum or however you pronounce her name, or the Rolling Stone for that matter, is mainstream. It's not. These are not mainstream. Charlie mentioned the Democrats as the other party. No, there's a bigger party. There's a bigger party than the Republicans and the Democrats. It's the Independents. The Independents are 40% of the voters in this country. 58% of all adult Americans own stock of some kind. 60% of American households. About the same amount live in owner-occupied buildings. They're talking about getting rid of all private property, as good Marxists do. They talk about decommodifying housing, which is getting rid of private property. They talk about getting rid of a corporate America. If you were an enemy of the United States, say the CCP, for example, just for example, the CCP, how would you undermine the United States of America if you wanted to destroy
This
the
is
US?
very scary.
You do exactly what the DSA says you should do. You would eliminate private property, you would get rid of corporate America, and you would get rid of our Defense Department. All of those points are in the DSA national platform. This is not mainstream America at all. Coming up, what we have been dealing with are primaries. Let me finish. There's an election coming up which is going to involve that great middle, and I'm talking about the independent voters, the 40% of American voters. The more they are exposed to this kind of communist radical stuff that is exactly the opposite of what they've spent their whole lives living, what they have spent their whole lives investing in. Every middle class American family that represents these people I'm talking right now has either a direct family member or some family member who's been in the military, who has seen members of their family shed blood for the American flag. These people want to wipe their dirty hands on. That is not. Well,
we know they're bad. Wait a second. We know they're bad. You're dismissing them at the threat.
I'm not dismissing. I'm ready to take them on. The Democrats, like the Democrats and the
when you say this is a mainstream,
and it is affecting the Republicans as well as the Democrats are afraid of it.
Let me make one point. You think there's that much difference between Hassan Piker, his policy standpoints, and much of the stuff that Kamala Harris said? Think about it.
She's not saying it the way that he said it.
But she's endorsing, you go down the line, much of the same stuff. Same with Joe Biden. My point is the Democratic Party, and this is scary, has been hijacked by lunatics. By the way, you presented a very sanitized portion of Hassan Piker's stuff. Now, there's stuff that we cannot say on this air. It's so disgusting, so vile about killing and rape and the other stuff. About letting all the immigrants in and let them do X, Y, and Z to change the color of the gun. I mean, this is like, this guy is sick. And the Democratic candidate for Senate in Michigan campaigned with him. Yeah. So does everybody else. Bernie Sanders is not distanced himself. Hillary Clinton barely said something about it. He develops the victor. His magma shield absorbs any blow, while his massive cuts team damage.
Yeah, what's up, man? I got bottom half. Okay. Thanks, man.
Won't mention his name.
I really want to make a point, David. I agree with you, but I also think what Piker and people like that are doing is corrupting the youth. So sadly, when the generation that you're talking about moves on in life and passes, you're going to have young people, the same young people who voted Zohran Mamdani in here, and think that
New York, so that was not mainstream America.
But if you corrupt young people, and we talk about the education system all of the time, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow.
The education system is horrible.
Slippery slope for the future. And I know we have to go, but I want to make this point. I saw a powerful social media post that I want to share with you. It was a picture of a woman named Brooke Jackman, 23 years old, died in the towers on 9/11. The audio accompanying the post was her calling her mother, crying, saying goodbye, explaining the situation that she was in. Next month is the 25th anniversary of 9/11. We are living in a city where I never thought that a mayor that would not condemn the phrase globalized intifada, which stands with terrorism, essentially. He's saying that he wants to go down and stand at 9/11, and a lot of people have a very big problem with that,
right?
And for a very good reason. If Brooke Jackman was alive, she would be 48 years old today. She was a beautiful girl. She was only a couple of years older than me. And it brings you back to that moment where you remember where you were and what happened in this city. And at that time, David, I never thought I would see this. And here we are.
So it happens incrementally, and that's why we can't totally dismiss it. Now, yes, the country, if you went down the line of everything that Piker stands for, the country or El Said, we're going to find out a lot more. Probably like that. But if you look at the Democratic platform, which almost beat Trump.
Yeah. Well, look, this is why we talk about what's happening in Wisconsin. It matters. You have the vote because people have a choice.
The general in November is going to be key. If they lose big time, then the Democrats have got to totally recalibrate. If they don't, then maybe I'm with you in thinking that this is more of a threat. Right now, I'm betting on the American middle, which is huge still, and it's totally invested in exactly what these people are against.
All right, place your bets.
Wait, no selling fees on Vinted? Yep, earn cash from homeware, fashion, sports gear, collectibles, books, toys, and more. Just download the app, snap your items, and a detailed A U.S. official told CNN that the USS George Washington carrier group is headed to the region to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln. That follows conditions, mental health, spent more than 200 in credit. There were reports of crew members trying to go and about conditions. Joining retired U.S. Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Colonel, sure have you join us to talk about this because I vision you have exactly the kind of experience and perspective to help us understand this. So we have the reports, not just of the overboard sailor, but of the conditions on Lincoln that sailors deal with, shortages of items like soap, the most hearty of meals, in the shower, et cetera, et cetera. I think would make even a short stint at sea unpleasant, right? Plus 2+ days. And that's not to mention the actual job that these service members are tasked with.
Definitely was something that impacted the quality of the deployment and the ability to carry out your job in a and communications capabilities and things we kind of take for granted in everyday life. You definitely experience of a lifetime, but it's also an experience where hardships that you to deployments at sea.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth addressing some of these reports while taking to reporters in Panama. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Every group captain and everything we provide them in every single moment. And I have respect, gratitude for those sailors and anybody.
All right. So a couple of things to unpack there. One, everything that can be provided is provided. That's not the same as saying we give them everything they need. And two, it's well documented at this point that Secretary Hegseth has been pushing for this culture. Is that a culture that allows for service members to actually, when they've reached a breaking point, or does it filter family members?
Yeah, so that taking the second part first, I would say that the warrior culture that Secretary Hegseth is trying to impart on the Department of Defense may conflict with the services that the Navy provides with other services. Their members are really there to protect them both psychologically as well as physically. So one of the key things to remember in any type of deployment, whether it's with the Navy or the Army or the Air Force or the Marine Corps or the Space Force, it really is based on the ability of people to protect each other. You fight for your buddy, basically. You fight for the guy next to you in the foxhole is the kind of the old adage here. And the ability of teams to work together becomes a paramount thing when it comes to these kinds of deployments, because you really have to depend on each other when you're out at sea or when you're in a remote location. And that's basically what you're dealing with here. The Navy has a unique culture. It has unique traditions. The warrior ethos that Secretary Hegseth talks about, there's a certain tough guy image associated with that. The issue, though, is this: even tough guys need help. And the ability of people to get help, no matter what their gender, no matter what their situation, is really something that the modern military has gotten much better at. You saw like the service or therapy dog that Pamela Brown had in her report on the Lincoln. That's the kind of thing that's a more modern, more innovative approach. And that is really in keeping with the kind of warrior culture that you want to instill. You want to instill a culture of teamwork. And frankly, the wars of the present and the wars of the future are going to be ones in which the mental ability and the mental and psychological health of the people involved is going to be much more important than almost any other factor in the ability of the unit to become a cohesive whole. And that's when you're a cohesive whole and you carry out the mission.
And Colonel, we have just about a minute left. So this other carrier group, the USS George Washington, is on its way to the Middle East to relieve the Lincoln. A U.S. official has said this was pre-planned before these reports. But the length of the time the Lincoln's been at sea without a port call, setting that modern-day record, according to Senator Blumenthal. One of the lawmakers wanting some answers. What could those lawmakers actually accomplish here in this moment, if anything, by asking questions about this deployment, especially knowing that change is already on the way with this new carrier?
Yeah, so what they really should be looking at is the kinds of lessons learned that we can take from this. For example, you don't want food to run out. You don't want sailors on board a ship like the Lincoln to have issues getting fruits and vegetables. Back in the age of exploration, you had the issue of scurvy, and that kind of vitamin deficiency disease is something that really had an impact on sailors at that time in history, and you don't want to repeat those kinds of things. We are supposed to be much more forward-thinking when it comes to deployments and the ability of us to maintain our health in remote environments, and that is really something that they should look at. The supply efforts, the ability of ships like this to actually make port calls to kind of normalize the routine. All of those things become important, and those are the types of questions that the senators and congressmen should be asking about.
Joining me now from Honolulu, Hawaii, is retired
we're gonna, this is what's funny. She literally said it from the start. She knows that she's not attractive. She said that. I didn't say that. She said that. I find her attractive. But society, she feels, don't find her attractive. And that's okay if they don't. But because of that, she has a superficial, or not superficial, but she has a complex about showing herself on YouTube.
If anyone in this room found out what I wouldn't make it out alive. Quinn.
We have a well-known professor who is going to educate us on the topic of dark matter. Professor Michio Kaku is here with us today, and we so appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here on Chicago Live. Okay, I cannot hear him. I believe you might be muted.
Okay, hi, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, well, I'm going to present to you a mystery that's so profound that if you figure it out, you could win the next Nobel Prize in Physics and be declared the next Einstein.
Oh boy.
Here's the problem. It's a very simple problem. We live in the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy looks like a pinwheel. It spins like a pinwheel. But when you calculate the rate of rotation of the Milky Way galaxy, it turns out that it spins too fast. It doesn't spin like it's supposed to spin. Therefore, astronomers threw their hands up and said, maybe there's a halo that surrounds the Milky Way galaxy that explains why it doesn't rotate like it should. But a photograph of the Milky Way galaxy, you've seen it, looks like a pancake, looks like a flying saucer. Where is this mysterious dark matter that holds it together? It's invisible. In other words, we are now postulating a new form of matter that's invisible, matter that weighs 10 times the weight of ordinary matter. And if you could figure out what this invisible matter is that holds the Milky Way galaxy together, you could win the next Nobel Prize. And you can imagine a lot of scientists are jumping in on the bandwagon, making all sorts of crazy proposals as to what is holding the Milky Way galaxy together. And by rights, it's just fly apart like a pinwheel. At 4th of July, you see these pinwheels spiral out of control. That should be the way the Milky Way galaxy is, but the galaxy is stable. And it's been stable for billions and billions of years, and we're clueless as to why. Now, one candidate is called string theory, which is what I do for a living. The string theory says that the neutron, the proton, the electron, they're nothing but musical notes on a rubber band. So this is the electron, if you can magnify it somehow. This is the proton. This is my meson. They're nothing but musical notes on a string. And so how come we have hundreds of subatomic particles? It's music. Music that vibrates, that creates the subatomic particles that make up chemistry. So when you think of all the elements that make up atoms, you realize you're just talking about vibrations of a string. But, and here's the catch, string theory also predicts that there are higher vibrations. the vibrations of the next octave. If you're a musician, you know that there's another octave beyond the lowest octave. That's dark matter. So we think that dark matter is a higher musical note, higher music that surrounds the Milky Way galaxy. And if you could ever figure out what dark matter is, tell me first. And we'll win the Nobel Prize together.
Okay, we'll do it together. Oh my goodness. I mean, it makes your head spin as you're kind of trying to conceptualize all of these things. What are some of the other theories out there?
Well, like I said, most people think that the world is made out of atoms, and there are 100 or so kinds of atoms, and that's it.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
But now we have atom smashers that tell us that there are thousands of different kinds of subatomic particles. Why should nature be so malicious to create thousands of subatomic particles? The leading theory is that they're nothing but higher musical notes. That the lowest vibration is the electron, the neutron, the proton. That's the lowest vibration. But there are higher vibrations, higher harmonics. So think of a piano. What you see around you is just the lowest notes on the piano. The higher notes make up the rest of the galaxy. And if you can figure that out, what are these higher notes which are invisible? There's a Nobel Prize waiting for you, and you'll be declared the next Einstein.
So let's say whoever figures it out, what does that open up? What possibilities does that open up to us?
Well, it explains where we came from. It explains the Big Bang. It explains the origin of the universe itself. You see, we have a theory which is called string theory, and it works pretty well all the way down to the instant of the Big Bang. But at the Big Bang, all hell breaks loose. Nobody has a complete theory of creation itself. And that's where this new dark matter could come into play. And also realize that it's not just dark matter, there's also something called dark energy, which is even more prevalent. Dark energy is the energy of nothing. It's the reason why the universe expands. Why does the universe expand? Because there's something called dark energy, which is even more powerful than dark matter, which is responsible for the spin of the Milky Way galaxy. So in other words, we physicists are realizing that we are children. We are children trying to understand the basic nature of the Big Bang and reality itself.
And why do you think it still hasn't been named a thing? Why do you think this is a theory why do you think it's still a theory and not something that's been proven yet? That the information is not readily available to us yet in society?
Well, the bottom line is, I hate to be a party pooper. People can spin off theories all the time. I get a lot of theories in the mail every day. But the bottom line is you got to test it. And that's where satellites come in. One day we hope to send satellites out there or create detectors called spark chambers on the planet Earth that'll detect the presence of this invisible matter. Think about it. It's a new form of matter. It's invisible. It has weight, and it holds the galaxy together. If it wasn't for dark matter, the galaxy would have spun out of control billions of years ago, and we would be floating lifeless in outer space. So thank goodness for dark matter. It holds the galaxy together. But what is it? We're clueless. We simply don't know. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, what is it? The more we know, the more you know, more things change, the more things stay the same. When we find out, like, okay, we learn new things, but at the same time, we still don't know so much.
That's right. People think of knowledge like a pancake. The larger the pancake, the more unknown there is of the pancake that you don't understand. So the bigger the universe is, the more unknowns we find. And the big unknown right now is where the Big Bang came from. The secret lies in dark energy, dark matter. That explains the Big Bang. But where did they come from? What is it made of? Sorry about that. We're clueless. And like I said, if you ever figured it out.
How close do you to an answer?
Well, we do have a proposal. It's called String theory says all the vibrations are like musical notes on a violin string. Thousands of notes you can make on a violin string, but it's only one string. We think that all of matter is nothing but vibrations of one string. It has many forms, it has many frequencies, but all of it boils down to what is called string theory. Now, what's the problem with string theory? String theory predicts are at the dimensions in hyperspace. This is something of science fiction. In science fiction, we don't talk except in the movie, but that's where string theory lives. String theory lives in 11-dimensional hyperspace. It blows people's minds away.
Well, feels like my mind is blown today. To tell you are a theoretical physicist. So, in the range of things that you have tried to answer, where did this range?
Well, we're beginning to understand the nature of reality itself. We can now explain down from the incident of the Big Bang all the way out to the end of the universe itself. Everything in between the Big Crunch, and the Big Freeze, everything in between we can understand using the atomic theory. But then it breaks down. All hell breaks down because once you get to the Big Bang itself, then you begin to realize that maybe atoms are not stable at that point. We have not just one particle, but a whole slew of subatomic particles. And all of a sudden, we realize Mother Nature is more crafty than we originally thought. We thought we had a handle. We thought we knew everything from the Big Bang to the Big Freeze. Everything in between we thought we knew. We begin to realize that we don't understand the Big Bang. And we don't understand the end of the universe either. It's sad. If you ever figured it out, tell me.
What are some of the other questions you're working to answer right now?
Well, we're building huge atom smashers that cost billions and billions of dollars to catalog and give names to these things. It used to be so simple. In the 1930s, there was the neutron, the proton, and the electron. And that's it, folks. It seems so simple. Then we discovered the mesons, and we discovered the hadrons and the leptons. Now we are drowning in subatomic particles. And so what are they? The leading theory is, get this, that all these subatomic particles are nothing but music of vibrating strings. Because if I take a string and I vibrate it, how many different kinds of vibrations can you make on a string? An infinite number. You can bend it any which way, and it never breaks. And so we think that ultimately the nature of reality itself is based on vibrating strings that vibrate in 11-dimensional hyperspace.
How does it help us to better understand things on Earth, though?
Well, this theory not only explains the universe of the Big Bang that happened roughly 12, 13 billion years ago, it also explains perhaps where the universe is going, how the universe will eventually die, or will it die? There's a debate among scientists right now. Some say the universe will expand and then stop, and then recontract, and then begin to create a second Big Bang. And these Big Bangs go on forever. Another theory says, no. There's a multiverse of parallel universes. What we have is a bubble bath. Our universe is a bubble, but it coexists with other bubbles out there in a bubble bath of universes. This is called the multiverse theory. And believe it or not, even Marvel Comics got wind of it. And all the superheroes of Marvel Comics live in the multiverse. And that's why you have not just Spider-Man, but you have counter Spider-Man and different parallel Spider-Man. So we physicists, some of us do believe in a multiverse of universes, that our universe is not alone, that our universe does not necessarily have to die in a Big Bang.
Hmm. And how would the in more practical theory than what we've seen with Superman, what would the multiverse like? What would be the effects from what we know versus what's happening out there in a multiverse?
Well, think of a bubble bath of blooms that you a bubble bath. However, we think that these bubbles can sometimes touch each other. They can then merge to create a bigger bubble. And the connection between them is called a wormhole. A wormhole is a gateway through space and time. Now, the first mention of a wormhole in the literature was done by Lewis Carroll, otherwise known as the mathematician Charles Dodgson, who wrote Alice in Wonderland. The looking glass is a gateway between Oxford and Wonderland. Today, we physicists create wormholes. We think that wormholes we can create them in our mathematics. Wormholes are gateways between universes. And maybe, just maybe, one day we may be able to use a wormhole to break the light barrier. This, of course, is still science fiction, but there are some physicists who think that perhaps we can go faster than the speed of light, reach the stars using a wormhole, which is a gateway, in the same way that Alice went to Wonderland. Perhaps one day we will be able to go faster than the speed of light and enter a parallel universe. This means that perhaps one day we'll be able to reach the stars. And believe it or not, there are some scientists who think that maybe the aliens have already done this. Why is it that aliens can reach the Earth when we're so far away from these aliens? It would take thousands and thousands of years for an alien species to reach the Earth, but not if they can create a hole in space and time. And believe it or not, string theory does have solutions which allow for gateways between universes. And again, this is still conjectural, no proof. I repeat, no proof. But there are scientists who think that, yeah, maybe there's a multiverse of universes and we can travel between them interdimensionally.
Okay, so do you think that like the Marvel movies get it right?
Well, I think that's where the inspiration came from. If you take a look at the old Star Treks, right? Where did they get all those special effects and those ideas come from? They came from Einstein. In 1935, for the first time in history, Albert Einstein talked about the possibility of a gateway to a parallel universe. And of course, he didn't think we'd be able to build a machine that could do that. But now we're actually thinking about our future. Maybe one day we'll be able to punch a hole through space and time the way they do it on Star Trek. So again, the inspiration.
5-3.
Okay, and you mentioned.
All right, you know what?
So before I let you go, I have to ask you your thoughts on the UFO file.
Well, I think it's longer. You know, tricks match, but. Oh no, I see why it's, but. So we're gonna go.
You can put a big one in the bag if you can.
Yeah. We got you, man.
Or if you could. And so right now.
Wait, clutter unvented? Yep, earn cash from homeware, fashion, sports gear, collect books.
String theory is out there. This
I'm gonna go down. If you want me to see your chat, you gotta like start super chatting. Now for sure see your message. Otherwise, if I don't see your message, the chat will that's you gotta super chat and I'll for sure read your message. Now back to the point at hand. Especially if you're writing a long, drawn out message, then I might see. So once again, guys, my son and my daughter job. I usually have a job that I make my guaranteed money with. Right now, this job is delivering medical supplies. And then I do my sports betting on the side. And so Royce for $2 super chat said bonus watch. Yeah, I'm going to teach anybody how to bonus watch on my Patreon. Once again, if you sign up for Patreon for free, the next 2 weeks they're going to be free. But when the money is time to be making the real money, because football, if you don't pay for it, you don't get to see it. And once again, if you don't like it after a couple weeks, you can get your refund. It's right here. I'm telling you right now, you get your refund. And if you think I'm lying about that, then hold me accountable. Hold me accountable. All you gotta do is just be in the chat, say you didn't give me a refund, and then I'll let you pop up on StreamYard and I'll let you show on your phone that you have an active account and that you try to get a refund, I denied you a refund. I'm not gonna block you all day. Anybody sends that, you will have access to come on the panel. Of course, I'm gonna have myself on the pick screen. I'm gonna have you back to the office. I can make sure you're a real person. You're not trying to do, corny. But yeah, boom, I got you. And worst case, you're gonna go over to that other channel and try to, act like I didn't pay you. And obviously, like I can show that nobody tried to refund. Because it says on my panel, my StreamYard, on my Patreon, it shows people requested refunds. And it's gonna say it right there. If I denied the refund or not. Nah, nobody's gonna ask for a refund because I'm not good. I don't see the ones to get that. You gotta remember, I'm not good. I'm sorry. People hate this. And when I say I'm good at everything I do, I'm good at everything I do. Nobody's gonna ask for a refund unless they're just down with money right now and need money to live. Because my strategy is that, it's that good. Like you print money and you don't want to lose on that opportunity. Because if you ask for a refund, you don't get to come back if I know who you are and you rock with me at that point. I'm not letting you back. Now, if you ask for a refund, I don't know you, and I get it. You can come back. You can say, "Hey, I changed my mind," but I'm not playing that game with people getting membership and ask for refunds every day. Gig Life Girl, you don't have to do that. You can just ask me for a refund. You go to your credit card company, you have to show that you got defrauded, and you do realize that Patreon disputes that, right? So if you do that, that's just stupid. I'm bringing up the refund because I want to avoid a whole narrative going on. I'm about to steal people's money, and people are I need your money for me to live. I don't need your money. I'm doing this because I'm not doing this for free. I value myself too much at this point to be talking and giving up the game for free when I know it's valuable. That's the reason why I'm telling people anybody can get a refund. I don't care. Hit the like button, guys, if you don't mind. Tap that screen double time for me. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button already. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really. Okay, here's guys. Remember, I'm on my medication, so I'm more calculated right now. Nothing can get me mad. Nothing gets me mad right now. I'm just chilling. I'm living my best life. I don't know what to tell you. I'm living my best life. I'm about to be making a bag of money. I'm about to go get food, get home, shower, get ready. Like, for example, today, I need to sit at home in bed all day. But I'm going to be, no, right now, this is going to be surging because it's rainy Saturday. So after 6, it's going to be nonstop surprise all day. After 6, the clock is going to be surging. It's going to be surging. So I'm going to be doing Lyft today to pretty much make, I'm going to do Lyft to make $200 today from like 5, work like 6 o'clock till 2 a.m. like 8 hours. Because I'm going to be averaging about $33 to $40 an hour Saturday. And then when I do it, I'm going to put that in my account. And but there's no need to and I like it right bed on the lap. You can get back. I'm not going to worry about. I'm not going to worry about not. Now, you can probably let it off. I'm going to. I want to bonus watch it. So that's what we got there. But it's that. Guys, this is bonus watching. It's bonus watching, guys. So everything I'm doing is guys. Everything I'm doing is gambling. There's no way around it. Everything I'm doing is everything I'm doing is gambling. There's no instance where I've gotten gambling costs right now. There's no instances about it. It's all gambling. So understand. Say that as problems. Say that as couch right here. Awesome.
JPN Detention Center has left the channel. JPN Detention Center has joined the channel.
Guys, 13 inches. Or listen. Check something real fast.
67 Monkey has left. 67 Monkey has joined the channel.
Almost that guys. Just keep one second. Love that guy. That's sort of that phone helps. Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, right there. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if that hang out with every most part. What else we got? Question is, guys. Question is, question is, question for me. Question for comment. Jackson. Right. How long have we having for a spot? So I stopped like 10 years ago, or let's say 8 years ago. I stopped for spots, and then I stopped for basketball back about 14 years. Never won all the students. I stopped. So that's where we're at with that. But guys, like I'm gonna get paid with that. I'm gonna get paid. Nothing big. That makes sense. Guys, by the way, still I'm looking at the count, you know, the gigs out. Like you guys act like I'm in here for like my account. Look at it. I'm not around to go. Look, guys, if you think that I lost, uh, that much money, and nothing I can change this. I think I lost that much money. Y'all got it. I just that's a close to operation. Yeah. But I think that got it. Nothing I have to change. You got but I've lost that much. I've lost everything. Why don't you go about $10,000 bankroll working? I got bills to pay every month. I'm not going to be able to work up $10,000. It's crazy. I never ever said I threw all my money. Yeah, I never said that. When did I ever say I can't? Never said that. But believe it, you got it. I never denounced sports betting. I said that at this point, I don't have a life for sports betting. My channel, I said, I don't make money doing. I don't pretty much make money in the long run doing sports betting sometimes because there's too many days that there's no betting to do and I don't stop. Like there's no betting to do if I just go with the flow. That's how I bet on anything that's available. So I'm saying that I'm not gonna do that. I'm not to make sure that I'm done. Shout out to Marcus and shout out to Panther Trade in the building. Yes, I'm working. So I should work. This is what's so crazy. Like once again, there's too many of you guys that are like used to like just getting by. That you really understand that the guys built to the that business $1,000 on a random Saturday that football, and he's able to go get up $4,000 sports betting. You're gonna tell him to stop and go do something that pays $22 an hour because you don't like to see him prosper with a big bag. That's pretty much what you're saying, which is crazy work. No point in telling me that because it ain't gonna work. So my son was the profitable sports betting, and I'll be proud of him. He turned to profit sports betting, doing it legally and doing it the right way. I was proud of him. I'm happy that he's able to feed his family and take care of business. Was something that would be fun to do. Oh boy, what would I do?
Not taking anything out, girl. Sit.
I think you guys forgot that. I think you guys are getting that. Then y'all can't deal with what I do with you guys.
Please begin scanning.
Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Happy about that. That's a whole lot of things to be happy about that. For a second, on a live, you guys are making this. That's incredibly bad for. It ain't bad, guys. We're not down bad. Ain't a hard thing. Okay, so Jay girl, you're going crazy in the chat. Maybe you haven't had to borrow from anybody because you haven't had a business. You realize when you have a business, you have to borrow. It ain't that big of a deal. You actually want to have a hard money loan, which is somebody like friend, family, or just a hard money loan over a loan. So I don't get it. But look, I ain't get off here. I'm gonna go to that. Look, y'all don't know what's about to happen now. Appreciate the opportunity. I will be back on my Patreon, guys. The link to the Patreon is in the description. I'll be on there at 5:30. 5:30, I'll be on Patreon. Appreciate the opportunity, and that's all I got. Peace.
$30 packs left. I don't know what I got. I mean, your pack's gonna get shipped to you sealed unless you want to rip. Cool. So here we go again with what could be a plot in a sci-fi thriller, but is reality.
Researchers in the US have for the first time used artificial intelligence to design new viruses.
Been held a very significant turning point. What could possibly go wrong?
There's also concern that the technology could create new and yet unheard of bioweapons.
It does sound like something from a sci-fi movie, but this is real. A US team have used artificial intelligence to design completely new viruses. Well, coming up, we'll assess what it means, including questions it raises about safety and biosecurity. First, what exactly did the researchers actually do?
AI has been used to design simple structures like antibiotics before.
But now, for the first time, AI has designed the entire genetic code, the whole genome of viruses that aren't found in nature.
Scientists took these AI designs and attempted to make them in a lab.
It works a bit like ChatGPT, but instead of predicting sequences of words, these AI models predict the language of life.
And instead of being trained on books and websites, these AI models were trained on genetic codes from viruses, bacteria, plants, and people.
They were then refined to create a type of virus known as a bacterial phage, which infect only specific species of bacteria.
16 virus designs were a success and were able to kill bacteria in tests.
So that's what the US team managed to do, but how big a deal is it? Our health correspondent, James Gallagher, assesses the significance of the research.
This is a real step up in the power of what AI has been able to do in this kind of field. So we've already seen generative artificial intelligence tools being used to come up with designs for new antibiotics and for new vaccines, whereas this is looking at the whole genetic code, the entire genome of viruses, generating those in the computer. And the way that was done is the scientists were trying to develop new types of virus called phage. And what they do is they infect bacteria so that there's no risk. You don't need to be terrified. There's no risk to human beings. They infect bacteria. And what they did was they got the AI to generate the genetic code, suggest the genetic codes. Then the scientists picked 300 that they thought were most promising, test those in the laboratory. So they actually then made those viruses as designed by the AI. And they found that 16 of those were able to fully function in the laboratory. So they were infecting bacteria, they were replicating inside those bacteria, and that's the first time this has been done.
Well, the breakthrough has been labelled a very significant turning point in science that could unlock a new era for treating disease. But experts have also warned AI-designed viruses raise urgent safety and security concerns. But let's start with the benefit. Here's Dr. Simon Clark, a microbiologist from the University of Reading.
Some people have suggested that you could use these types of viruses which attack bacteria to wipe out, to kill bacteria that are causing infections that are resistant to antibiotics. So it's potentially a novel strategy for dealing with antibiotic resistance. There are all sorts of other problems around that. One of which is that bacteria become resistant to the viruses as well, not just the antibiotics. So by generating new versions of virus, you can get around that resistance. I have to say, when I read this, I thought, yeah, really, you're actually just hanging this research, this piece of study on that hook. Really, they've done this, I think, because they could. This is an important proof principle, and as AI gets more capable, you might expect it to be able to tailor or engineer other forms of life.
So, what about the risks? Well, concerns have already been raised that the same technology could be used maliciously to create new diseases. Here's Simon Clark again.
Study is not a risk to human health. It's important to stress that. But it does show that, in theory, it is possible to generate synthetic forms of life, forms of viruses which don't exist in nature, and therefore that in itself could present a risk to human health. We should say that the AI models that they used here can't do that, but there's nothing to stop somebody coming up with a different AI model that potentially could. In this country, there are all sorts of protections and regulations for doing studies like this, and there would be in the United States too. But of course, if a bad actor was so minded to do something like that, then they wouldn't really worry themselves about the normal health and safety rules that control what people like me do.
Finally, let's look at the wider impact of artificial intelligence on healthcare. Here again is our health correspondent, James Gallagher.
The more practical tools are not like this. So this is kind of like the very cutting edge. No one's entirely sure where this technology is going to go. The grand vision of this kind of designing biology in a computer that could then be replicated in the real world, but isn't actually something that naturally exists in nature. That could open up new possibilities for new drug treatments or these kinds of phage viruses that infect bacteria. Maybe those could be used to treat bacterial infections. But it's a little bit more mundane in terms of how AI at the moment is being used in most of healthcare. So it's things like transcribing doctor's notes and providing summaries to make those more time efficient. There's a lot of work going on whether artificial intelligence tools can look at lots of scans, say mammograms as part of breast cancer screening, and see if they can be. It's a little bit more mundane, the very cutting edge science that we're talking about, especially where it's rolled out with us. And that's all you need to know about AI generated science.
Now you're looking great. I think we're on something real special, and it's coming from our founder here.
in particular, but family across the board here has really leaned in and stepped up. And so I think we have something very, very special.
How's the meeting? It was good. It was productive. It's my bestie. We just kind of do our brainstorming stuff, kind of get everything more tangible. Start a new business. Shocker. Everyone knows me. I kind of like to do stuff, don't really tell people, but then all of a sudden, boom, it's there.
The 2015 top draft pick, 3-time WNBA champion, 6-time All-American, the one and only John Lloyd.
So, guys, yeah, I've done a lot of great things. I've done stuff, and it's great, and champion, all that good stuff. But it's like, I just want to hoop. Like, I want to hoop the right way every single time. So that means that I love it. I mean, like, I show my people the same way, and I show it to my dad the same way. He has that joy, like, without being like, take that away. And that's what I have right now. Here I am. For one, with this. Absolutely. I love that we're bonding right now.
Robinhood can help you build your crypto portfolio, starting for as little as $1. Download Robinhood.
If you're still ripping hobby boxes, you might want to check this out. I found this app called Courtyard.
The number one surprise for me over the last month, I've been spending a lot of time with the largest wealth management platforms in the world, right? Whether it's the Wells Fargo or the UBSs or the Stifels, et cetera. The most surprising thing to me about those conversations is just this recognition that those ships turn slowly towards crypto, and they really don't care about the short-term price.
Is it time to buy crypto, or is the bear market going to last a few more months? Is the Bitcoin bottom in, or are we going to see new lows this summer? And how long do we have to wait to find out the answers to these questions? Hello, and welcome to the Milk Road Show, the podcast that knows that the Clarity Act is sort of dead, but sort of still alive, but whatever it is, it's definitely not clear. I'm your host, John Gill, and today is Wednesday, August 12th, and today we are joined by Matt Hogan of Bitwise. Matt is the Chief Investment Officer at Bitwise. Brian Rasmussen, the Head of Research, was supposed to join today, but could not because he is in London on work, so I will troll him on Twitter about that later. These are some of our favorite guests here at Milk Road, so make sure you like and subscribe. Share this episode with somebody who's going to enjoy it. As a reminder, our podcast today is free, and that would not be possible without our wonderful partners at Saber.money, the stablecoin payments platform built for Asia, so keep an ear out for more information about them later in the episode. For now, welcome back to the Milk Road Show. Matt, how are you?
I'm glad to be here. Glad to hear Ryan getting drunk a little bit for the conversation.
Likewise, yeah, it's always good to have an opportunity to troll Ryan a little bit. Matt, I thought a good place to start the conversation today would be with the most recent CIO memo that you'd written. And in this, you talked all about what to expect from the Clarity Act if it fails. The line that stuck out to me was, first, it won't really die. Second, crypto will march ahead anyway. Could you elaborate a little bit more on this for all of us?
Yeah, absolutely. I was worried when I was writing the memo that everyone was expecting the final news on the Clarity Act by August 5th or August 7th because Congress was going into recess. And we had circled those dates on our calendar for months. We had talked about August. And what occurred to me is that that's not the way Washington works. As we sort of started to approach that, you heard this senator or that senator start to talk about maybe we could address it in September, or maybe we could do it in the late duck session. So what I wanted to prepare people for was that the event we were going to finally have happen, sort of deciding moment for clarity, was going to be a fizzle. And sure enough, that's actually what happened, right? It didn't get acted on before the August recess, but at the last minute, a senator filed for a potential vote in September. So we sort of have this dribble off into the distance. My expectation is that this thing will never die and maybe will never pass. It will just sort of live in this perpetual almost state. Now, I could be wrong about that. I think there's a chance that Congress comes around and agrees to pass it before the election if we put the right kind of political pressure. But the base case is we're still in this sort of waking undead moment for the Clarity Act until the end of the year. I do think the other part that I said, which also is coming true, is that crypto will move on without it. When I talked about that, I mostly focused on the idea that crypto will continue to build without it, right? Wall Street will move on tokenization, people will move on stablecoins. There's actually been another piece that has bubbled up over the last week or so, which the SEC is just going to do rules without the Clarity Act. If the Clarity Act won't pass, then the SEC will establish rules. And sure enough, that's what we've heard out of the SEC. We expect major rule breaking next week on tokenized stocks, on how new crypto projects can be born without automatic SEC oversight, how they can decentralize. The SEC is just going to plow ahead. So I think it's a win for the crypto market. I think it would have been better if it passed, but it wasn't going to, and we ended up in a good place.
I did an interview on this channel with Rebecca Reitig, who is the chief legal officer at Cheeto Labs, and she said something that resonates with me as somebody who used to work on Capitol Hill, which is that bills in Washington die 9 times before they finally pass. And so I haven't totally given up hope yet. But you brought up something that I wanted to ask about, but just about an hour ago, you were tweeting about this. You said the switch to 24/7 stock trading is going to happen bigger and faster than most people anticipate. And that was in reference to this thing you mentioned. The SEC seems like they're going to move forward with an innovation exemption to allow tokenized stock trading. Talk to me more about this. Why is this so bullish? What should investors understand about this?
Yeah, well, the reason I wrote that tweet is because financial firms love making money, and they will make more money if stocks trade 24/7, 365. They trade from 9:30 to 4, 5 days a week, and not on holidays. They'll make more money if stocks are available globally to an audience of 8 billion people than to the US and an audience of a couple 100 million people. So they want to do this. That's why you see all these tokenization projects. That's why you see all these firms talking about it on conference calls. The limiting factor has been regulatory. But if the SEC is going to establish rulemaking that provides a project to get us from here to tokenized trade, Wall Street opportunity for Wall Street to make money, you end up with rapid action. I just think that's what we're going to see. I think it's almost inevitable. We get a headline every day. I think it's going to be a mega trend for the next couple of years.
Hi, everyone. This is John. Listen, our Milk Road Pro analysts nailed this AI bull market. They had dozens of calls pay off in a big way for our community. If you want to see how our entire team of analysts are positioning for the crypto bull market that's going to come after this bear market finally ends, you can join us now at Milk Road Pro. It's just $1. Link is in the description. You'll get access to all of our analyst trades, their watch lists, and see how they're navigating this in their portfolios, and get access to ask us questions in Discord anytime, day or night. It's just $1. Links in the description. Milk Road Pro. Join now. I'll see you there. So building on this point, I wanted to ask you about this as well. The same week that the Senate decided to delay the Clarity Act vote by a whole month, BlackRock decided to launch 2 new tokenized funds on Ethereum and other blockchains. And I'm curious if this means that Wall Street is just going to accelerate and keep going, barreling ahead with or without clarity. And what does that world look like where Wall Street just says, we don't care if we get the law or not, we're just going full speed ahead?
Yeah, I think there's some good analogies that we can point to. It looks like Uber. It looks like Airbnb. It looks like the early days of the internet. There have been plenty of examples where consumers and companies moved ahead of the current regulatory status quo because there was demand on the other side that was obvious, and they felt they could do it in a safe and successful manner. That's what we saw with Uber and Lyft. As I said, that's what we saw with Airbnb. Eventually, the regulation catches up to it. So why is BlackRock doing it? BlackRock's doing it because they feel they can do it in a compliant fashion, and they know there's demand on the other side of the spectrum, and they know the world is moving to tokenize all assets, and they want to be the world's largest asset manager in that world, just as they are in the current sort of paper certificate world. So they're plowing ahead. You're going to see this across the board. And it also builds on itself, because if BlackRock is doing it, then the board of every other asset manager is asking why they're not doing it, and they will follow in a few months. I do think it's basically an inevitability. Assets want to move 24/7, 365 on a global basis. The way to do that is on chain. We're going to see all assets move on chain over the next 5 to 10 years. And what we're seeing now is just sort of the early steps in that process.
Do you think that there is a risk of some of these firms having to unwind some of these activities? This whole Clarity Act, fight has been a strong reminder that the anti-crypto army is not totally dead yet, and there are some people actually publicly celebrating the Clarity Act not getting passed into law. Do you think that regulatory risk, or that the anti-crypto army coming back to power in some way, is a risk that the market is still concerned about, or are they kind of looking through this at this point?
It's always a risk because you never know if an extreme part of a political party can come back into power. But I think when it's not just crypto pushing this forward, when it's BlackRock and it's NYSE and it's JP Morgan and it's Standard Chartered and it's other giants in the space, when they are behind it, I think it just gets very hard to put back into sort of the original model. Now, there are aspects, there are corners where there could be questions and challenges. And I think those corners can slow our growth, right? There are concerns around developer liability. I think there is uncertainty in that space. But the broad idea that moving assets chain, I just think there's no way even the anti-crypto army would be able to peel that back. And I think they would be wrong to do so. That will be a better, more efficient world for more people. It'll be safer. I think we're going to end up there. So no, let them chatter. They're a dying breed, and I think they'll be sort of relegated to the dustbin of history in the next couple of years.
It's nice to hear you say that out loud. I feel the same way, but we'll see how this all plays out. So I want to get a sense from you of how big the scope of this, tidal wave of Wall Street coming on chain is going to be. Standard Chartered is a name you just mentioned. They put out a report, I think just this week, calling for, I think, $4 trillion of tokenized assets on chain by 2030. And they said like a $200 chain link price prediction along with that. We can leave that aside for the moment. But how are you thinking about this in terms of, just like your tweet about this is going to happen bigger and faster than people expect? How much capital, how fast does this move? What does that look like in your mind? What are your expectations on that?
I think there could be upside to that Standard Chartered prediction if we get the right regulations in place. These things can move dramatically fast when they start to snowball. And the world is a big place. Right, I mentioned there's $110 trillion of stocks. That number is actually probably outdated. The bull market move, maybe it's $125 trillion of stocks. There's $670 trillion of assets globally. 4% is a down payment on $600 trillion, right? It's less than 1%. So Standard Chartered is saying we're going to start to move in that direction, but there could be upside if we get the right regulation in place. I find this space, the really surprising thing is how small the tokenized real world asset market is right now. And it's been held back by reluctant regulators for a long period of time. As a result, I think there's sort of pent up demand that's going to spring up. So I don't think the Standard Chartered number is wrong. I just think it may be pessimistic in the same way that Citigroup is calling for $2+ trillion of stable coins by 2030. We get surprised on the upside. Things can change pretty quickly. I'm not guaranteeing that they will. It might take till 2032 or 2033, but the direction of travel, I think, is pretty clear.
Okay, Matt, we've talked about how Wall Street is going full speed ahead on crypto and digital assets. I'm curious your thoughts about startups and some of the smaller players in the industry and how not having the Clarity Act might affect them, because it seems like some of the protections in this bill were specifically designed to promote disruption, innovation, and smaller startups, coming into the U.S. jurisdiction. Do you think there's a risk the U.S. loses some of that market, some of these newer startups, or how do you think about that?
That's an interesting question. I think it's a two-sided question, right? On the one hand, they would be slow to relocate to the U.S. We've seen that, right? Hyperliquid is not located in the U.S. It's located abroad. That's been true of many crypto innovations in the past. In the end, the U.S. is still the world's largest capital market. So I think you'll see some shift. I would love to see positive regulation so that the next Hyperliquid is based in Palo Alto or in Austin or in Dallas or in New York instead of internationally. So I do think there is an element of that. The flip side to that is almost paradoxically, I think the lack of regulation has created more space for startups to think. Right? It's unusual that the largest stablecoin providers are Circle and Tether. The reason for that is that the traditional asset managers, traditional banks, have been slow to move into the space. And I think what we've seen is that it's hard for them to catch up, right? PayPal comes into the stablecoin space well positioned to compete, struggles to gain real traction. Every time there's a major new financial services company that tries to attack this market, what they're finding is that the assets are stickier amongst these well-established startups than maybe they expected. So I do think it's pushed some innovation offshore. I wish that stopped. I would love for it to be located here in the US, but it also has allowed these startups to get bigger than they otherwise would and establish real competitive moats. But I think people still underestimate how strong those moats are. I think 5 years from now, Circle will still probably be the largest stablecoin issuer in the US. I think people probably underestimate that probability.
It's an interesting perspective. There's trade-offs to all these things. Matt, I want to talk about Bitcoin here because we've talked about this institutional bull run. We've seen historic volatility in the equities markets. Meanwhile, Bitcoin has been a $64,000 pancake at historically low levels of volatility. Does that market behavior concern you, or what is your interpretation of this low volatility and just like flat price action for Bitcoin here?
Oh, no, it's so great because it's the opposite of concerning me. I love it. Bear side apathy, and you know that they're dead. The markets react. We've had a slew of bad news from the broader equity market volatility, right? The most significant momentum regression trade in history been around situational awareness. Bitcoin just sort of shrugged. You had sailors selling significant amounts of Bitcoin. Bitcoin really doesn't care. We had the Clarity Act odds fall from 40% to 14% with a handful of few days. I think Bitcoin rallied. Bear markets die in apathy, and they're dead when they stop reacting to bad news. That's what's happening in Bitcoin. It's happening because anyone who was going to sell sold. And it's left in the hands of people who think this is going to be worth $1 million a coin. So they don't care if an AI bubble unravels a little bit. That would probably end up being good for Bitcoin. So I take a lot of comfort in its pancake sidewaysness. I do think volatility is being sort of stored up, will be released eventually. My expectation is it will be released on the upside, not the downside. That's not a guarantee that the bottom is in, but it does have the attributes of a real bottom. That's what we're seeing in the market today, and it's making me pretty excited.
Okay. Well, I want to think about, get your thoughts on how you're allocating to this asset class. I want to give some context around this. I interviewed Matthew Siegel, who's the head of crypto research at Van Eck, and they also interviewed Jan Van Eck last week on the Milk Road AI channel. And I asked both of them how they're thinking about positioning into Bitcoin here. And it seems like there's this tug of war. Jan was like, don't get cute, just get the position now. And Matthew is a little bit more on the DCA into your position between now and Q4. How are you thinking about this? How is Bitwise approaching this? And just give me your thoughts on positioning into Bitcoin at this time.
Yeah, so I think they're both right. I'm a huge fan of Van Eck. Love Jan and you know, Matthew's right from a behavioral perspective. One of the biggest risks in crypto is behavioral risk. You invest, the market pulls back 15%, you panic and sell it, and you don't go back to it until you're at new all-time highs. The beauty of DCAing is it protects you from behavioral sort of failure, right? If you buy 10% this month and then it goes down next month, you're excited to buy that next 10%. So it's like a behavioral hack, right? And then if it went up 10%, that's okay. At least you had some. It's a really nice behavioral mechanism for investors who may not be comfortable with Bitcoin's overall volatility. But from an absolute return perspective, I think Jan is exactly right. I think there's a chance that volatility is being built up is being suppressed in Bitcoin, as I mentioned, will be released on the upside, meaning we could have a really fast move upwards at some point. The big question, if you're allocating for the next 10 years, is not whether the bottom is in Bitcoin, it's whether the top is in. And I think what Jan is saying is the top isn't in, right? We're printing deficits. The world is uncertain. Bitcoin is pretty certain. It's at this sort of natural cyclical low. Who cares if it goes down 10% or more? I think it's going to go up 5x. That's the argument to just buy it all now. So it really comes down to whether you're return maximizing or behavior risk minimizing. That's how I would split their two views. My view is just own it.
Right. You want to drink the data? And what about the living room? Ready? What else? Oh. Can pick. Do you have online order or?
Yeah, DoorDash stories.
Okay, so very much. That out in a minute, okay? Ready? Video here. Oh, it is. Right. That's nowhere. And then one more basket on the just a second, the basket. So many times I think people are able to
Answer. Thanks, man.
Yeah, great name, man. Okay.
The receipt, someone.
The receipts will be in there. Yeah. Sorry, man.
You're good.
I tried to make it easy for you so you can handle the bag.
I got you. Just gotta scan it.
Expanding engagement, make sure you check out Saber.com. You've been pounding the table for a while now that vaults are going to be the next big thing in crypto in a big way, that a lot of these players can start bringing their capital into digital assets. I don't think that there's an update from you on the progress there and those conversations, what we're seeing in that.
Yeah, I think vaults have been really big. I think they are growing. And so our business on the vault side has grown substantially this year. We've had really significant inflows despite the uncertainty in the crypto market. My views have become a little bit more nuanced, which is I think on-chain portfolio management is going to be absolutely massive. And I think vaults are one of the primitives that allow you to do that. I don't think they're the only one. I suspect we'll see other ways of managing on-chain portfolios emerge in the next like 3 to 6 months that I think will be pretty exciting as well. So vaults are going to be huge. There's significant demand, particularly from crypto native foundations, for yield. vaults like wrapper. I think that's been accelerating. But I think the bigger trend is sort of on-chain portfolios. I think that's going to be really significant. And that could be done through SMA style exposures. It could be done with tokenized stocks. It can be done in other vehicles that may not all directly fall exactly on the vaults wrapper. So maybe run now my pound the table vaults on-chain portfolios. I think that's going to be a huge.
Yeah, you gotta adore this, Sarah.
I've done the wrong for I'm back to get all this more. Oh, so there you go. I was like, okay, like don't get me wrong, I want to go for okay.
You're the thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anything linked to stablecoin tokenization, there's a desire to get exposure to the growth of those themes. And if I asked you, John, how do you get exposure to stablecoin and tokenization? You might say a circle. Or Sondo, etc. So there's that focus, right? They don't know what those assets are. Most financial advisors and professional investors haven't heard of Fondo, but they're looking for it, right? They're wondering what that is. So there's a lot of conversations around that. The other one that's maybe earlier, but I think growing substantially is revenue. There's this desire for crypto that's real. And Hyperliquid is obviously the easiest example of that. But if you look throughout the crypto stack, you see a lot of projects that are dramatically improving their tokenomics. Thinking about Uniswap during the fee switch and the unification proposal. I'm thinking about Aave and Avenomics 3.0. I'm thinking about Aptos, 10x fees, on-chain activity 3x. I think there's more pricing power, even in the L1s, than many crypto can benefit for, certainly in the DeFi space. So the other place that's just sort of starting to bubble up is show me the assets with real revenue to be interesting. So I think that's going to be an emergent.
Well, let's talk about the next handful of months, because the last time we spoke, a lot of the projects you just listed are DeFi projects. And the last time we spoke, you said that DeFi had been sort of a sneaky outperformer. Do you think that continues for the rest of the year? Do you think that sector continues to show strength in the digital asset space?
Yeah, absolutely. Those assets are too cheap. Not advice, but if you look at something like Uniswap, which is a global brand that showed the ability to turn on monetization without losing users, it's a $2-3 billion project. You look at on-chain lending, whether it's you take Aave and Morpho, the leading protocols, combined, they're a couple $2 billion. These are tiny. We sort of almost talk about Uniswap in the same category as Ethereum. It's a hundredth the size, right? So could those double and still be relatively undervalued, considering their growth and their brand and their reach, the fact that they're being integrated into things like the institutional crypto community? I think absolutely. So look, I think the DeFi trend is probably got years to play out. Okay, people have overlooked those assets for reasons that are no longer accurate. The idea that they don't generate revenue that benefits token holders, I think that's no longer accurate. The idea that regulation will squish them, I think that's no longer accurate. So I think there's going to be a while people re-underwrite them, where people have an opportunity to maybe find some outperformance in that space.
Well, a while, but not too long, because this is happening very quickly, like you said. I want to ask about a price prediction that I heard from you very recently this week. You said that you think ETH will be over 8K by 2030. And I wonder if you could just unpack the thinking on that, right? Because like the Bitcoin is just like you said, is orders of magnitude bigger than Ethereum, is orders of magnitude than the rest of the things as you go down the stack. When we get to that 2030 time point and we have all these trillions of assets on chain, what is the thesis on Ethereum there, and what does that look like to you?
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of questions around Ethereum. So I'm glad that you asked that, because I was asked that in like a one answer, yes or no setting.
Right. I'd love to hear you elaborate.
a lot of time to elaborate. Look, the bull case for Ethereum is that the total number of assets on chain is going to 10 or 100x. And Ethereum is the leader on tokenization and stablecoins from a market share perspective. A lot of that is going to move on chain. And then my thesis is it will figure out why that's not. I think that the questions on Ethereum, there are two. There's one, can it compete to continue to gather assets on chain? I actually think it will. I think that's a pretty Lindy market where trust and brand and reputation and time in the market matter. Oh. Right.
Yeah. 8419. Thank you. Enjoy. Have a good one.
How you get today a revenue generating chain that is organized around accruing monetary value, and that is a transition or a separation that they need to bridge. I think it's possible to bridge it, but not certain. And so that's the nuance around it. The broad bull thesis is it's a leader in the market, it's executing well, the community is energized, and the assets in the market it serves are going to 10 or 100x. Is probably a good bet. That's the level of that analysis that gets us north of that $8,000 figure.
I appreciate you kind of like explaining a little bit more of the thinking around that, because just like you said, there's risks, there's questions, but directionally that's where things are pointing for you. Talk to me a little bit about some of these other alts in the space. You know, like Standard Chartered had these huge targets on Uniswap, on Aave, on Chainlink, and then things like Solana are, just like you said, orders of magnitude maybe still smaller than Ethereum, but they're shipping, they're building, they're growing. Do you think that we see a situation where like we keep seeing that distribution of like Bitcoin's the king, then Ethereum, and all these long tail of assets after that? Or do you think that we're going to see some of these all sorts of really grow in market cap?
Yeah. So the nuanced answer there is that the assets that succeed will grow like Standard Chartered. That's a core belief that I have, because the volume of assets moving on chain is really significant. We've done like 0.1% of the assets that are going to move on chain. And so if Chainlink maintains its current position in the market and the assets of 100x, well, guess what? Its revenue is going to 100x at minimum, probably more. And so the value of the token will go up substantially. The flaw in this analysis, that the reason like collectively it doesn't make sense, is they're not all going to win. Look, I don't think the L1 space is going to be a monopoly, but they're probably not 100 valuable L1s. Right. So if you ask me to make the bull case on L1 number 9, I can make that bull case. And in that bull case, it will do very well. And that's why you get these optimistic price targets on all these different assets. But will they all do well? They will not all do well. Will there be turnover in the leadership? There will be turnover in the leadership. And what's that mean for an investor? It means that if you want to maximize your return, you're going to pick the one that you are certain will win. And then you probably will get those Standard Chartered 25x returns. For other investors, you may just want to own the field and be satisfied with a handful of X's, even though some will fail and some will succeed. That's more the kind of investor I am. I don't think the Standard Chartered estimates are crazy. I think people underestimate the scale of assets that can move on chain in the next handful of years. Again, these DeFi assets, they're tiny. Like Uniswap, again, is a couple $2 billion. If I told you today that Uniswap was $10 billion, you wouldn't be like, that's crazy. You'd be like, that makes sense. Coinbase is what, with 60 going to 100 or whatever. It's not reasonable. It's just anchored at this 2.5-ish valuation. It could double and we could still be having the conversation of it's too cheap. So I think there is a lot of upside in these assets if they execute well.
This is just really helpful, I think, especially in a bear market, to just kind of level set and kind of get some scope and scale about some of these things. So thank you for sharing all this with us. I wanted to ask you a question about this. Actually, I wanted to ask Ryan, but he's not here, so you're going to get this instead. But I heard Ryan say on a podcast recently that he, like Bitwise recommends, as a general recommendation, a 5% allocation to crypto that's held for a minimum of 3 years, but then also rebalanced along the way as the market shifts and changes. Could you give me a little bit more explication on this, on how Bitwise thinks about portfolio construction and an allocation to crypto, and just talk me through a little bit of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that number comes straight out of our historical analysis of what happens when you add Bitcoin to a portfolio, or what happens when you add crypto to a portfolio. And 5% is this magic number. When I say it's a magic number, here's the reason. Below 5%, when you add crypto to a portfolio historically, what you've done is you've increased your return substantially without changing the overall volatility of your portfolio much. So below 5%, it's still stocks that are driving the overall volatility of your portfolio. And you're sort of getting what financial literature would call almost a free lunch. You get the diversification benefit and the upside without substantially increasing your risk. Historically, that's not a guarantee that it will happen in the future, but historically that's been true. Above 5%, the table sort of flips. Because crypto has returned so well, you continue to get higher returns, but the volatility of the portfolio starts ticking up substantially, right? And by the time you get to 10%, you've gone from a relatively stable portfolio to one that will turn your hair gray. And the reason we tell most investors to focus on that 5% below is that we're worried about behavioral risk. Again, the biggest risk in crypto is you buy it, it falls, you sell it, and you don't touch it for another few years. If you buy it and rebalance, historically, over a 3-year period, you always come out ahead. 100% of the time, crypto's entire history, dating back to 2011, when Bitcoin first started trading publicly and we have real prices. There's never been a 3-year history if you bought and rebalance for that. So it's just a realistic check for most people. Look, the other piece of it is the people who are going to put 10, 20, 30, 40% of their portfolio in crypto, people like me, they don't need our advice. They're going to do it regardless. It's the people who wonder, who have diversified assets. They don't spend all the time thinking about crypto. What is the right allocation for them? I don't think it's 0. I think it could be between 1 and 5%, and often you run into these behavioral risks. So I think that's probably why Ryan threw out that number.
I think it's a very wise and astute observation that degens are going to degen no matter what you say. But I really do think that framing is very helpful for a lot of people. And I have heard a lot of other asset managers recommend much higher allocations. So it's not by any means a stretch there.
It'd be better for my business if you YOLO'd in 100%. So, but I think that's trying to be responsible. One more thing, John, that I'll say that's counterintuitive. I said that I think 0 is the wrong number. The way the largest institutions in the world invest is they want to own everything. Or the Jack Bogle thing, own all the stocks, own all the bonds, etc. Crypto is now part of that everything. Stocks are 110 trillion. Crypto is 2.5. If you're at a neutral weight, you're at 2% crypto, right? If 5% is a little bit bullish, 0% extremely bearish. I do think that's the other piece that people need to realize, that if they're at 0, they're actually off the market. right? 2% is sort of 2% of your equity exposure is sort of the neutral position if you don't have a view on crypto up or down.
Right. Yeah, I think being at zero on an asset class like this at a time like this is a huge risk, and people do want to hedge out the risk. Matt, I'll let you go here, but I just want to say thank you so much again for coming on the Milk Road Show. I always enjoy these conversations. Our audience loves having you here, so thanks so much for coming on the Milk Road Show. Where can we send people to find more of you and your work online?
Absolutely. Come to bitwiseinvestors.com. You can sign up for my weekly memo. That's DIM memo. Follow me on Twitter. It's Matt_Hougan. Hogan has a U in it, HOUGAN. So there's only one of me. I don't know why it has a U, but at least it makes it unique. Matt_Hougan.
I've been following you so long that this is now the normal way to spell it in my mind. So I don't know what that says about me, but Matt, thanks for being here. I'm looking forward to the next conversation.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
I just found this app, Grant Cash Advance, and I got a $200 cash advance fast. Download Grant Cash Advance from the App Store today. Nice.
And Monopoly Go. Live the dream. Make it golden. Ridiculous riches.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather. As we continue tracking Lala and its impacts on Hawaii, the forecast is rapidly evolving. Hurricane Lala now, reaching hurricane strength with 75 mile per hour winds. Joining us now with the latest on Lala's track and intensity is National Hurricane Center Director, Dr. Michael Brennan. Dr. Michael Brennan, thank you so much for the time. Great to have you on. So first and foremost, where we sit now, Hurricane Lala. What do you make of a potential landfall now with the Big Island? We've seen a shift in the position, the westward movement, some of the wobbles there. Is it more or less likely in your view?
I'm not sure really matters in the big picture. The impacts are happening now, and whether the center stays just south of South Point or gets pulled on shore, there's a lot of complex interaction with the topography of the Big Island we're going to see play out over the next 6 to 12 hours. So we could see some erratic motion of the system and some reformation as the circulation interacts with the big mountains and the volcanoes here, and then it merges on the other side. So I wouldn't get too focused on the exact track of the center, but we're already seeing those hurricane force wind gusts occurring at portions of the Big Island. The very heavy rainfall is already happening. We're starting to see some flooding. That's the main message: is the impacts are on us, and people need to be in their safe place.
And I'm curious, as far as timing goes, when do you anticipate the height of the impacts? I know we're always starting to feel it, but when is the worst of it going to be?
Yeah, probably in the next. Into the other island, we're seeing wind gusts of 50, above 60 miles per hour in Maui, above 50 miles per hour in parts of Oahu, and the center is still way far away from those islands. We're still talking about more than 250, almost 300 miles away from Honolulu. So those impacts are going to continue to get worse. The rest of the main Hawaiian Islands are really going to see conditions deteriorate as we go late into Saturday night, and even well into Sunday.
For the Big Island, as we kind of stare down the next 6 to 9 hours, in terms of movement, Lala has only moved about 30 miles in the last 4 hours. We have seen a bit of slower pace with this system. Is there anything to make of that? If we do see Lala stay offshore, I agree with you that the overall landfall impact doesn't make much of a difference. But if it does stay offshore and we do see it track maybe say 50, 70 miles off to the south, could we see further intensification than what maybe we're highlighting right now?
I mean, that's possible. But again, I think some of the motion changes we've seen just in the past few hours, we were carrying 12 miles per hour. Now we're down to about 9 or 10. is starting to see that interaction with the mountains of the Big Island. And again, just even if the center itself were to stay offshore, the interaction of the circulation and even the inner part of the circulation with the topography could result in some disruption to the circulation and some changes. And it may take a little while as it emerges out on the other side of the Big Island for that circulation to kind of reconsolidate itself. That's why we're indicating, again, maybe a little bit of weakening. But again, from an impacts perspective, if it dips back below hurricane intensity, it's not going to make a big difference. Again, it's
Let's Go brings the chase home. Rip digital packs right in the app. From $5 to 1,000.
Our buddy hooked me up with Dr. Charles, who was also working on this in his background. And he struck matches and propulsion system that requires no fuel, no propellant, no oxidizers. It is literally latching onto space and pulling itself forwards.
It's latching onto space and pulling itself forward. Okay.
Something like that. You know, I'm telling you, I say one thing, he says another, but so nobody understands what he talks about. So
is this kind of like what you hear when you hear people talking about electrogravitics or anti-gravity? I know that's kind of a fringe term, but are we in the same ballpark?
I prefer not. Yeah, I prefer not to.
I'd rather be looped in with that.
Anti-gravity has picked up some really negative connotation. We call it poisoning of the well. So many people, oh yeah, so many people have rushed out there and said, "Oh, I have anti-gravity. I have space drive. I have this. I have that." It's all been pretty much nothing. Most of it's atmospheric effects, but we literally have, and I don't know if we're allowed to say Star Trek. Are you allowed to say Star Trek? No, I love Star Trek. We have the Star Trek impulse engine. You put in energy, a tiny, tiny bit of energy in the form of electrostatic charge. You are ordered with your spaceship lifting off the ground, flying through space, doing all the things that you expect a really cool Star Trek spaceship. At the moment, it's little, it's tiny. We brought some examples. We're looking for our first big customer who's willing to take a chance on our propulsion system by replacing all of their chemical propulsion with our electrostatic propulsion. But we have literally the Star Trek impulse engine.
Okay, so can you break this down for like a third grader? What is electrostatic propulsion and how does it work?
Oh boy, you want to get that into that right now? Okay.
Very, very, very like 50,000 foot view.
Sure. You know how I think it works, and you know I have math to back it up, physics to back it up. A expansion, if you will, term of the force of attraction that we get from Coulomb's law. So essentially, Coulomb's law is attraction between two particles, right? They either attract or repel. And we have all the physics that describes that and how that's derived, how nature does that, why nature does that. This force, I believe, is manifested using an expansion of that set. So essentially, a higher order perturbation. Perturbation theory is what's used to describe all of the physics for essentially what we have in quantum electrodynamics. So what we do is we just go to a higher order perturbation and see what falls out. Now, it won't have the same strength or energy as its Coulomb counterparts, plus and minus attracting and repelling. But it'll have an ability to actually move whole together. And that kind of just falls out. Necessary because no one's ever covered this. We've known electrostatics for 150 years. We've never seen anything self-propel. It's just electrostatics. It's either attracting or repelling. We're seeing both the attractor and the repeller move together in unison. So I just went back to the physics books and said, well, what is the interaction physics for that? Found out how it works in the second order, which is Coulomb's law, and then apply that to the third order. Go further. Just go further, deeper down. And when you do that, we use Andrew's term, you're rewarded with physics that tells you where the force comes from, how it enables and how it manifests, and why it's there. It's pretty cool. And it fits our experiments too. When I did the math
on my vacation the last couple of weeks to kind of show that we could actually verify that with our experiments, which is really outstanding. Very excited, giddy about it. You're the first to hear about this, but it's super cool. But that's what it is. So basically what happens is every particle interacts with another particle in the universe in quantum electrodynamics through an exchange of a photon. Just consider like I was telling him on the way over here, like a string. So I explain this to a third grader. Every particle is attached to another particle with a string. It can pull in tension or it can release in compression. Either way, whether it's attractive or repulsive. We can't see these, but we know they exist in nature, and when they come out, they fall out of the math, and it's very well known to science, and they have a lot of effects on their own. The strings do. These imaginary strings, these lines of force, we call them. We can't isolate them as real particles. We can't hold them in our hand and look at them under a microscope, but they're there mathematically. Right. They're attached to the charge, so we can't decouple them from the charge. You cannot have one or the other. You have the charge with the field, or you have the field with the charge. You can't decouple them. So that's basically why you can't see this virtual photon. Mathematically, it's a photon, which is a light particle. A light particle is a real particle you can hold and see and isolate. Right. But there are 3 virtual photons in math and 1 real one. One of the 3 virtual photons would be responsible for our force. So what happens in the higher order terms is these other virtual photons exist, and they give the momentum exchange with the particles without the recoil. That's what the math says. That's what falls out. So usually in second order, what happens is one particle comes along, it releases this photon, so it recoils, and the second photon catches it, and it recoils. So it's like 2 ice skaters exchanging a bowling ball in an ice skating rink. Right. The overall system from a 1,000-foot view means momentum is conserved. Basically, what I started with is what I end with. I've exchanged the bowling ball, I recoil, you caught the bowling ball, you recoil. So there's no net translation of those 2 charges in space. That's basically Coulomb's law. So that's why plus particles and minus particles attract, or they repel, but the whole system doesn't move as a whole. In the third order, someone gives a second bowling ball. They throw that first one to the other person, and they throw the second one somewhere else. And they don't catch the second one. So if they don't catch it, and you're tethered together, you're going to move as a whole. Or if the second person has a second bowling ball, and they throw it, they're going to go somewhere else and take you with them. So that's a simple 3rd grade analogy. Wow. Momentum conservation from quantum electrodynamics, 3rd order, time-independent perturbation theory. Whoa.
Scientists.
I don't know if that means engineers. But that's how I describe it.
I've heard it 50 times. I have the same look on my face as you do. Sure. What do you want me to build for you?
So, okay, how did you first come up with the idea to create this? Like, what problem did you want to solve? Did you just understand, like what you said earlier, we haven't been able to escape Earth's lower orbit, we have to figure out a new way? Because I've thought about this too. You know, it's amazing that we've come so far with technology since, you know, the Civil War shooting. We went from, you know, the 1800s during the Civil War shooting muskets to like 80 years later, you know, detonating nuclear bombs. And since then, it's like we haven't really gotten that much farther.
I agree. I have degrees in rocket propulsion in aerospace. I'm a student of Goddard, the guy who invented the liquid rocket engine. I'm a student of von Braun, the guy who perfected it. You know, he did some bad things with it, but for the most part, no, I'm way too young.
I was going to say, you'd have been on his deathbed.
I have
been like a newborn.
I have talked to people who were his students. And you know, by all accounts, he was a brilliant man.
Mm-hmm.
I understand chemical rocketry, what you would call action-reaction rocketry, where you burn fuel and you create super hot gas and suck, squish, bang, blow, and out one end goes the hot gas and out the other end goes the rocket. This is wonderful. You can get to orbit with chemical rocketry. You can buy chemical fuels. You can do the economics of chemical rocketry are very well known. You can do all the things you want to do in orbit. You aren't getting to Mars on chemical rocketry. I know some people say they're going to do it. It's 40 or 50 launches. They get enough fuel on board your ship to make the run to Mars every 22 months or some silly thing like that. But really, it's 7 years to Jupiter. It's 9 or 10 or 11 years to Saturn. These are not the realm of chemical rocketry. Is not the realm of a spacefaring civilization. I want to get out there.
Okay, hold on a second. You're the first person, like legit aerospace person I've ever heard say that.
Well, we all want. Every engineer that's ever worked on a chemical rocket wants to work on a better one.
Right. No. I understand that. But you're like the first legit aerospace person who's ever said we're not going to get to Mars with chemical rockets.
It's the math is ridiculous. I mean, it can be done. Don't get me wrong. Anything can be done if you're bored. When that fuel is exhausted, that's it. You get to go in what they call the graveyard orbit, which is move away from the important stuff. You're in danger at that point. You can't control yourself. And the same little perturbations are going to still happen to you. You might start drifting or sliding, whatever. We needed a better way. We need to get away from chemical rocketry into something better. And when I started, I didn't have the slightest clue. I hate electricity. It scares me to death.
Me too.
Okay?
I agree.
It terrifies me that I work on a high energy, high physics, electrostatic propulsion system that I haven't got the slightest clue how it works. That's what he's for. I don't have to know how it works. All I got to do is say, am I going to get hurt when I touch this? And then not believe him because he tends to lie. So I spent the first 10 years chasing my tail, thinking about all the different ways that people were, ion engines, and I fully understand ion engines. They're just chemical engines with a little electrostatic punch, so they get the ISP up around 3,000 or 4,000. Even that's not worthy of it. Then I found somebody who actually understood what is the only viable solution, and that is the fields that make up space. That's what we want to do. Okay, I watched a lot of Star Trek. They were always doing warp and stuff. It's great. It's the greatest thing ever. So I had to find somebody that understood fields. And I did. Sadly, it was Charles, but we make do with what we have. And now I love him like a brother.
Love you too, Drew. Can we talk about the most underrated organ in your body? The liver. It's performing more than 500 functions every single day, supporting digestion, energy production, fat metabolism, vitamin storage, and processing
It's the best. So I guess it was around 2000. That's I'm using a concept called field momentum. Now, field momentum is electric field cross product with a magnetic field, E cross B. It's kind of a strange term, electric field cross magnetic term, but that's called the pointing vector. Essentially, what that means is anytime you have an electric field and a magnetic field in the same spot, you have a momentum. See what? You have a momentum. They've known that since the 1800s, 1860s or so. And if you change that momentum, you get a force. So I said, well, this might not be, why have people been doing this? And they have. Since the 1940s, 1950s, these E cross B thrusters. But it turns out they discovered a new momentum in the 1970s. All these momentums are being discovered called hidden momentum. Hidden momentum is a relativistic effect. And what that is it counteracts any field momentum that you have in your system if the charges are allowed to flow. So, for example, if I tell you that any object that has an electric field and a magnetic field in it that have a non-zero cross product, basically means they're perpendicular, okay, at some point. If that exists anywhere, there's momentum. That's what science will tell you. Like, that thing's not moving. If I take a magnet, a bar magnet, and I put 10,000 volts on it, you tell me that thing has momentum now? It does. It absolutely does. But it also has hidden momentum, which is a counteracting momentum due to relativistic charge moving inside the bar magnet. Well, that's weird. So you got all these momentums. So I was like, okay, well, I got to get rid of this hidden momentum because it's killing my force that I want to make. E cross B. I want to just make an E cross B and kill it, get my force. Yeah. Now you can do that in the angular case. Richard Feynman, the very famous Richard Feynman, if you've heard of him, he gave his students a disc. You have a frisbee. He's getting an experiment. You have a frisbee, a disc, and you have little balls on the edges of the disc, like beads, and you charge them up. Just put some charge on them, and you put it through a solenoid. You turn on the solenoid, nothing happens. You turn off the solenoid, the disc rotates. Where'd the momentum come from? He gave that to his graduate students as a homework problem. Sick man. But it turned out there was momentum stored in that field, that E cross B, and it was non-zero. And when you shut it off, it gives a thrust. It gave a force. And that has been verified in the 70s. You can actually turn things that way using this effect. I said, well, I got to just do the linear analog to it. Not the angular, but the linear. And that's where the hidden momentum came into effect. So interesting. So the hidden momentum counteracts the actual effect that you would like to have in the angular case. That's not there. Okay. So Drew came to me in 2016 with an experiment that was working. It was crude. And it was nice, but it was crude. And I thought, but I didn't think, my wife thought, she's the smart one. She said, isn't that the same kind of thing you work? It's a different flavor. I said, oh, well, that can't be. Let me go back to my lab and build something based on what she thought it was, and what we thought it was, and then we made that giant needle thing. The giant needle thing
Of death.
That's the experiment that
Giant needle thing.
It was one of the first needle things. It moved about 3-4 feet in the air. It was 140,000 volts, but it was covered in tape, and it was awesome. It was like $10, $5 worth of stuff. And I just looked at that and said, that sucker's moving. So from then on, I thought that the field momentum experiment was the correct one, because I have static charges now. The Drew had a static charge experiment where there was no hidden momentum. Woo! Isn't that exciting? No hidden momentum, but I still have the field momentum, and I'm still able to change that field momentum to get my thrust. Wow. So I'm like, oh, we're on to it now. Woo! And then, after 20 years working on that theory and 2 solid years, he and I working on that almost every day, it was wrong. It was just wrong. Very wrong. And that's how science is. You might believe something, but nature doesn't care what you believe. Nature has its own plans. But the reason why we went forward with it is because something was moving. So now we got to figure out what was moving. So when we took one of these forms of the Pac-Man thruster, we'll show you some of these ridiculous things. and shoved it into a vat of styrofoam, we had no more B field, which means we had no more current. So now things got very, very weird. So imagine not having any current, which means you don't have any power. Because power is voltage times current. Right. So you're not expelling a lot of power and you're getting thrust. So that made things very, very strange. But it made things a lot easier to build. So then I had to go back to the math and say, well, I'll get rid of all this current. Got to get rid of all this B field out of here. And then let's see if this thing can conserve energy. So I have some math where I did some simple conservation of energy in the classical sense to see if we can at least get something out of it that we can build, something that we can just tell us what to do, based just on electric fields. And we were able to do that. And we'll show you some of those today.
Do you want to go through we have a really quick little slideshow.
Yeah, let's see.
Show some of this stuff.
Fantastic.
Just go ahead and, I don't know.
Which one do you want to start from the top here?
I'm no good with computers either.
Engineer that isn't good with computers. This is not ordered. This is to be in any kind of order.
Start with zero. Start with the first one.
Okay. I have to rename them. What does NASA think about you guys doing this stuff? That was it.
I don't know. I don't work for NASA.
I mean, I think they like it. We just
Do they think you guys are kooks, or they think you guys?
I don't know if there's any official word from NASA on this.
We have shared with them several times.
What was their reaction?
Go away and don't bother me.
I can get $150 the same day I request it. Download Grant Cash Advance from the App Store today.
The instructor smashed on the display so hard that all the boys pissed their pants. Strike the core. It will read your power level, record your entry, and announce your squad. One hit each, no retries. The officer stared at my lanky body as he said the words. Immediately, one by one, the cadets stepped up and drove everything they had into the pillar.
We have shared it to them several times.
What was their reaction?
Go away and don't bother us. Pretty much.
See you talk to you.
Yeah, but pretty much it was go away because whatever you are, we don't care.
And for me, NASA.
Listen, guys, we figured this out in the 50s. Leave us alone.
No, for me, NASA. We have what's called different swim lanes, if you will, the different space centers. So each space center is allowed to work on a certain technology, and then when it gets to a certain maturity level, you have to hand it off to another space center. So that would be very disadvantageous for us to take this to our space center because we'd have to stop working on it. And we're much more advanced, and we'd have to hand it off to another space center.
I understand.
So we decided just to do it outside,
Right.
and just use it as an outside activity.
Exactly. You're having fun doing it too.
I want to have fun doing it. So I don't want to be told not to do it.
Yeah.
So we just decided to keep doing it.
Okay, so hold on there for a second.
Okay, you go.
Is it ready?
Yes.
Okay. I've been at this a while. That's me.
You?
That's me in '69 in front of what became Apollo 11.
Whoa.
Back then, they had a much more lenient program for Family Day.
That's a cool. Where's your badge? Where's your badge?
And I took another one 50 years later with me standing in the exact same spot
really
with the Artemis one. Go ahead. So I've been at this a while. That's me before warp drive. I used to build telescopes. I built everything you see in that picture, including the concrete that the hangar sits on.
What is that?
That is a 0.8 meter research grade telescope. I ground the lens, ground the mirrors, metallized them, built the entire structure, and worked with a team of geniuses on the guidance and control systems for it. So I was seriously into astronomy and telescopes before I jumped into warp drive. So that's just me playing out. That's right out in front of my house. And of course, there's Dr. Charles, the smartest man in the room. And we love that whole ancient aliens thing and all the crazy theories. We live for this stuff. So that's one of our labs. That's when we first got together. That might be in the old lab back in 2016.
Yeah, that's a Cape Canaveral lab.
Yeah, that's when we first got together. As always, we started with squiggle boards, what I call them, and I'd wait for him to fill up a little squiggle board with whatever he was squiggling on, and then I'd say the same words I tell him every time. What do you want me to build you? I can build anything, but I can't read his mind. So he would do some squiggles. We had our first intern. That's our first intern, and then that's our first test bench where we were building high voltage power supplies because curiously enough, we couldn't buy the high voltage power supplies that we needed. So we had to end up building them. And we burned a lot of them up, and we learned a lot about building high voltage power supplies. That was probably our first live production thrust device. The entire little thing that looks like a fish tank is actually ITO coated PET plastic, which just means that it's there's a thin metal film on all of the plastic so that we can ground the entire box. It's like being in a metal box. So that's the Faraday shield around the test article.
So this is like a little Faraday cage.
It is a Faraday cage. Okay. You can see through it, but that is 100% Faraday cage shielded. All the grounds are tied together so that if there's any thrust created in the box, it isn't the box attracting to some other article in the room. So it's not Coulomb attraction. If there's any thrust created, it's because we are moving relative to space.
So when you say that, are you referring to the Casimir effect? Is that kind of like similar? No,
the Coulomb attraction is what I was talking about earlier. If you have a charge on anything, doesn't matter what it is, it'll attract to a ground.
Okay, got it.
Because it'll just induce the field into the ground of the opposite polarity. And it doesn't have to be a good ground. It could be wood, floor, anything.
Okay.
So you have to make sure you shield it. We always measure the force on the box. That's that little force meter on the right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's measuring the force on the entire box, not what's in it. Okay. Just what's in it.
And since both of us worked after hours, after our jobs, obviously I'm the one wearing the tie and he's the one wearing the khaki shorts.
So you guys are a great team.
There we go. Then the madness happened one day. I came in the shop and there was a blob of foam.
Oh,
and he's jumping up and down screaming, "It works! It works! It works!" I'm like,
well, I had to get
what works.
Sometimes these air tests are terrible because you'll ionize the air, and then the charges from the room will get to the outside of your test article, and mess with your fields. So how do I keep the air away from my damn thruster? It nulls my fields.
Right.
So I use the brain blob here of spray foam to do that.
That thing right there produces thrust.
Well, what's in it?
A giant piece of popcorn?
No, not.
There's
a thruster in there.
And that piece of wire produced thrust. It's in our patent. You should look it up.
The foam is not.
Have you ever opened your fridge? Aimlessly standards they call it B for to create to date.
To date, about 50 millinewtons.
What is that in English?
50 millinewtons is about enough to lift two of these pieces of paper. Just two pieces of paper, about 50 millinewtons.
On Earth's gravity.
Well, the test is in the back.
The idea is if you guys are in space, that's a decent amount.
Well, the idea is that you put 1,000 of those together and you have a 5 Newton thruster. And you put a 5 Newton thruster behind anything and you can be at Mars in 3.5 days.
What? With 1,000 of what you've been able to create?
Maybe 10,000. I don't know. I haven't gotten that big yet. But yes, we can produce 0.38 G continuous acceleration from Earth orbit to anywhere on the Mars surface in 3.5 days. We could build a spaceship. We can't because we can't.
So your biggest problem, your biggest hurdle is getting into space.
Yes.
Maybe you can use traditional rockets to get into space.
That's our goal. Is
throw those away and then use what you've got done to.
We need to ride into space, and then once we're there, we can produce enough thrust to land on any other object in the solar system.
Very, very weak thrust. But it's like driving a really old broken car from the 60s. Doesn't work very well. You floor it, it moves. But if you keep it floored and you never run out of gas, you're going to be the fastest car on the planet in a few hours.
Oh, yeah. And never have to go to the gas station.
The numbers are staggering. Most people don't even believe them. And if you think, how is a little blob of foam going to ever do any of the things that this guy is saying is going to happen?
Right.
But if we had a spacecraft, and let's say it weighed 45 tons, metric tons, and 30 of those metric tons were propulsion system, which leaves 15 tons for the spacecraft, the people, the ham sandwiches you want to take with you, whatever.
Cerberus is a beast has joined the channel.
By the way.
Yo, what's up, dude?
And you're in Earth orbit. 3.5 days later, you're
What's happening, man?
Same old. I'm being detained in the South Florida detention center. I'm being deported to Mexico.
I told you guys like fucking a week
That's what I
after
said.
that. Guys,
That's
go
what I
like the
said.
fuck- Yeah. I mean, and you guys said, oh, I don't know his name.
No, that's what I said. I said he probably got detained. If he was in an accident, they detained his ass because he was on like an LPN that was expired.
Yeah. Yeah, he
or
said
LPR.
was saying like 250 days, no coffee, a little
Yeah.
sandwich. He was looking like fucked up,
But
depressed,
you know,
ready to get out.
yeah,
He knew
you
his
know what's
life.
weird? I was searching through the database, and they hadn't put him in the database yet for like a long time.
Oh,
Like
really?
took forever for him to show up. Yeah, it's like I knew they did. I figured if he didn't, like if he didn't show up in the hospitals, that he's probably detained. And when I started looking through the database, I couldn't find his ass anywhere. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they do hide him in Florida. So,
Yeah.
because I looked at the North Florida Detention Center, I looked in the Central Florida Detention Center.
It's probably the
I
new
couldn't.
one. It's
Well, it's
probably
in North Florida. No, it's the North Florida Detention Center. I know exactly which one it is.
okay. So it's
Yeah.
not the new detention center.
No, Alligator Alley. No.
It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. I mean,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know, like
here's the fucked up thing. If he hadn't gotten in an accident, he probably wouldn't have been picked up.
oh, dude, really?
Yeah, when he had an accident at night, he rolled off the side of the road and got in an accident. And
Yeah,
that's when the cops showed up and they ran his name. His
the thing
LPO was
is,
over.
like, why he's being detained for so long and not fucking sent back?
Because that's how it goes. He had to, because they were trying to deport him back to Venezuela. Like when you look
Yeah.
up the status reports, they're trying to deport him back to there, and he's like, no, I'm a refugee or whatever. He's trying to claim political refugee. So that's why they put him to Guatemala now.
Oh
And then
my
he's going to
God.
go. Then he's going to head to Europe after that, apparently.
No,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
that's how fucked up it is. That's how fucked up the system
That
is, man. He's
sucks.
been in there.
I know.
He's been in such that
Dude,
accident.
dude, if you fucked up, man, and you know, they should fucking send you home or send you somewhere else and not keep you like a fucking prisoner, man.
Well, that just shows you how bogged down the system is, because they tried to deport him to Venezuela
And
originally,
what's
and
crazier, he said no visits. Nobody could visit him.
yeah,
His wife
no,
is divorcing him, waiting
yeah,
for paper. Bro, it's just, man, like,
dude,
at this point, like, if I was him, I was just like, okay, just send me in Congo, send me in Guatemala, anywhere you guys want. Let me fuck alone. Let me start a new life. I don't care. Like, you know, that's how I would be. Like,
yeah. Well, the whole
because
thing is back.
you can be there in the detention center for years for no
Yeah,
reason, for no
yeah,
fucking reason.
because it takes forever to get a hearing. Like he was automatically being deported to Venezuela, but then there was like a
Yeah.
pleading that to put in there he doesn't want to go to Venezuela, and that's why he said, "Well, what other country?"
Yeah, they will choose a country for you, and that's it.
Well,
So, yeah, you're from there. You don't want to go back there. Like, you know, people might
yeah,
kill you to go back. Okay, I
yeah,
feel you. You know, I
yeah,
mean,
he had
Mexico,
the petition.
you speak the language. Shit.
Yeah, he has
Like,
to
dude,
petition. What he had to do is petition for the Guatemala thing.
dude, imagine if they're sending you somewhere where you're not speaking the language.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening. People are getting deported that don't speak the language. They've never lived there. That's crazy.
Yeah,
He's absolutely crazy. Yeah, when he got in an accident, I'm like, one of two things happen: he's in a hospital or he's in a deportation center.
that's fucked up. I mean, he probably been in a hospital for a little while.
Yeah, I don't know if he mentioned anything about getting hurt in that accident, but he definitely
Get him
fucked up.
checked. That doesn't matter, man. Like, all it matters right now, like, when he's getting out. Like, really,
Yeah, takes a while, man. Takes a while.
doesn't even matter where he's gonna be. If anywhere, you know, outside of that shit will be fucking okay. Yeah, it's like,
That's nice. I when he didn't show up in any of the hospitals, I figured he was in a detention center, but they weren't releasing any information about it. There was nothing posted. They're supposed to post it within 30 days once you're detained. But it kept showing like not found, not found, not found. This system is so screwed up, man. They're so backed up. They don't have enough people processing.
oh, for sure.
Unless you take the first deportation order, then it's quicker. But if you like protest it or plead against it, then it takes another 60 days to get a hearing. But he's been there for like 200 and some days. That's crazy.
Yeah, for almost a fucking year. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck?
But they got internet. They got internet and YouTube.
Yeah, I got internet, but it's probably his first time on internet right now. Like, probably
Yeah.
he had access before because he was waiting all these fucking days. Not tell us all this shit now, man. It's just
Well, he's probably doing a lot of other shit too, like preparing all that shit to get me deported to a different country is pain in the ass.
yeah. They're trying to figure it out where they're deporting him. I guess I don't know what takes so fucking long.
Well, he's requested Guatemala, so they'll probably deport him.
You said that?
Yeah. Well, it says it in the record too. Like when you pull up the pleadings and stuff like that, and the federal, because he's in the Northern District Courthouse.
No, we got fucking G's grandma from Guatemala.
There you go.
Man,
G.
so fucked up, man. They're keeping you there all fucking year long almost, man. Like, you cannot talk with nobody. Like, that's why he probably got access now, because...
Crazy.
Yeah, because you imagine, like, why he didn't have access to the internet the first day, right? And just right now, it's something like...
Yeah, he wouldn't. They wouldn't give him much access to anything in the first 30 days, except the lawyer or something like that.
Yeah. Because
one of his other posts.
Yeah, he said, I want to fucking, I'm gonna have a fresh start somewhere, you know, fucking, I mean, anywhere better than fucking being in the box, man. Fuck. Don't be fucking...
Yeah. Well, looks like
it's pirates, I don't care.
If you look behind him, it looks like it's a pretty open area. He's like got all kinds of tables and shit. They're all hanging out.
Yeah, it looks like a cafeteria or some shit.
Yeah. At least I don't know when he's sleeping at night. I hope he's not in one of those cages.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
Crazy shit.
Craziness. Poor dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sucks.
Probably, if no cops were arriving at the scene, like, it will be alright and shit. Like,
yeah. Well, the way he pulled off the way he rolled off the embankment, it looked like he might have rolled over. So there was no getting out of that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Insane. I'm just glad he survived. I'm glad he's not dead. Because that was the other thing. Is like, I hope he didn't fucking get blocked in that accident.
Right. Yeah. Well, at least we know he's alive, so it's important.
It's a good thing.
It's important because nothing else is more important than being alive. To be honest, like
right, exactly.
Fucking
exactly. Yeah. So how's the obsessive fucking ignorant bastard doing? Is he still following people around with a special program?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not watching too much. I'm just listening to what the fuck I want to listen. I'm kind of down with that.
Yeah.
Because I don't really care, man. He can run shit. He can make videos. Like, if he believes that's funny, like, you know.
I just wonder if he's still tracking everybody's fucking posts.
Of course. He's making videos based on what's happening in the chat.
Jesus Christ. It's fucking insane.
It's like nefarious. You can crash that teacher and here's what my cash.
Maybe text his protection order. Aye.
Hey, You got a DoorDash order?
The name
Or Tyler?
Tyler.
Not for Tyler.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Hopefully he gets out of there, man.
Yeah.
Like
fast.
fast.
A long
Like
time.
fucking fast, dude. He said he was helping other people to get out or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Some other people process the paperwork because you got to imagine there's a ton of people in there that don't speak
okay.
English.
Like 10 minutes?
10, 15-ish. And then for so we have the sweet tea, but we do not have the electrolyte grape flavor. We have other flavors. So if you want to get in contact with them and see if they want a different flavor.
Sure, I'll let him know.
Okay.
That's it. They don't have the Electro City electrolyte bullshit drink.
Jesus Christ.
What other fucking flavors they got? Make a picture of the fucking fridge. The fuck is that? Fridge? Electrolyte bullshit. Where is it? Um, There we go. My picture is again.
You 10 to 15 minutes because the flavor change?
Nah, they're just cooking it right now, the pizza.
Oh.
I wish. I don't know why I'm waiting for this one, but good.
Busy? Has it been slow or busy today?
Yeah, it's been busy. It's always busy.
That's good. Well, it depends where you're at. If you're Arizona, it might not be.
I'm just not in the mood to be crazy busy and do all that shit. But yeah, it's busy, man. I mean, I'll do one of the blue ones, please. Okay. I guess blue raspberry.
Like
Yeah, you got this.
You want to write up for the Is the band at school? Thank you.
Yep. So how you doing, man?
Hanging in there.
Yeah.
A long week.
How's the move going?
The what?
The movement?
Oh, not bad. Been having that hyperbaric shit done, so been doing that all week. I go like every day for 2 hours.
Oh, you're still doing that shit. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. We got to drive up to like halfway up the state, basically. Go to treatments there and then drive back for the weekends.
Hell yeah.
I go back I go back Monday.
Yeah, I figured that will fucking help a lot.
Yeah, it
Bunch of
seems to
people
be
saying.
helping.
I don't know. You've
Like in
seen
there.
the movie Wanted?
No.
What?
Wanted. From when?
Yeah. Fucking, it's older. It's Angelina Jolie and
Oh yeah. I saw that.
young buck.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, dude, and like what happened to the guy? He was keep beating him and to make him stronger and all that shit, and then they always like putting him in the fucking like with like a bat, but with from what the fucking candles type shit. Was that
Yeah.
fucking like when the candle is melting, they're like just pouring that shit on you
Right.
or some shit. That's why that she was looking in that movie. If you remember, like he was keep beating that guy to make him stronger, and like keep throwing him in the fucking bat there, just covering him again, and just like he's like waking up.
Right.
Fuck again. Like fuck.
Luckily, this is a little bit more humane. You go in this big, it's like a big room. There's like 20 chairs in there, and you're in there with anywhere from 15 to 20 people, and they drop the pressure. I don't know. Well, do they increase or I don't know? They get the pressure up to a certain level where it's super high oxygen,
Oh, it's
and
a
then they
20
drop it.
type shit.
It's a hyperbaric chamber. Yeah, it's like a hyperbaric room, basically. Like they
Oh,
usually use. Yeah, you sit
yeah, I don't
there, you
know. People
fucking watch.
say they're just like room for two people in that shit. So I don't know. That's why.
No. This place is fucking. It's like a hotel room, man. It's like a big old lobby. There's like 15, 20 chairs in there. It's crazy. The big old. I have to post it. I think. Let me see if I post it. It's there's like only 3 centers like this across the world. And they happen to have one in Florida.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if they show the inside of the room here. They won't let me take pictures. You can't take pictures. Yeah, you can't take pictures when you're in there because of because of privacy shit. So kind of wild. So I was trying to film it one day, and they're like, "No, you can't do that."
Don't spy, Cerberus. You Russian spy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big old room. Like if you look at it, it's a big old room. There's like 20 chairs in there, like recliners and shit. you can listen to something. You can sleep. You have the fucking oxygen on for like, was it 10 minutes, 15 minutes? I forget what they said. They just keep timing
Like a
us,
fucking
and they take it off.
seats and just fucking oxygen masks.
Yeah, like if you dive and you get the bends, they put you in a hyperbaric chamber. But like you said, it's like room for 1 to 5 people at most. This is like this big old room. It's like crazy shit.
What I saw yesterday, one guy bought a Boeing 747 or some shit. He put it into his yard and just make it like a house. Damn.
I think I've seen that same thing actually.
Oh, you've seen that shit, dude?
Yeah.
That shit was like crazy. He got like nice view, not gonna lie. Like the ocean or whatever that shit was like. Damn. What the fuck?
He did all kinds of floors and shit.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is that, dude? Oh, it's fucking insane, man. Yeah. Yeah. You think my fucking shit is ready? I don't think so. Think so, man.
It's like there's a bunch of different people there. It's crazy. There's people there from PTSD. People have just want to get better enhancement from their athletic. There's people in there who want to improve their like tennis game. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's this place is crazy.
Yeah. I guess that shit can cure a lot of other shit.
Yeah, I guess it helps it improve the regeneration and shit. So we'll see what happens. People are just going there because they're old and just want to be feeling younger. It's like insane. I'm trying to see what protocol they have me on. I think it's like 20 minutes and 10 minutes or something. 20 minutes of pressure, then it's like 10 minutes oxygen.
They have these little pods for hyperbaric chamber that you can have it at your house for like 20, 30, 40K.
Yeah, I've seen those.
It's like a little pod.
Yeah.
Or like a, yeah. Or
That's
like a tanning
that's
table.
a lot of those little pods, those hyperbaric pods, are for like after they do exercise, or a lot of long distance runners use them.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people are doing like cold plunges and then they go to the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of fucking shit they're doing.
Mm. I also heard that they can get your blood out of you and then spin it somehow and then put it back and you feel better.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like curing your blood type shit.
Well, that's what got Lance Armstrong in trouble. He's oxygenating his blood or something.
Oh.
That's one of the things that got him in trouble.
Yeah. Help. Yeah, you got a multi-place type shit. That's what you're saying. A multi-place hyperbaric chamber. It holds 2 to 14 or more people at one time. Okay.
Shit. That lunatic up in Wisconsin, whoever lost, the one that doesn't believe in holidays. Thank God. It's like, imagine that. Someone who doesn't believe in holidays can't win, but someone who's done all kinds of other horrible shit wins their election. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's crazy now with the Communist Party and shit like that.
It's like both parties have extremists that are just going too far.
Oh,
in this
yeah.
direction.
Yeah.
Getting out of hand.
Definitely.
It's really getting out of hand, man. But we'll see how the year plays out.
Yeah, they're just crazier than even Kamala. So it is what it is, man. We'll see.
I mean, the Democrats should win the midterms hands down, but they got all these crazy candidates that are winning their primaries, and it's like, dude, it's like the best in many years. They have a chance to make it equal, and here they are fucking it up. It's crazy.
Right.
This one, I swear to God, Democrats find every way possible to lose. They really do.
And it's just crazy. But like how
fucking
they're
idiots.
showing how extremist they are right now.
Yeah. Aye.
Yeah.
She has me remake the pizza because she made it wrong. Because they'll remake other right now.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. Another 10 minutes.
Yeah, another 10. It's hard to make a pizza, bro. I'm just gonna send it. Thank you. Thank you. Not fucking not waiting for all that shit, man. Oh my god. How hard is to fucking make a fucking pizza, mate? Obviously hard enough.
The hard pizza to make. Must be good pizza.
Or build fucking rockets fucking faster than they're fucking making a pizza. A pizza
Party of
pizza.
slavery. It's a little bit. I think you got it wrong, man. Party of slavery is locking people up without due process right now.
Yeah.
Roy. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not a supporter of the Democrats. I said they find a way to lose. Aye. Roy's a fucking bootlicking dude, man. He hears one thing and then he takes it and runs with it. You're almost bad as Flex, man.
So when do we know who fucking won?
Has joined the channel.
Oh shit. Oh my god, joined back. That's good. What you doing, Roy? I saw you have a fucking live. Chilling live. Yep, you're live at 7 p.m. Whoop, whoop. 7 p.m. So that's like 9 Central. Huh. Okay. No, the fucking gas went down. They might have fucking good news for the Iran war.
That's yeah. It's simple. On it. Yeah. Sit. Marvel NXT. This one.
Cool.
See if I got. If you're ready. Yeah. Oh, wait.
I don't know where we got stuff.
Let's get this order real quick. 25 buckaronis. Shit. You should be up waiting for orders. What do you mean? I should be up waiting for orders, man. What that even means? Oh, let's fucking get the highway. The highway. There's nothing like the highway. Cigarette. Yeah, you don't know, Roy, if I'm gonna be awake or not waiting for orders at that hour, dude. Because I might be fucking sleeping. You don't know what's my schedule. The gig worker schedule, dude. Okay. I might fucking start at 5 in the morning, dude. Going to sleep at 8 o'clock. Never know, man. Alright.
To the surface of Mars. 3.5 days. Because during those 3.5 days, you continuously accelerated at 0.38 Gs, which means that you had the ability to pour your coffee in your mug the whole time. You can flush the toilet the whole time. And if you're wondering why I'm so obsessed with toilets, you go wear a diaper for 9 months and see how happy you're going to be when you get to Mars on chemical rocketry. Ours has continuous acceleration. You continuously accelerate to the halfway point, you flip around 180 degrees, and you decelerate from there. At the midpoint, we're doing about 1 million miles an hour. We're only doing it for a few hours. Well, because you're accelerating the whole way there at 0.38 Gs. Then after that, you decelerate all the way at 0.38 Gs until you drop into you don't go into orbit. Orbit's so 20th century. You literally just drop into Mars. Just drop straight in. And drop down. You're under thrust. You don't have to ever turn. Mars is only pulling at you. Right. You never have to turn the engines off.
There are so many live streams on Whatnot 24/7 that you can join into and buy from. And the coolest part.
Right. You never have to turn the engines off.
Oh, okay.
And Mars is.
That's why we have to do orbit stuff for the moon stuff.
That's right. Because the Earth is pulling on you and you only have so much impulse. But when you never have to turn the engines off, and your engines can make, say, 0.39 Gs, and the Mars surface is only pulling at you 0.38, that means you go down slowly. And then when you get right down near the surface, you crank up the engines to match Mars' gravity pull, and you don't need landing legs, you could just hover. But obviously you would land, get out, do whatever it is you're going to do. And from the moment you turned on the engines to the moment you are on Mars, you have the same gravity load on your body. So no more your bones starting to deteriorate. No more you're atrophying your muscles.
Radiation.
Well, you still have a lot of problems. We haven't solved any of the big problems. You still have cosmic rays.
Only 3 days of exposure, not.
You get 3.5 days of exposure, not 9 months.
That's true. That's a big.
And if for some reason you think, well, that would require a nuclear reactor, and they would have to have all this other stuff. The energy requirements to get to Mars are the same as the battery in your car could easily supply the energy to keep the engine running for the 3.5 days it takes to get to Mars. And you say, well, that's ridiculous. But remember, we're electrostatic. It doesn't take that much to generate charge. It takes a lot to generate current and B field, but we're neither of those two things. So once we have our static field formed, the unit, you can literally, we can turn the power off. Yeah, I know, it sounds crazy. These crazy guys are even crazier. We could literally turn the power off and the engine stays on. And if you really want to hear the explanation of that, you get yourself some Excedrin and a stiff cup of coffee, and he can explain it to you. So anyhow, moving on.
Yes.
This is a typical day from anywhere in the last 10 years.
Okay.
Dr. Charles is up at the board giving out the very last theory ever. There were many of these. They were all wonderful. They were all wrong. Now we have them right. This is very typical. We're getting ready to, we just built the thing. We're getting ready to test something. You know, this is the team. This silly thing is what I have out on the web. If you go to our website, look at our webpage, I have a 45-minute dissertation on how to build that little piece of foam thing. I don't know where the camera is.
And what is this foam thing?
This is a thruster.
That is a thruster.
If you build this, if you spend the $1.50 it takes to build this, and the couple of hours, and by the way, the video is free. If you build this and you hang it from a string, you know, 8 or 10 feet of string from your ceiling, and you do it the way we say to do it, you will be rewarded with this pulling itself through space. It's hanging on a string, obviously. You know, it can't fly, it can't lift itself off. It only makes about 1/10 of a millinewton. But that's enough to see it move. And we have videos of stuff like that. So we thought we'd bring you one so you can see it. That is a warp drive thruster. I know he hates when I call it warp drive, but I love the term. So any chance I get to call things warp drive, I do. So that's a cutaway of one of our thrusters. And notice it has black RTL around the outside because air is the enemy. So you have to seal as much air out of the system as possible.
So why does it have to look like this? Why does it have to be this box with all these little grooves cut into the center of it?
The basic theory is that you have very small area on the tips of the grooves, and very large area on the foil on the back of that. And the large area has a greater electrostatic pressure pushing against it than the very small area of the tips of the fins. So it's a choice. Who's going to win? I push 1,000,000 pounds against 0 area, or I push 1 pound against 10 inches of area. Well, it doesn't matter how much you push on the little bitty guys. The area is virtually 0, so the force is almost nothing. So the force going backwards is almost nothing, whereas the force going forwards is more than nothing. The force wins. The large area versus the electrostatic pressure wins. There's a few more subtleties to it than that. That's basically how it works. It's electrostatic pressure times area. Or electrostatic force times area, which is electrostatic pressure. So,
that's pretty good explanation.
Unless you want to,
I mean, that's basically what. So hypothetically, if you guys could scale this thing up, you know, times 10,000, what would the vehicles look like that we would travel to Mars in?
Anything you want them to look like. We don't need to be on the outsides of the spaceships. These can be sealed boxes in the middle of your ship. These could be on catamarans. These could be, let's say you build a ship that looks like, because I shamelessly love Star Trek. No one's going to believe this, but this is the first warp drive spaceship in the history of history. You think, well, this is a little model from the 70s of Star Trek, okay? One of the guys on our team is a master model builder. But we put a tiny warp drive cell in here. Now, this whole thing only made 2.5 millinewtons of thrust, but it was inside of a ship. And when you have an engine in a ship, that's defining it as a ship under power. So this, although it didn't fly around the room or fly across space, was the first warp drive ship ever in the history of history. But putting that aside, because I'm probably the only guy that thinks that's cool, this is a box. Inside of a box, you put your people, you put some area, you put area for people and, sandwiches and stuff. And then you put your engine anywhere else you need to fill up the rest of the volume. Sadly, we are far more like a dirigible than we are like an airplane. Our engines are not very compact. They're large area devices. So we'll probably have very large surface areas, but we're flying through space, so who cares? It'll be like a solar sail almost. We need a large surface area because we're a surface area phenomenon, really. You can stack our stuff up, or you can go big surface areas. If you have enough square meters of material at a high enough potential, then you have enough propulsion to go anywhere you want. You never have to turn the engines off. So you're constantly accelerating to go there. So your ship probably won't look as cool as this. It might look like a pressurized sphere with a great big propulsion system out in front of it that pulls it along.
So a great big panel or something?
Sure, like a solar sail. We don't need the sun. We don't need this. We don't need the photons coming from the sun to do the job.
Right.
To do the job. But we are going to need something that you can put people inside of, something that you can put the hardware of the propulsion system in and attach the two with something. Cables, ropes, nacelles, something.
Yeah,
So it can be any shape, size, texture, color you want it to be.
I think that's one manifestation. If we want to use area to maximize, or we can use volume. So you can imagine like a Borg cube.
Like a what?
Borg cube, Star Trek Borg cube. You could use volume to thrust into. It doesn't have to be area. It can be volume also. User choice.
So you could have a great big square in space or a great big sphere.
Like a big box, sphere or something.
It doesn't matter.
You would put inside a bunch of these.
Inside that, you would put
layers of it.
Again, this is the stuff we're playing around with here.
There you go. You found it. The Borg cube.
Yeah, this is all from 5 to 7 years ago. Our stuff here. We have greatly simplified this. We now have propulsion cells that can lift their own weight. We are over Unity. So if the propulsion cell, the material that the cell is made of weighs a pound, we can make 1.8 pounds. So we can make more thrust than the thing takes to lift its own body weight. So whatever's left over after one, that's what lifts the spaceship.
Right.
We're over Unity. We've been over Unity for a while. We've been off chasing other.
That seems like a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yeah.
But there are other big deals in order to have your own little space drive company. You have to achieve all the other things that we know nothing about. It's like becoming a company, becoming a brand, becoming something that someone believes. Okay, you almost believe us, but you'd be amazed how many people don't.
I believe you.
Okay, it doesn't matter how many times we've invited people in, showed them the magic, showed them the hardware, showed them the physics, put the hardware in their hands. They just walk away shaking their heads going, why did we waste our day here? Let's go get pizza. Every time.
That's incredible. It's not every time. We have people that are interested. We have people that are investors. We have turned the corner now. Mm-hmm. But it took a while, longer than you think. But what's interesting about this field is that everyone has a different belief. What that means is a different threshold for belief. Is it what you see? Is it what you touch? Is it a rotator? Is it a pendulum? Is it a spinner? Does it have to work in air? Does it have to work in vacuum? Does it have to work? Does it have to be stackable? Mm-hmm. Does it have to be, and every single person has a different requirement level. It's very odd. I mean, I don't know if you've ever asked that for the Wright brothers, does your plane fly? They would look and they would say, oh yeah, the plane flies. Imagine if they said, well, does it go into water? Does it go into space? Right. Does it turn blue? It's very odd, the questions in the requirement set that we've been tasked to deal with. And every one of them is a fair question to ask. It just takes a long time to answer all of them. So we have to limit, our customer base, our investor base, to stay focused, because it's just the two of us. We've got to stay focused.
Now, aren't there laws? Isn't there some sort of like U.S. government patent law where like if somebody comes up with some crazy patent or discovery or whatever, like it automatically defaults to the U.S. government? Something like that. I remember Jesse Michaels telling me something.
Not exactly. The U.S. government reserves the right to ruin your life. And it goes back to the theory behind patents. Patents are not for the guys inventing stuff. They're for country building. They're for nation building. So the nation that's going to give you the so-called protection, they reserve the right to take it from you. We believe, because there's no way to know for sure, but our patent disappeared inside the patent office for 3.5 years, our original one. And we were told eventually by the patent office that it got hung up in DoD review. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but that's what they told us. Then it got hung up in NASA review. And the only reason we know any of this is because there just aren't that many people on this planet who know how to read our patent and actually say, no, this is ridiculous because this is why it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Most of them work on our team. The few that don't work on our team, they were contacted by the patent office so that they'd have somebody, external reviewers, review our patents. And they said, we can't because we work on the team that invented it. So after a while, the patent office gave up and they issued us our patent, which is wonderful. But we're running into the same problem now that we have our second patent out there. The patent office came back and they said, this is not possible. You are violating the laws of conservation and momentum. And we've spent a few years explaining patiently to the patent office the laws of conservation and momentum and all the stuff that Dr. Charles was talking about. And, hopefully they'll let our patent go the second time. We've already passed all the hurdles. We got hung up on a little technical glitch because they said, no, this is impossible. So we're not going to issue patent on it.
Right.
Okay, so we get affidavits and we showed them people that have reproduced our work, and we showed them videos of people that reproduced our work and a full description of the physics down to levels that they don't even understand. And we hope we find them. And now it's a waiting game. Now, that's the reality of the U.S. patent system.
Now, what about the whole peer review process? Have you guys initiated anything like that?
We're going to. I won't let him.
We're going to. Because, this is fundamental physics, so we can't really patent that anyway. But the fundamental physics will be peer reviewed. And really, we do need a nice description of the thrust itself, the experimental. So people can do it, how drew it up. But, have it written down on a nice paper so that scientists can verify it. And that's all.
But peer review is designed to shut down the flow of information. It's not designed to.
It'll help the scientists.
So,
I'm familiar.
But it's like the example that Charles used of the Wright brothers. They flew. Nobody peer reviewed their work, and they had a lot of it. They actually invented the wind tunnel.
We're not letting work.
Nobody peer reviewed their work.
Yeah, we're not holding up our work on a peer review.
Yeah,
we're not holding it up. Right. It's a parallel thing, just for science, and that's it. It's not in line with what we're doing because we're not waiting. I'm not waiting for the scientific community. I think I'm 20, 30 years to buy this. And I'm okay with 30 years, at least. And I'm okay with that. I understand how the process works. Yeah. What I think what will happen, what I'm encouraged with, is as Drew made videos of how to build these things, and you can see they're not very complicated. There's a bunch of us working on them. What's exciting?
I want to explain.
Oh, you want to explain all this? But so you want to explain this guy too. But what's exciting is that if he makes videos how to make them, this will go the way of the lifters. If you're familiar with those. Lifters are something that came around in the 80s or 90s where you take a aluminum foil and you form it in the shape of a triangle. Oh, yeah. Triangle with the lines on top. And people thought they were fake and all that stuff until hobbyists started to make them. And there's teachers would make them, students would make them, and then they would work. And they were cool. They're cool, lifting devices. Lift up a couple of feet off the table. Outstanding little Corona thruster device. Ion wind thrusters. Ion wind. Yeah. So basically you're just taking the gas wind and you're accelerating it one way and moving the device the other way. It's a conservation momentum gas movement. Right. Not what we're doing, but certainly something people did not believe in until they actually started building them. So this will probably fall along the same path. People start building them in the garage. I've had people come up to us and tell us they've done that. And, just that would be the way that this makes it to the mainstream. The scientific peer review process would take a couple of days.
You guys are doing everything you can. I mean, obviously you're explaining this soup to nuts on podcasts publicly, trying to make this more publicly available for people and letting it get out.
We want people to follow our patent follow our videos, the only thing that's stopping anybody from learning more and learning really deep is our NDA, our non-disclosure agreement. Nobody comes in our shop that could walk away with the IP, and that's the only thing we ask. But once you pass the minimums of credibility, you come in and we'll talk. We'll show you everything we know how to do, because you might have the next great idea.
Right.
And I wanted to finish this up. Charles and I are the core of the team, but we have a big team. There's probably 8 or 10 people on our team. Some people float in and float out over the years. It's all about the team, because nobody can do everything. And I've tried. I can't do electronics. I'm terrible at it. And I don't do computers because I hate them. Charles is not the greatest with mechanical tooling. But nobody can do what he does. Nobody can go up to that whiteboard and fill it full of squiggles and actually make it make sense. Okay? Very few people can do what I do, which is, for example, go to the next one. This is just us playing around in our shop one day. I built that thing, everything you see there.
What is that thing?
That's a vacuum chamber. That's one of our small vacuum chambers. And there's nothing special about a vacuum chamber except that we can hit 10 to the minus 6 torque, which is hard vacuum. You put a lift to upside down. Air out of it being down. That means that you have atmospheric pressure in that thing.
Got it.
The pressure on Mars is about 7 millimeters of mercury ish, between 5 and 7. So if I was outside on Mars, atmospheric about 5 torr, 7 torr, something like that.
About 100 times less.
About 100 times less.
Okay.
If I was on Venus, the atmospheric pressure would be 700 atmospheres. It's about 100 times the atmospheric pressure of the Earth.
Wow.
But when you get into vacuum, you get down around 1 torr, 1/10 of a torr. Now you're into the millitorr, 1,000th of a torr. Okay. The International Space Station buzzing around up at whatever it is, 250 miles or so.
Mm-hmm.
It's at about 10 to the minus 8 torrs. The atmospheric pressure outside the station is about 10 to the minus 8 torrs. The atmospheric pressure on the surface of the moon is about 10 to the minus 9. Atmospheric pressure on the backside of the moon is about 10 to the minus 10. These numbers don't mean anything, and it doesn't matter. We can get down to space. We can pump down. We can put our test articles inside that box, inside that tube, pump down to about the pressure of space. We were talking about lifters. Lifters are fun things. Everybody says, oh, you're just making ion wind. Well, you put ion wind, you put a lifter in a vacuum, it stops making wind because there's no air to make the wind with. So lifters don't work in a vacuum. Our system loves vacuum because we don't have the air, which tends to short out the high voltage plates. Vacuum is very friendly to our system. The harder the vacuum, the higher the voltage we can run, the higher the field we can run, the more thrust we can make with the same hardware. So we grew up loving vacuum because everybody said, oh, they're just ion winds. It's just a lifter. So we said, okay, what's it going to take to prove it to you? And the first hurdle was I put it in a vacuum chamber and it'll fail. We put it in a vacuum chamber. It worked better. And the next hurdle was, well, now what do you want to see? Oh, now we want to see it spin around. So we built spinners in the vacuum chamber. And then the next hurdle was, oh, we want to see it float. Okay, that's a tricky one. That was the people saying I want. And we started focusing on what we needed. So that's an example of a homegrown vacuum chamber. And of course, Charles provides.
Well, let's say we have the 1.7 Earth energy. So we can make something that can lift its weight and a little bit more. But that mass is based on the actual thruster itself. It doesn't count for the mass of the framing, the power supply, the tape, all the non-components that are doing nothing except holding it together and structure and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a car saying, I have enough horsepower to move my car, move the engine, but not the car.
Right.
Nothing to the seats, the steering wheel,
You got to start somewhere. So where we started with was the fact that we're not zero. Okay, so that was the unicorn. We birthed the unicorn. Now people want the unicorn to get up on the table and dance. And then they want the unicorn to be wearing a certain color dress and dance. So it's everybody always wants the next cool thing because eventually everybody wants to see the Mattel hoverboard.
Is this a spinner?
That's a spinner.
Wow, look at that.
And that rotated around.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum that's about 5 years ago, maybe. What year is that?
It's been a while.
2020, that's 6 years ago. Very slowly.
Not fast.
Oh, no. Very, very slowly. It took hours for it to go down. Right, rotate.
One rotation was hours.
Because the string has torsion in it.
Right.
That thing's just held up with a string.
Right.
And the string has torsion. So you're working against the torsion in the string. Well, that whole thing only made about 2 millimeters of thrust. 2 millinewtons of thrust on an 18-inch arm ain't that big.
This sucker was heavy too.
And the whole thing weighed about 2 kilos, maybe 2.5 kilos. And it was, actually, that one's probably on a pin. Yeah, that one doesn't have a string. That one has the thing at the bottom is just a plate, and there's probably a pin coming up from the bottom. So that whole thing is on a pin and pivot. But either way, that's why we got rid of the torsion string and went to the pin and jewel. That's what they spun. As soon as we did this, they went to, now we need to see it float. And for years, and it always goes to the next level. Now I want to see it do. Now I want to see it do that. Now I want to see it do that. Well, this is also that day, and this after we full doing this.
As I keep getting older, I'm starting to realize that life insurance is one of those things I should be putting off. Apply in minutes, and you guys, if you can save us money, because if you had a limited amount of money, would you just be able to figure out how to make this thing float? Or is there what is the biggest common denominator that you think is
it's the usual thing? It's just money and time.
Money and time.
It really is. I mean, leaving that job soon to work, but it's been a part-time. He just left his job full-time to do this full-time for the first time in 5 years. So time is going to be on our side.
Then money to get other people to help us. That's what this. And what is the most like lowest hanging fruit as far as a practical application for this thing?
I would say
this right here
is what he's showing you there. Are these small set?
This is an example of a CubeSat. And again, this is a I can't see what's looking at. This is an example. Oh, okay. This is an example of a CubeSat. And for those who don't know what a CubeSat is, a CubeSat is a 4-inch by 4-inch by 4-inch cube, and you stack them up. U1, U2, U3. This is a U3. So people have launched these for 15 years now. They put these up in great big boxes, and they shoot them out one at a time. And sometimes they have little tiny propulsion systems in them, and sometimes they don't. And they're little tiny satellites. Again, this is a cartoon. This is not a real one.
Right.
Okay. Our dream is to build something like this, or get with a vendor who builds things like this. And
is it roughly the same size?
It will be the exact same size. This is an exact copy of a U3 CubeSat. And then in this case, we propose to have this be the propulsion module. And the propulsion module would look something like this. Our propulsion mechanism would be inside of it. This is a cartoon again. There's nothing real here.
I see.
And then this would mount directly to the other half of the spacecraft, so that the things like cameras and solar cells and gyros and all the things that make up little tiny spacecraft get a propulsion module. In this propulsion module would be enough propulsion to send this thing to Mars. And it would probably get there in a couple of weeks.
Whoa.
I wouldn't say we'd have enough to get there in 3.5 days, which is in the future.
The propulsion module is about 50% of the entire.
In this case, it would be.
In this case.
In this case, we actually set it up to be 50%. Because again, this is a cartoon. It may be that this propulsion module could handle something the size of this table. But now you're talking about much slower getting to Mars. Certainly we can climb out of the Earth's atmosphere. We climb out of the Earth's orbital gravity. So we could, once we get into space, somebody's going to have to give us a ride to space, because these things don't lift their own body weight yet. So somebody's giving us a ride. We're in orbit. We're in low Earth orbit, and we turn on our little thrusters. And normally, thrusters are turned on, and in a couple of months, little toy satellites make it up to whatever orbit they're supposed to be at. Then they run out of fuel. That's the best you get. That's our little ion engines. I mean, every one of the pretty much every satellite out there does that. They start out in a real low orbit, and then they slowly work their way up to a higher orbit, and then they run out of fuel.
This will never run out of fuel.
This will never run out of fuel, so you never have to turn off the thruster. So it constantly is accelerating. You're constantly gaining altitude, constantly. At some point, about 12 or 13 hours later, you've left the Earth's gravity and you can go to the moon if you want to. But then you better start decelerating pretty quick because you're going to hit the moon at 200,000 miles an hour. So if you want to go to the moon, this little toy could take you to the moon. This little toy could take you to Mars, presuming all the other problems are solved. Okay, we don't have a deep sky network to communicate with our little toys. We don't have to fly to Mars. We're just guys getting in.
Right now, today, if you could get a ride into low Earth orbit, that thing would.
We would build a real one, and our propulsion system, which is very much advanced from what you see on the screen, would have more than enough capability to do all the crazy things we say it can do. We don't have to invent anything else. We have it. We just don't have the millions of dollars that it takes to get from cartoon to real life. Not that we're working on it. We work on it every day.
That sounds
12 hours a day. But right now, we're trapped by the reality of that work. I don't know about him, but I'm a poor boy. I don't have the money.
So he's got a pizza.
Yeah. We have a joke running. It's the only place on Earth with pizza and warp drive. Sorry. I just put that in there because it was funny.
Now, have you guys talked to any high level space executives or space rocket people, maybe for example Elon, maybe not at his level, but somebody about this and gotten any kind of feedback from them, positive or negative?
We have. We are in contact. Like I said, it's poisoned.
The well has been poisoned. So you're getting there's a lot of stigma attached to it. There's a lot of skepticism.
I think like I was saying, there's a lot of levels to climb. There's a lot of hurdles to climb, and there's a lot of minimum requirements. And there's different use cases that we have to show. So there's different thrusters that we have to show, different things that it needs to do. It's not a high hurdle, but at the end of that game, you're going to talk to the bigwig, and then they'll decide our fate after that. We're not waiting for that. We're just waiting for we're working with potential customers for this little guy. They may have thousands of these or hundreds of these. So that is it's a better ease in as you're starting a company to get a customer right away, which we already have, we think. We're trying.
For the piece parts. And the nice thing is you can go out to whatever it is, littlecorp.com and buy a chassis and a gyro and a star tracking. You can buy all the pieces of the puzzle, and you can even get people to assemble them for you. And then you would integrate in whatever your special thing is, let's say you wanted to do a thing that took pictures, or some guy sent a cell phone up.
I saw that.
It takes a picture of a.
It takes a picture of a selfie. Or
Yeah,
something.
it takes, so you put your selfie on there and it takes a picture of you in space with the stars. It's wonderful.
My son loves that channel.
For us,
Like Mark Rober. Mark Rober, that's what he was.
And that's wonderful. But the satellite, 300,000 roughly. If it's about this big, if it's bigger, it goes up fast.
You guys could build them, and then you guys could like rent them out.
Yes, yes, we could.
To get this into space is anywhere from 300,000, depending on
23, 56.
and what you want. And there are ways to do that. But it's so.
In here? Yeah.
It's a learned in the aerospace world and space world is you need two of everything, because the first one's you got to build things. You got $1 million sitting on the shelf, but you're going to launch. Then test everything. So you got to build two more of them. We call them engineering demonstration units. So you have to have your two engineering demonstration units. And they don't launch, but they have to get built. So there's another couple $100,000. And then you have to run your testing operation. These tests are pretty exotic. You shake, rattle, and roll. Radio.
Yeah. There's a gauntlet.
There's an enormous gauntlet of tests that you have to pass before you are not a hazard to all the other people who spent their hard-earned money to put their satellites into space. So you can launch your own satellites. You can. You got to buy a ride. You got to do all the minimums. You got to play by the game, because you can't buy your own rocket. And if you can, that's even better. But nobody can buy their own rockets. So that's the world we're in. Is we're looking to team up with someone who wants to test out the first propulsion system that never has to be turned off on a satellite they're willing to risk it on.
It's kind of crazy to me that, there haven't been any big aerospace companies that have approached you guys and tried to contract you, like, or even something like DARPA or something crazy.
There have been. We're in talks with them. So I don't want to give out who these people are, but that process is ongoing. It started. So
yeah,
we're excited about it.
Yes.
We're,
what do you guys think? What do you guys think of when you see, and you hear of all these reports of like these crazy things flying around in the atmosphere, like the pilots talk about and all that stuff? Was that kind of like what inspired this stuff? Or like when you think of all the work and the time you put into creating this thing and you see stuff like that, what do you think?
Damn it.
Do you think it's all fake?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's uses this force, maybe it doesn't. I don't really know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is either.
Do you think that there are human beings on this earth who have figured out something like this on super steroids times a million? You could put a human in and fucking zip around the sky.
I honestly don't know.
Is that possible or is it impossible? Like I'm saying, like hypothetical, yeah, you got a gun to your head. Yes, they figured it out. No, they haven't figured it out.
I believe it's possible they have.
Yeah.
I just don't see any evidence of it.
Right.
I mean, it took us a long time, even as simple as this theoretically is, just to get there and to develop this and to continue to develop it. I mean, the amount of work and effort to get to this is ridiculous.
Propulsion's not the only thing you need to be able to do what we see on these. I guess you're referring to the Tic Tac videos, stuff like that. And I promised him I wouldn't mention it, but I'm going to anyhow. I'm part of a group of, I call them crazy people because we are all crazy. It's Alternate Propulsion Engineering Conference.
Oh yeah.
And
smart
they
guys.
They're brilliant people in APEC. And there are crazy people in APEC. And
just like
there's no depth and there's no reason you can't be brilliant and crazy, which is how they define me somehow. But there are guys in that group and gals too, because very brilliant. Some of the people in that group are female and they're very brilliant. Their dream is to pick one of the things that keeps you from being able to do the crazy things you see on the videos. One of them is, I want to go to the left at 500 Gs or 1,000 Gs, or whatever, sea level to 80,000 feet in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 10,000 Gs. 10,000 Gs would do to your body, you would be a smear. You could put a piece of metal and subject it to 10,000 Gs and it would crush it. So obviously, if the videos are real and you're doing 10,000 Gs, somebody somewhere somehow has figured out a way to reduce your static inertia such that for those moments that you're doing the high G forces, you're not subject to the inertial loads.
Right.
One of the guys on the team has a machine that makes my vacuum system look silly. And he's reporting that he has lowered the inertial. So he has, he can move up to his test article and it isn't subjected to inertia. So he has reduced its inertial component by a small fraction with whatever magic he's working on. I truly don't understand it, but he's working on it. And someday he might get to where he can take 100 out along one plane or two planes or three planes. So then he could accelerate his test article at 100 Gs and the test article wouldn't feel the inertia. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have any way to make his test article move. He would want somebody that has a propulsion system like I have.
Right.
I don't have any way to keep my people from being smeared on the back bulkhead.
This is the crazy thing about science too, is because most science in the academic sense is very stovepiped, meaning like it's not very interdisciplinary. People work in single lanes and they only talk to communicate outside.
That's why we're part of I call them crazy people, but they're brilliant.
Yeah.
And we get together once or twice a month and it's open forum. Anybody can talk, anybody can present, anybody can ask questions. And if you have some answers, anybody's welcome to give answers. And we kick all kinds of ideas around and stuff. But it's basically focused on propulsion. That's what this conference is focused on, which is good for me because that's all I care about.
So when you say 10,000 Gs, like for example, that the way that like Dave Fravor describes that, the way that Tic Tac move, you're saying for it to make these hard turns, so to go from the sea level to whatever it was, 80,000 feet a second, that would be that, roughly that kind of Gs. So a human being would survive that if it was in traditional space time. But would the materials that we know of even survive that? Like, We don't have any materials on Earth.
I don't believe we have anything that could survive those kind of G's.
No types of metal alloys terrestrially that would survive those kinds.
It puts far too much stress on the hull.
I look at those observables, 4 observables they have. Obviously, propulsion's one of them, inertia's another. Going through objects.
I'm super excited to join the Whatnot family. Whatnot is a live streaming platform where you guys can buy, sell, auction, giveaways.
Going through objects, flying through objects, going through mountains, seeing things through underwater without even seeing the water, without even experiencing any of that.
What does that mean?
You have to be in a place or a time that the water isn't.
Yeah. So
I want to do it, but you would have to be where the water isn't.
Quantum mechanical can possibly allow that. You know, everything has all the atoms in our body and the molecules and all that have a certain quantum state. And if you change that quantum state, if you can do it, you can add another perhaps quantum number. If you add another quantum, you're no longer in the other quantum state that the rest of the universe is, and you might just be able to pass right through it. So there are Pauli exclusionary principles in quantum mechanics, very, very ad hoc, very, weird theories out there that people can do experiments on to show that we know how the Pauli exclusionary principle works. If you were able to change the quantum state of something, you could go through these mountains and water, oceans, whatever. I don't think humans, you asked earlier, do we have that where someone's got it in a mountain somewhere and they're doing all this thousands of years ahead of us? Who is? This technology that we're talking about.
That we're seeing.
Yeah, and this is far ahead of us. Like, not even, the textbooks will kind of grow over this. Like, even our force is awesome. It's going to be 1,000 years before it gets strong enough to do these crazy things. And what your buddy's dealing with the inertia, he's a long way from that.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine that one set of guys, and that's this figured out somewhere. That's kind of like hard to believe because
Have you known anybody ever who is more adept or proficient in this field of electrostatics than you are?
I have a lot of colleagues that are in this field. But like, it's not a lot of us that work in propulsion, but there's a lot of stacks colleagues of mine.
Right. I just think that, coming from someone like you, who is like one of the top people in this, doing this work at like a place like NASA, and you saying that stuff is thousands of years ahead is crazy. Because I mean, I've heard stories of people who have done research on places like DARPA and talking about the technology that they've been working on. They say that usually they're like 20 years ahead of anything that you see in the public sphere or like in the commercial sphere, right? Sure. So like 1,000. I mean, that's insane.
That's how I personally feel. You're talking about quantum mechanics have had since the 1920s. There's been no advancement in that Pauli exclusion principle to go phase through a matter and go through a table without touching it. Right. It's maybe possible, but you're talking centuries ahead of us. Taking this inertia and writing it. So there's a lot on those things. And
my first introduction to all of this stuff. He was saying there was this basketball team that basically couldn't.
What's going on, little doggy? Huh?
About the gravity waves. So,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
Gravitational wave being created from the element 115, and they could go to this tubes and go into the gravity wave amplifiers in the ship. And at the time, I didn't really believe a lot of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, I just couldn't make sense of it. That was kind of at the time, that was like hottest topic, gravity waves. Hot.
Yeah.
Richard Feynman, got onto the science community about gravity waves. Can they do work? He wanted to know. There wasn't anyone working on that. So I think, he picked up on the gravity. Maybe that's what it was, gravity waves. But more recently, I think he's more open to the possibility of maybe not being gravity waves, but something else.
Oh, really?
Something else entirely. So
it's like more in line with what you guys are doing.
It's possible. It's just another force. I can't do all the fancy things you're talking about, bending space-time or anything else, but it could be a force. We haven't explored a lot of facets of our force. We're going to with this, like a kid in a candy store. We have a new shiny car. We got to test it. We got to take it out for a test drive to check it out. But it's possible because the L-115 theoretically is a very high melting point material, higher than anything we have theoretically. We've gotten very close to that. Theoretically, has very high melting. That's very advantage. That's a very huge advantage. And I talked about this at APEC a few years back, but my thought was, okay, that's interesting. And I showed the design that Bob Lazar put in.
Yeah, sports model, whatever.
Sports model, the internals, which he didn't show before. I've never seen it. And I looked at that and said, transmitter. I showed my wife who's at NASA. She's in the EMI group. And she's like, yeah, it does look like a transmitter. It's an electromagnetic transmitter. So it was, through the waveguides, which are basically ways to trap electromagnetic light. Whatever frequency that would be. Probably gigahertz or terahertz or something like that. And this is an electromagnetic source, possibly. But then you go into the gravity wave amplifiers. Now, that doesn't mean anything 20 years ago. But in today's light, the gravity wave amplifier, the spaceship would always move in the direction of the amplifier. Just like our propulsion always moves in the direction of the of the thrust, like our forces are in the direction of the thrust. It's like it was pushing or pulling on it, if you will. Not the opposite direction. Not the opposite direction. So usually you have a rocket, if exhaust goes one way, the rocket goes the other way. This goes the same. So it's weird. And his gravity wave amplifiers turn a certain direction. The ship would go in that direction to go with it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, it could be an electromagnetic thing. If it is, that's pretty exciting because that's basically in line with what Drew and I are starting to scratch the surface on.
Right.
Basically, just we're probably years away from something that exotic, but that could be something like that. At least it falls within something that humans can probably test, understand long before gravity waves. And
I hope you guys have a good security around your lab.
someone will come in and steal our
There's too many missing signs just popping up.
We have the best security possible. Nobody believes us. It's our next door neighbors don't believe us. They just shake their head and say, "Waste so much potential," and then they move on and go do whatever they're going to do.
Yeah, well, you have just so many stories of like the scientists that got missing, and then you even had that lady, that Ning Lee lady, who discovered that the conductor, the superconductor or whatever, that spun. It did something crazy, right? And then it got peer reviewed, and she got a DOD, I think, and then she just like vanished. And people think that like the Chinese basically rendered her back to China to do some work for them or something. Maybe that's probably the most likely. Yeah.
Possible. There are some people in the APEC group who've been in that world for 25 plus years, and they have a lot of historical knowledge, and they know some of these people. So we're hearing that statistically, it's not a thing. Some of these people were perhaps not fully stable. Some of these people were being lumped together in groups that don't belong together.
That's the consensus about this from that community, which
we talk about this regularly, and
about the whole
about the
phenomenon.
Like there's 10 or 20 of these people
Oh yeah, A lot of them. Yeah, but there's there's a few of them that are like the general, the McCaslin guy. That one was very odd.
So we're not taking any extraordinary precautions.
Yeah.
We're a small business and we have the precautions that a small business requires. And basically nobody believes us, really. Nobody. Not even our wives barely believe us. Okay? And his wife can explain the physics better than he can, and she barely believes us.
That's funny. If some men in black showed up at your laboratory and they said, "Hey guys, you're going to come work for us now. You're going to work underground. You're going to keep your public life goodbye, but we're going to show you what's really good." What would you do?
Yeah, I'm gone.
Wow.
I don't care where. I don't care if that thing's under the ocean.
Yeah, I used to think the same thing, but on the other hand, the more I think about it, I'm like, maybe I really don't want to know the truth, about what this stuff really is, because I don't know what baggage that comes with, because there's so many different people, there's so many different stories around this stuff, and it's really hard to like keep one coherent sort of view on this kind of stuff because it's so intertwined with all the UFO stuff, and there's so many UFO stories, and it's hard to pick the wheat from the chaff. It's just like the zone has been flooded with so much crazy stuff, and within that big cauldron of craziness, there's a lot of real stuff. There has to be a lot of real stuff. So
we're really not.
That stuff comes with remote controlling stuff with your consciousness, and I know a lot of really smart people, including Jesse Michaels, who's been studying this stuff forever, who's talked to all the most brilliant people on earth when it comes to this stuff, including you. I don't know if you've talked to him, but he thinks that is a potential thing, and he's talked to people that have worked in aerospace companies or been. There's one guy he talked to who is he works for I think NASA or SpaceX, and he is the guy who oversees all the launches or whatever. And this guy works in the Huntsville, Alabama location, and apparently really high level. And as far as rocketry, he's been, he also, I think he had a friend on the Challenger shuttle mission. And, this guy is supposed to believe that it's the same thing. So I don't know. It's too confusing for me to navigate.
I got to tell you, we're so far down the food chain. That's the beauty of nobody believes us, is we just do our thing. We publish our results to our friends and to our potential customers, and we just keep moving forwards. That's our goal. Yeah, our goal is to listen to the madness and enjoy the stories if that's what they are. Read the headlines. I look forward to the launches. It's in 30 miles forward. It's everything we can do. Absolute pressure or gauge pressure. They thought they were the same thing. So Apollo 1 was it wasn't an error. It was an act of stupid. It was an act of stupid. Most of the time when you end up killing your crew is an act of stupid, because the hardware they've beaten the hardware to where it can handle the loads. But then you do something stupid and the hardware can't handle it.
Right.
So it's very sad.
Mm. Yeah. And what's Grissom like famous shuttle or whatever? Just because he thought that they had good reason to believe that the equipment was not the par.
It's very difficult. I believe it was Mr. Musk that said that rockets are hard, rocketry is hard, and he's not kidding. You know, and he's spent enough money to find out how difficult it is, and through sheer perseverance and the incredible engineering effort of his team, they just move forward. They move forward faster than we do. Okay, we move forward fast. I mean, we test once or twice a week, 3 times a week, sometimes 4. And we have iterations twice a week, sometimes. Those guys are moving light years faster than we ever does have a limited budget. They also have a far larger team. They have a much narrower scope of what they're trying to do. And people build rockets before. I don't think anyone's built what we're building before. If they have, I'd really like to talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, we want to be mixed in with the alien crowd and all that. This is just another discovery of physics, I think.
And how could you be into this stuff and not love the aliens?
Yeah, you do love it. I mean, you just like to hear the stories, watch the movies. It's great fun.
I've experienced some of these clairvoyance things myself.
Because you're doing it.
Yeah. But yeah, like anything in the world, you have to believe it. To believe it, you have to test it yourself. Don't just take someone's word for it. Just try it out. Like telepathy, very real. You have to practice. Clairvoyance, there's books that tell you how to do it. Kids all into that stuff. Just draw something on paper, and someone else draws something, and you figure out what it is without looking at it. Just draw what you think it is. And if they concentrate on it really hard enough, and you read their mind and all that, you'll see what they see. It's not too complicated. It's not too hard. You just have to do it. Telepathy is the same way. I do that experiment with my kids a lot. Bring something I'm saying, they think of something, do not life. Just all the time. What number are you thinking of? Yeah, just practice it. You practice it, you get good at it. I have no idea how it works.
But also interesting that, people play into that stuff.
Yeah. It's a different phenomenon. There's a lot of things that, and I tell the students this, and I gave a talk at the Electrostatic Society of America, which I'm now the president of. And I told that the young folks in there, there's a lot left to be discovered. Everyone thinks everything's done. Everything's discovered. That's not true. 21st century, but there's still discoveries to be made. We discovered 3 to 4 different stuff that I don't understand. Right? It's just one. But they're still very young species. There's a lot more to take. And don't think science is done. It's not.
Right.
It's an exciting. I think it's very exciting. Personally, I think it's really exciting. I think it's going to be more exciting as we get.
I think there's a lot more to it than just like the nuts and bolts physical like the physical elements of stuff, right? I think there's, just studying the history of NASA, like those dudes, L. Ron Hubbard was best friends with freaking Jack Parsons doing all kinds of crazy seances and witchcraft, and these guys are in all kinds of wacky stuff, like how and a Nazi, like the 3 craziest, types of people you can imagine coming together and forming NASA. Like it seems like there was way more to this rocketry stuff than just.
But when all was said and done, they were crazy on their own time. They were working with Robert Goddard's liquid fuel engine during their daytime. So they were doing real engineering, real rocket science during the daytime. They made it crazy, let's go get a beer and do a seance or whatever. But during the daytime, they were learning how to build a nozzle that expanded the gas they were generating in the power head. They were learning how to pump fuel where they were going to go. I don't know that they were doing those squiggles, but they were doing rocket engineering based on what was known at the time. And they actually did know it, but so was a young von Braun. over in Germany doing basically the same studies that they were doing. And he had a different funding source. So yeah, you can put as much of the seance stuff in there as you want, but if you're not based in the physics and in the engineering of your day, you're just, you know, you're guessing. We build hardware. We build hardware that works. We build hardware that can be tested, reproduced, and gets the job done. And the job for us is we want to put the chemical rocketry people out of jobs. We want to replace chemical rocketry.
That's the other thing I wanted to ask you is, do you think there's sort of like a built-in conflict of interest with people who potentially invest in this stuff? Because those people could also be invested in other huge rocket companies, energy companies, oil companies, that kind of thing. And there could be, do you think it's possible there could be, you know, a huge effort to shove this stuff underground or keep it buried so that, you know, people can continue making trillions of dollars, and the, you know, the whole world economy is based on it. And if this stuff becomes, if this gets advanced enough and people can power their jet skis with it, you know, that could disrupt the entire world.
The reality of it is it takes 20 to 30 years for any technology to be accepted by the civilization. That's just the reality. The phone, electricity, running water, indoor bathrooms. These things that somebody showed the cell phone. It was 25 years before anybody had real cell phones. That's how long it takes. It takes a while for the civilization to accept it. Right now, the civilization around us is very happy with what they have. Okay, they have chemical rocketry to get you off the ground. They have ion rocketry, which is an electrically enhanced chemical rocketry to get you into orbit and keep you there. They're all very happy, by the way. There's nobody that hates the situation of space right now. Nobody goes, I'm not going to put up this fleet of satellites because I have to deal with ion rockets or ion engines, and it's just such a bother. I'm not going to do it. Nobody's saying that. They're saying, okay, it costs X amount of dollars to do this, it costs X amount of dollars to do that. We're going to make X amount of dollars. We're going to charge people more for their cell phone service or whatever. We're coming into it with, hey, we can offer you a better product at the same cost, but this product has so much more potential that you're going to find new ways to make money. But it's still going to take 10, 15, 20 years before anybody, if we were accepted tomorrow, it'd be 20 years before we have integrated into the current ethos of making money in space.
Right.
Before we're a serious player. That's the reality of where we are in the big picture.
And I think this would be hard to keep under lit. You know, what's happening? You know, and this force, it's out there. People could look at it. People could build it. People could test it. It'd be tough to put a lid on it. Can it solve the energy crisis? Can it do all these magical things that we promise? You know, lifting cars and replacing rockets. We hope so.
This might be a really dumb question, but what about like propelling stuff in the ocean?
It's even tougher.
It's even tougher.
And you got a big force of drag there.
600 times the density.
You could find something that was a little floaty, maybe, or like neutral buoyancy.
Sure.
Maybe.
You have X amount of pounds of force. A propeller, or is let's say a thruster underwater, whether it's electric or mechanical, all it does is produce force. You're pushing the water behind you to push the boat forward.
Exactly.
So let's say you make 100 pounds of force with your propeller for whatever reason, whatever shape or size you want.
Right.
Underwater, on the surface, and on a hydrofoil above it. You got 100 pounds of force from your propulsion system. Your propeller is interacting with the water and giving you 100 pounds of net force. Well, that's like putting a box with 100 pounds of net force in the middle of your boat and saying, what can you do with it? You can do whatever you can do with 100 pounds of our force. You can do with 100 pounds from a propeller. You just don't have to stick anything in the water. Right. So can it move a boat? Sure. If you have the force. Can it move an airplane? Sure. If you have the force. Can it lift an airplane up? Sure. If you've got enough propulsion to offset the weight of the airplane.
There's a new force. You can do what you want with it. Right. Use it to spin a turbine. Windmill for energy. You can do anything you want with this.
Right. And you guys did
strong
over 2,000 different experiments of this.
Yeah, we showed you a couple.
2,500 probably.
2,500.
Easily. Oh yeah, some of this stuff is amazing. Like we would go to lunch every once in a while, and we would beg Janessa to come with us because she's way smarter than Charles. And she would kick out ideas, and we would write them down. That's and so we got really excited when Charles figured out that it was the asymmetry of the system that made it work. I mean, we got super excited because nobody had ever had this thought. So look at this. This took hundreds of experiments to get to the point where he had enough data to where he could process in his mind what the data meant. So it took hundreds of these, we call them Pac-Mans because they were little curved things that they were cute little Pac-Man things.
Right.
But we burn them up. We light them on fire. We did a lot of very bad things. Get very electrocuted, very shocked. But the net result was he turned that idea, all that synthesized data, into a revelation. And once we had that direction, once we had it in our heads that it was the asymmetry, we just optimized the asymmetry. How many ways are there to optimize asymmetry? Okay, well, you could build one side bigger than the other. You could build one side different than the other. You could crank up the voltage on one side and reduce it on the other. So there's a few knobs, if you will, a few tricks of the trade. And then once we had that, we were off to the races. So that's the sort of our stuff isn't linear. We don't go in and say test. Okay, and then we move 1% in the right direction. We'll go days or weeks down the wrong rabbit hole. And it's interesting, and like Edison, we know 10,000 ways home. Right? Well, we have about 3,500 ways how not to build a thruster.
How many different people are you guys like bringing in to like look at what you're doing and throw out ideas, get like new perspectives on things?
Chemical engineers help us with some of that route, chemistry route. And neither one of us are chemists. We have material scientists, physicists, modeling. We did some of that, optimization. Some of that's in the patent too. So different ideas, we can get them from optimization from the programs, the computer, or people do have all kinds of ideas. Try this, try that, try this.
Right.
And we could try things as we go, if we wish. That's the right direction. But we've gotten to the point where we know what works and kind of know what doesn't work. And so we might be past some of the traditional tries. There's other classes of thruster that we get into that are going to be more complicated. We'll have to back to the well, get the most out of it. It's something we're not familiar with. Whether it's a voltage form or material type or some kind of for material or something that's new that we're going to add, keep adding to it. We'll go find those experts for those different fields. So it depends on what it is.
Right.
So that's the beauty of this. I mean, it seems to be working. So why not try some that works and with a better benefit in the end? Now that we know that these cases are working, so we will find those folks, and if we don't already have them.
Can I see you just bring like a video showing it creating trust, or you have
the one that was earlier?
It's on you have it like on a scale, right? And it shows you like the weight changing.
He's talking about he's not talking about the spinning.
Like I don't know.
We should of it spinning. But this is a joke, which is based on an old expression. $1,000 for a lab.
Yeah.
$8,000 in law. years, $32 for the wings and the soda. You know, okay, you have no idea how many really smart guys have floated in and out and just gone, you people are mad. Back to their lives. They had lives. We have had our lives. So, and this is a couple of those guys are serious team members, and everybody wants to dream. They all want to help make the dream go forwards, but they're all specialized in their little tiny fields. Like one guy there, a couple of people there at NASA, one guy's an electrical engineer, another guy's a programming engineer, the business engineer or business. He used to be a medical engineer, and another guy came from a background of typing and building human-rated bicycles the bicycles that can go like 100 miles an hour, little bicycle stuff. So our team has had the benefit of teams over the years, and got us to where we are now. New people coming in, it's gotten a lot more specialized now that we have a target.
Right. Target means right.
Yeah. Well, you have potential customers, and customers want what they want for their customer interface. For example, this is a thruster and it's on a stick, and it's just balanced by the weight of the battery and stuff. And it's underneath that on the end of the stick. Then the guy actually said, put the plastic around it. It took on wind. We did. Then we put it in a plastic bag. Then we put a plastic bag over the plastic bag. By the time we got done, we had like 6 plastic bags on the end of the stupid thing. And it still made thrust. And
he was like, I don't know how this is working.
Yeah. And
probably got over 25 years of master electrostatic.
Yeah.
Professor.
So that's the kind of people we have on our team, is people that come in and say, this isn't real. And then, okay, what can we do to make it real for you? And then they give us what we want. I want to see it put in a bag. I want to see it vacuum. And we do all of these things, and it passes their test, and then they shake their head and they go, wow, this thing could be real. And then they go off and, go back to their normal lives. And we take what we've learned from them and move forward.
Right. So this is a carousel, a vertical hanging carousel, I guess you would call it.
Okay.
So it's balanced. You can't see the other half of it, but basically on the bottom half you have a pack of thrusters. On the top half you have a pack of thrusters, which you can't see. And in the middle is a power supply for Bluetooth. We talk to it through the vacuum chambers. So this is the high vacuum test of a thruster pack. And it's surrounded in a plastic Faraday cage, which is on the left. You can see the ITO, the indium tin oxide plastic.
Yep.
And then we turn it on and you can see it, rotate.
So it's showing motion in vacuum. It's very difficult to do, and you can figure out how much it weighs. Yeah, here it is. This is it without any plastic bags on it.
Pretty fast. No,
it is sped up. Okay. These are very slow things. Okay, but again, that whole thing is just another one of these white foams.
Yeah, it's styrofoam.
Okay. It's about 125 micronewtons.
Now it's going the other way.
It's because of the torsion in the string. You go as far as you can go, and you cut the power, and it has to unwind the string.
Right.
And it'll go and it'll come to a stopping point. You turn it on again, wind, bring it back.
That's wild.
That somebody said, well, it's not real unless it can do that.
How sped up is it? 2x? 3x?
This was a long video, so we constricted it. That's why we sped it up.
10x.
10x. Wow.
Probably 10x. I don't know. Yeah, it's sped up.
This took maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Yeah, it took about 4 or 5 minutes to go around in a circle. But,
okay. And the video is how long, roughly? So that'll give us an idea of how fast it's sped.
It's not clicking on me.
Okay.
I don't know.
No worries.
I'm guessing it's somewhere between 5 and 10x.
There we go. So this section of it's been a minute.
Okay.
But we have lots of videos like this, and this one's real time. This one's
this is the same. This is kind of a thruster with plastic bags on it.
It moves almost the same speed. This is a couple of years later, so this is a bit newer than the last one.
And then we said, okay, well, we've done about all we can do in open air.
Yeah.
So now let's.
What I like about this is
next thing?
he walks right by it. So you would think all the wind from him walking right by would just stop this thing in its tracks and move the other way. It didn't even phase it.
That's pretty insane.
Right? You see that?
And this
see
is,
that little subtlety?
tried different power supplies.
And here it is. It's coming this way. So it's going counterclockwise. Drew walks right past it.
Now, what could like the world's most vicious skeptic say about this? Now,
That's easy.
What holes could they poke in that?
Normally, any kind of thruster that you would do, electric only, the first thing they say, well, you're interacting with the Earth's magnetic field. So, and that can happen, but not for an electrostatic thruster, not for one that doesn't have current. So you could do the current, calculate whatever current you need to charge the plates. And it's tiny. And the magnetic field that you get from that is infinitesimal. So you can't interact with the Earth's magnetic field with our magnetic field because it's so small. And plus it goes around a full circle, so it doesn't matter anyway.
And then we put a super magnet. That's one of these super magnets.
Yeah.
Underneath it, it just goes right over the top. So that's good. There's no ferromagnet.
There's a list of skeptic things. The first magnetic I had there. We talked about the dress. There's half a dozen. There's many of them. But yeah, I start from here, there's accelerations. Let everything in styrofoam, plastic, parts of the epoxy, and then cover that badge to for the demonstration purposes. Test articles we don't always bigger. It's a demonstration. Test articles we're fine enough with giving them Faraday shields to make sure all of that's intact. But, so you want a Faraday shield, you want to encapsulate it, you want to keep it away from something. You do not want any cool attraction near anything, so you don't have any cabinets or tables or chairs. Track. And then you can see it go around the room. So if there is a cabinet that's attracted, it's just probability less than a fraction of a percent. It still moves past it, keeps going.
Right.
Everything's now zero. So there's so many facets to this. Address every issue multiple times over in multiple configurations, as many as we can come up with. So the very last thing that we should do is put in space. That's it. That's the last in space. Couldn't you do this? Doesn't NASA have like space chambers? He's got one here. This is what they would have at NASA. These are high vacuum chambers. I mean, like a human. Yes. So that could be another thing. Some of the aerospace companies are to test this for us, don't go down high enough. Also, basically, I believe they do. Also, I have a chamber that you could put this gas into. No, do you really? Yeah. So that is another thing you could do. Get that sucker off. That's it. Yeah. So that is another thing. Set it up in once it's in the chamber. Do something like this. I'm a professional aerospace engineer. I built ground support equipment for 40 years. I'm really good at that. Right. Whatever test needs run, I dream it up. All the hardware, and build it, then run the test, and then have him come and take shots, not shots at what could be wrong. Why could I have done that? Why could I run this, flip it backwards, flip it 100 angle, turn it 90 degrees. So do it in other chambers. Dummy plates in there. It look just like your plates, but don't have the magic navigation treating. See if they work. For plates, there's a lot of controls. You can use it for clarity. A lot of control. You can do them all. There's nothing I hate that. I'm sure you hate it too. Wasting our soft stain cannot in there. So you always have to go through the rigor. Flipping it back, that's putting it down in place. Bigger chamber. If we get something that's really guts. Like static, you put 5,000 volts in the wire. You think, okay, I'll just put 5,000 volts in the wire. If the wire is thin, it can actually physically change shape. Because the electrostatics inside want to get away from each other. Little electrons on the wire want to get away from each other. And they exert so much force on the insulation, they can actually make wires change shape. Wow. So if you have wires running to your test article, when you power it up, a source of false information could just be the fact that you powered it up. So in order to stop that, because
Dr. Charles said, hey, we need to, and that's the next order of operation. I said, okay. Took the entire high voltage power supply and mounted it in test Faraday inside the Faraday chamber. And the whole thing is going to want a pension. You can see it here. I mean, so you can strip this down to nothing. There's a little back down, stuck it inside of the Faraday chamber, inside the Faraday box. So if your power supply is inside your box, that's pretty possible source of false information. It's really, really hard. And then ran 1,000 tests in that new configuration. It's been at least 1,000 that we've had. Our smart people that have very good ideas how to be fooled. And yeah, we've just had to address all of them for the last 10 years. That's what we had to do. And that's okay. That's what we do. The only person we're competing with is ourselves. We are going to innovate so fast that no one's going to be able to catch us. That's pretty cool. That's where we're at. I mean, that's not where we're at, but that's to answer your question. Yes, there's at least a half dozen or a dozen. And those things are, can't see them, but those things are these. This is the actual. That's from like 5 years ago. But those you stack it up with those little bad boys up, and you can make 5 million cluster. And but what is this thing in the middle made of? That's a sheet of brass. It's just brass. Mm-hmm. The yellow stuff is in polymer tape called capsule. Now, what about like any kind of crazy exotic materials? Are there any like other materials that you guys could think of that would make this stuff work? I mean, there are. Yeah. I would say there are plenty of options, but you have to know why you're doing them. Are you trying to shrink it down? Trying to get lighter? Are you trying to break down plate? Are you trying to increase permittivity? There are a lot of material questions, and there are materials that can accommodate those design changes. So there's the 2,000 tests, many of them are literally material based, right? So, and then there's a wide space there. And there's no wrong answers. When people come up with things, there are so many facets in which this thing works. Not all of them are better, we would say. Some of them are just worse. Mm-hmm. But I think we found that 90% of the time the darn force is there because it is so universal. It's just a universal force. It is. Right. It's hard to explain. And once you know the rules, you'll know before you build it, it's going to work or not. The biggest problem, and it's going to sound ridiculous, but our biggest problem was sometimes we don't have an off switch. We turn these things on, and in the physics of charging up high voltage material, whether they be conductive, like or dielectric, which just means that not conductive. Sometimes you transfer charge into or from one material into the other. But when you power on, the charge is still in there. It's like taking a balloon and rubbing it on a kitty. We don't hurt the kitty. Just rub the balloon on the kitty, and then the balloon sticks to the wall. Yeah. Or you rub your hand and you can shock somebody. Right. You've imparted charge to yourself or the balloon, and that charge doesn't just instantaneously dissipate. Well, in our case, we're working with electrostatic fields that are so high that we can drive charge in materials that just don't, that you just expect them to charge. Drive the charge down into. Wow. Okay. And once you have the charge driven into the material, when you cut the power, that's the free charge. That goes away and goes back to sleep. But the charge that you've driven down into the materials, right? That charge has its own field because it's charge. Charge has field. Well, this is a field-driven phenomenon. It doesn't care where the field comes from. If it comes from live energy or if it comes from frozen charge, it doesn't care. As long as what I like to say, as long as the geometry is fixed, the magic, however we set this thing up appropriately, and the charge is present, it'll continue to make thrust. So we'll run this, we'll put together a really state-of-the-art thruster, and I'll charge it for, 30,000 seconds. That's 13 seconds. And turn it off. Well, it's in high vacuum. and it's got nowhere to go because it's isolated electrically. And I'll come back the next day and it'll still be there. The thrust will still be there, which means that maybe it's making 2, 3, 4 millimeters thrust. When you come back the next day, it's still making 3 millimeters thrust. Now, at some point, as Dr. Trins will tell you, there are no perfect materials. There are no perfect conductors. There are no perfect insulators. Mm-hmm. So at some point, that charge will bleed off. Continue to migrate through the material. It'll migrate. There's no material. But once the charge bleeds off, the thrust bleeds off. So when we really want to make a stinger of the thruster, we'll charge that thing up for 100,000 seconds, 200,000 seconds. That's a long time. That's a week. And then we'll just leave it be for a while. Mm-hmm. And it'll stay on.
Really?
Some customers want it to stay on.
Those are after our meeting.
Oh, yeah.
What is this? That's the high voltage needle I told you about.
That was the
his brass needle.
The idea of that was a really bad
plastic
idea.
Tube over it. And
again, it's just
what is that thing on the bottom?
It's a plastic tube.
I used the white
styrofoam wire and a plastic tube.
Okay.
And a piece of tape on the end of it.
What's the thing on the ground though?
This is a block of styrofoam.
Oh, I have a ruler there just trying to measure how far it moved.
But I had to make sure. You do the math and you do the weight. That thing was making about 6 millinewtons of thrust.
It was 140,000 volts.
It was 140,000 volts, but it was making like 6 millinewtons of thrust. Well, that's insane. That's insane.
It's a lot of voltage, right?
Yeah, it's insane voltages.
So Drew's task to me back in 2016 in April, after I went home and did this, after I saw his lab, his task was you got to package that in this thing.
Right.
You got to put that in that little test toy.
Yeah, because
140,000 volts with no ground around it. That's what I had no grounder.
The power supply for that thing was the size of this room.
So it was ridiculous. Just to get the grounds around it took a heck of a lot of development and understanding.
Right.
Because you put 160,000 volts inside of a metal can, it's just going to spark to the can and break, just spark to it. So we had a lot of work to go from that to other designs.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of where we started.
Mm-hmm. So the idea is to do the same thing with lower and lower voltage.
Lower voltage, smaller, higher force ratio. There's a lot of parameters to optimize.
Drop the voltage and increase the force.
Yeah, so down to
right. If you increase the field, because voltage is there to make the field.
Yeah.
So you increase the field. So if you drop the voltage, you got to do something like bring the stuff closer together. That's it. So you could keep the same field.
Exactly.
So we play at the edge of the envelope for materials. We play at 10 to the 8th volts per meter.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 orders of magnitude greater than it takes to break down.
That's the far view of it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So you don't want to be near that thing, but
it was lethal. It was lethal at every it was lethal at every possible instance.
So we had to make something that was
That's why we only had our intern run around and change stuff.
Now, how is this stuff different from the bifield Brown effect?
There are some overlap there.
There's overlap, and he was working with lots of voltage.
He was a million volts, so hundreds of thousands of volts.
Yeah.
In air. There was a lot of ion wind, I'm sure.
There was a lot of ion wind.
But I don't think all of it was. I think some of it might have been this effect, because these two effects counter each other based on the geometry. Our effect is much, much weaker than ion wind. So we want to make sure we cancel the ion wind so we don't see it, because it'll null our force.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some overlap there.
And isn't it true, like sort of what he discovered was utilized for like the skin of some of the stealth bombers? There's some sort of like weird thing going on with the skin of those planes.
That's the lore.
That's not proven.
I don't know if it was proven or not.
I know
I never worked on those programs.
Right.
I mean, I think when you put a Corona out in front of an airplane or in front of a spacecraft, you're getting a wind. This wind is like 1 or 2 miles an hour. It's a tiny, slow, very weak wind. It's not strong. But maybe the thought was for them was to try to lower the turbulence of the gas. If it was a highly ionized gas, maybe someone thought that would work. I don't see how it would affect it. It doesn't mean they didn't. You know, standing and learning. So I wouldn't be surprised if they thought, oh, is it a wind? We'll just add a wind to our spacecraft without any propellers and increase the wind that we're making, but decrease the thrust that we need to get at the same speed. We lower the fuel or whatever. Lower the friction.
It could have been something.
It could have been something like that.
Like they have, they wanted to make torpedoes go fast. Okay, we are passing through water.
Yeah.
So they would. There's information out there that says that they put a small rocket motor facing forward on a torpedo, and then the bigger torpedo propulsion forces in the back. You think, how is that going to help anything?
Right.
Well, the rocket motor literally blasts gas in front of the torpedo. Well, gas displaces water. So now you're passing through a lower density fluid.
Right.
Which is a combination of gas and water.
Like it creates a cavity right in front of the torpedo.
Just and apparently that was enough to lower the viscosity of the water, or lower the, not water, but the viscosity of the combination gas and water. So now you're pushing your torpedo through a little bubble.
Right.
Instead of solid water. So maybe you can go faster. That's the sort of thing that I could understand from aerodynamics. Maybe they thought, well, let's do that. Let's push this Corona gas out in front of the wing, maybe somehow magically, and maybe as it gets swept back, it'll reduce the turbulence, or it'll recharge the laminar boundary layer. That's when the laminar boundary layer gets. Maybe it'll push that back another 10 or 20%. And we'll gain some more laminar flow. Who knows? You know, they could have tried it out. It may have done something.
Yeah.
It could have just been a good story.
Right.
I don't know. They're working on.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me how far advanced technology has become, where other ones have for like FaceTime, New Zealand in literally a split second. Cars can deliver you a Caesar salad, have it a better way than primitive combustion engine stuff, where we're blasting out chemicals out of the back of a rocket, fire, to launch shit into space. And that seems to be so much money wasted on doing that. We could figure out a better way. It's mysteries.
You give him a team shirt.
This is a better way.
It's crazy though. Like, you guys are the first people I've talked to that are actually something like this.
Your issue is more of a physics issue. And I put a brass rod down in butterfield pretzels, just regular pretzels. There's no pretzels in there now. Pretzels would not help. And then what I did is put a ground sheet in halfway inside the pretzel can. That's only half the cylinder.
Yeah.
So that's the ground. So there's your asymmetry from your high voltage rod, your halfway coated pretzel can. It's a very expensive test, as you can imagine. That's a joke. No, the expensive part is and all that, but the pretzel can doesn't make a lot of thrust, but it still makes thrust. So what was needed, I think, for the last 100 years, like you're saying, the frustration is we don't have a nice new foundation of physics to start from. It always has to start from the foundation of physics and then move up, let the engineer work it from there. Now we have that, so now right. What can we do with it? What are the end limits of the force? This is something new now. We have a new tool now in this field.
Right. And the most money, I would imagine that the most money on things like this are
the purposes of war, which is why they get hidden in these big these defense programs, these defense contractors that are advised to keep stuff quiet and talk about it just for national security type things and
maybe
whatever. At least historically, that's a fact. You know, the most
nobody's thrown any money at us, so
Well, we're not getting buried by ITAR.
yeah.
If they want to steal my presto can,
that's what I'm welcome to it. My point was like, maybe that's why we don't see more of it in the public, because it's hidden, because it's being worked on for, national defense stuff and the purposes of making weapons, whatever. Which is maybe that would be the only plausible explanation.
I would love to talk to some of these engineers.
Secret.
If they're working on something and they want, I would love to have a conversation with them.
Yeah.
You know how they pull off some of the stuff I'm struggling with right now.
Yeah.
There's nobody I can't go out there.
Are pretty.
I don't have time.
No, I mean that Dave signed. Yeah, they can talk to you.
Yeah. There's just nobody out there. I mean, is there anybody out there you can talk to? I mean, is there anybody out there with third order perturbation theory, QED?
No, I don't know.
And I know there's nobody out there building thrusters that's past me, because I talk to the next. I know the next 5 or 10 guys that are in the realm of theory and building stuff, and the guys that have reproduced my work. There's nobody.
Right.
Nobody. And I'd love to. I want to hire them.
On the reverse side, if it is military things, it's hidden somewhere in a mountain. It's used for weapons for hurting folk. Whatever. Some weird craft comes in, way better than stealth technology.
I mean, look at we're losing and we're on. We're not using any crazy exotic weapons with that. I mean, they still have these aircraft carriers, and we're trying to fight against $20,000, drones.
Yeah. So I would think if we had something exotic, we might want to be using it.
Yeah, you would think that we would be. You think if we had that, we might be using it now more than ever.
You have a curious definition of losing if you think we're losing to Iran.
Really?
I believe so.
Well, you think the United States is winning that war?
Very curious definition.
Yeah. Well, everything that I've read, at least, doesn't seem like it's that we're doing too well. But it is definitely one of the hottest wars that we've seen as far as the United States being involved in. As far as like equipment being used, right? We have
very expensive.
We have lots of
very expensive and it's very conventional.
Very conventional.
It's almost as if they're depleting the conventional so they can fill up the armory with maybe the next gen. I don't know. Maybe they're going to fill it back up with gravity bombs again. Maybe they're going to fill it up with next gen. I don't know. I'm not connected in any way, shape, or form with the military. But
yeah, well, I would imagine that we would see something.
Here's a video of the chamber.
This is super old.
But I'll just pause it.
Yeah, like for example, in the middle. I think you have to go to it. And again, we have a great big port on the side of the vacuum chamber, and you're just looking through the vacuum chamber. And this is back when we were just hanging things in the chamber. We didn't have a test stand around them or anything. But there is an ITO box. In other words, there's a
Faraday
cage around the test article. That's kind of what the yellow thing is.
Right.
A lot of tape on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes, it's just free hanging, and then it goes backwards to a load cell. So nothing's going to move in this test. The whole test is conducted because load cells give you information about the forces they experience, but they only move 1/10 of a millimeter. So there's no motion in the test, but they're tugging on something. It's like every scale you've ever stepped on has load cells in it.
Right.
That's how it converts your weight into something that can show you on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
So all our forces are against a load cell. The load cell is connected to a data acquisition system, and that's converted into information that can be displayed on a screen. Back when we were showing the other movies, that little chyron running along the bottom, we would take all our data that we collect, everything, and put it on the screen and then just video it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fastest way to record all 20 channels. So this is where we've evolved to, is full vacuum, full shielding, and running against a piece of equipment that's digital. So there's no human in the loop here. We run these tests automated.
Right.
And the way I normally do them is I usually pull back on the string a little bit, put about a 10, 15 millinewton force on the meter, and then see if it changes from that. Okay. That way there's no slack in the string, and you're not changing things.
Right.
But it takes 12 hours. You put a test article in there, it'll take 12 hours for
very impressive
for the stretch in the string to level out.
It's a really nice test.
Water vapor on the surfaces. There's molecular water on every surface.
Mm-hmm.
It takes 12 hours for the molecular water to evaporate off the surfaces. I can put a brand new thruster in there that I know is perfect. Put it in there, pump it down, run the test, see no thrust at all. Wait 12 hours and there's thrust. Well, what was wrong? What was wrong was there was molecular water on the surfaces that was acting as a metal and shorting out the thruster. That's not because it was a bad design. It's because there's water on everything in air. And you start by, you got to be able to breathe. Otherwise, it's really tough to work on stuff. So we learned a lot about what it takes to do good testing. And reproducing and good testing is the core. We come up with a design and we'll test and test and test and test and test. And this is just that's a couple of years ago. But those were fun days. That was like days when they were a whole lot simpler.
So you said earlier in the beginning of the podcast that you know a lot about rock is good.
Yeah.
60s. Then how come we have a rock able to
hear about it?
What is it?
The slow fuel tank. Flushing out of the fuel tank.
"67 Monkey has left the channel. "67 Monkey has joined the channel.
To it, they immediately went back to the drawing boards and figured out what the problem was. They fixed it in 2 or 3 runs. So by the time you got to putting people on board, the Pogo problem was solved.
But is it true isn't it true that we never actually had a Saturn V explode or anything like that? Like the first actual launch with humans.
I do not believe they had a disassembly. No, I think they succeeded in the Saturn V getting off the deck very well. But they blew up lots of F1 engines.
Right.
At Huntsville. That was where they tested all the F1s at.
Right.
They blew up lots of engines. The shuttle blew up lots and lots of shuttle engines. They almost gave up on that engine before they got it working.
Right.
Lots of rockets blow up. Lots of rocket engines blow up. They had lots of fuel tank failures. They had lots of there's lots of components in a rocket, and they're all tested independently. And you don't see the failures because they solve them. The only time you see the assembly is when everything is actually coming together.
So why don't you think that we've been able to go back to the moon since the Apollo?
We haven't wanted to. We hadn't have.
We had 10% of the federal budget back then. Now we have 1/10 of 1%.
Right.
It's a different game now.
Plus, it's a mission. The Saturn V was a.
We've been talking about going back to the moon for so long.
Yeah, but the people want to go back to the moon. That doesn't mean the governments want to go back to the moon.
Well, the presidents have been saying it since who? Since
again, there hasn't been enough will to go back to the moon. There just hasn't.
But the Artemis program has a lot of momentum now. We went around the moon a few months ago, so that's the first step. That's a huge step.
I had 10 years in the Artemis.
But they're ambitious. So the Isaacman is going to be on point with this. They're going to go into low Earth orbit. They're going to do some mating, demating procedures in low Earth orbit, just kind of what we did for the Galileo program.
The next one, they're going to go into low, or
they're going to go up. They're going to check out transfer and stuff and fuel. They're doing fueling next time. Yeah, they're going to do fueling thing because the new generation of rockets they have a different mission. Their mission isn't go camp on the moon at all cost, and we hope we get the astronauts back. That's the old mission. And I said, the bravest guys in the world.
Right.
Total respect. The new mission is we expect to get the guys back.
Yeah.
And the gals. I don't want to limit it. We expect to get everybody back, and we're not going to kill any of the ground crew either. And we want to do this cost effectively. So we want to get some of the rocket back, if not all of the rocket back. And we want to be able to do on a continuous basis. These are very different launch parameters, very different goals. Okay, this is a very different economy, as Dr. Charles mentioned. There's about 100 as many people working on these programs as there was. Okay, it's one thing. It's like, you want to build a pyramid. Okay, go get the entire country interested in building a pyramid, and you can build one.
Not just a couple of YouTubers.
No, wait 1,000 years, and let's build a pyramid. Oh, but we want to do this with one construction company working with 1/10 of 1% of the resources that technology has accelerated. There's no comparing a shuttle RS-45 engine to the third stage, the S3 engine. There's just no comparing it.
Mm-hmm.
The S3 engine was a go-getter. It maybe had an ISP of somewhere around 300. The RS-45 engine, which was in the shuttle, which is probably 10 years later, had an ISP of around 450. That's an enormous amount better efficiency. Okay, the new engines that burn methane oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
These engines are ISPing within like center maximum capability. These are incredibly efficient engines. This is amazing.
That's a difference. I think now
different goal.
The difference now is part of the Artemis program. They've brought an industry. They brought in Elon Musk to help, Jeff Bezos to help. All these other aerospace companies are helping, and other countries are helping.
This is recently pulled back on his action to go to Mars and said,
just to help the Artemis
moon first.
Just to help.
I believe that was they could accelerate the lunar program.
Right.
And if
doesn't know for a lifetime.
If you look at it though, the step from Earth to Mars is big. The step from Earth is smaller, significantly smaller, and you can learn almost everything to learn if you stay with chemical rocketry. If you jump to a new technology base, put Mars back on the table, put Jupiter on the table, put Saturn's moons on the table, because you how to refuel in space. You don't need to have 40 launch to pack enough
with
fuel.
this technology.
With our technology.
Worse.
It's a whole new learning game.
And also, if you're what about if using the moon as a launch point to go to Mars instead of the Earth? Now you're not having to contend with.
Exactly. We're raising right now about unit. In other words, we could generate about half of the thrust that's needed to pick a rocket ship up off the Earth. But when you look at lunar gravity, that's about 2.5 times lunar unity.
Gravity, right?
This is 1/6.
1/6, sorry.
1/6 gravity. But we have a much wider margin for success coming off the moon.
Right.
And then we're going to Mars. If we could do 0.5 0.38, we can too. We can leave Mars and come back. Okay, and again, I'm not wearing diapers, so
You're not volunteering.
no, I'm not volunteering.
He wants to use your technology.
Yeah, I want 3.5 days. I can damn near hold my breath for 3.5 days. So, it's like, do you have an ECLIS system that's good for 9 months?
Yeah.
That ain't no joke.
Yeah,
that's an environmental control life support system
Right.
that can run 9 months closed loop. What do you do with the carbon dioxide? What are you going to do? You pack 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide absorber on? You're gonna, what do you literally? I spent a lot of years in the ECLIS game, and it's terrible. It's terrible. 3.5 days, again, you can damn near hold your breath.
Right. It's astonishing, though, that out of launches supposed to go to the moon, what was it, 7? Was it 7 launches for the Apollo programs, and then 7? Is that right?
Yeah, there
7 out of 8 or something like that. The success rate was amazing.
I think we landed 6 and we sent 7.
It was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, code for me. Yeah. 2386. 238.
Yeah, and then this is what I was going to show you. What I like to do is anytime I have like a bigger order, I'll put in the bag somewhere and then one up here.
You can put 2 in the front one, yeah, big one in the front.
That's fine. It's just 3 orders. You got 1 game deal on it.
Yeah, the little one I'll get front seat. This one?
Yeah. Thank you. All
right.
Make sure on Visa, specifically, you have to. But for this one right here, you're going to want to make sure you actually put a sticker on the stuff. Make note of what is what. Except if you put one side one order and one side the other order.
I can put it in the black bag.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah. That's fine.
Alright. I'll put 20.
No.
And the other one, yeah, I'll put the small one here. Yeah, this one's for the black coat.
Okay.
This would be the one not. Black.
Liquid engine ever made. They had the highest IFT, which is the efficiency factor in the engine.
Yeah.
They were great design, stupid expensive, and $20. And they took forever to manufacture. And I believe starting the line back up for more Artemises, I believe, coming out. Going to be 2 missions next year. Yeah, I believe they're starting the line back up. But there's nothing.
I was so shocked with what happened recently because that one had been getting pushed for so long.
I'm 10 years into the predecessor.
Is it better? Program. Is it the these rockets they're using reusable or no? For the Artemis, they're not.
Everything goes in the ocean. The only thing they get back are the people and the little and the Orion capsule, and it's not reusable. I think theoretically it is.
Yeah.
I worked on the building where they resurface it, and I don't think. And I know the heat shields in it.
Yeah.
And I don't believe the capsule is. But
yeah, my best argument for that, what I just explained why we haven't been back, is that it's not practical to send people to the moon or to Mars when we can send robots and drones there to do their job. just as good as any human being could do. It's just too dangerous.
Again, that's a great idea.
Like the Apollo missions were just a flex. We were just trying to beat the Russians to the moon. That's all we were trying to do. We're trying to be the number one to put people on the moon. It was just
it was completely
a publicity stunt.
You were completely right, and it was a brilliant tactical motion. It showed that we had not only caught up to the Russians because they were way ahead of us before that. They did the first orbit, they did the first dog, the first Sputnik thing. They were way ahead of us. Caught up, then we went past them. They put the first lunar rover on the nuclear powered tank. But we caught up to them and we passed them. And then planetary, we surpassed them. We did the Mars programs. We don't think we've done anything on Venus, so they were ahead of us on the Venus landings.
Right.
But yeah, it was another extension of the Cold War, I believe.
Right.
And it's been my opinion that NASA has been a ping pong ball of the political scheme forever. They were born a ping pong ball. There was nothing wrong with NASA. It was making airplane wings and doing great. And then they said, well, we need to have something that does space because, the godless, commies are going to take space from us.
Right.
So they created NASA, and it was a ping pong ball of politics ever since. They cut the budgets, they expand the budget. They give them a mission, they cancel the mission. They tell them to produce hardware that is technologically the leading edge. Then they splice the teams up, and they come in and they rearrange the what they want them to do. It's terrible. It's not how you build a rocket.
But how much technology, if any, do you think NASA has that's keeping secret? I think it's possible. I mean, I know it's kind of you're technically employed by them, but you'd speculate.
I mean, we're public. We serve the public, right? So every time we have a new technology, we have to report it.
Right.
So we have new technology reporting.
Right.
And we put it out there. We want to report it because then we could maybe get it patented and get it licensed, and then we could benefit from it. The employees benefit. It's not like a company.
Have you heard
the companies benefit?
Have you heard of the story of Gary McKinnon, that got the hacker guy who hacked NASA?
Yeah. He's limited England, whatever.
Yeah, the U.S. tried to extradite him back to the U.S. to put him in prison for 80 years because he, when he was a kid, he did some hacking stuff, and he tried hacking the Pentagon and ended up getting into NASA. He found some image of this Tic Tac object floating in outer Earth orbit, and it was like a document that was referring to non-terrestrial officers or something crazy like this. And as soon as he saw the thing with obviously he can't prove it, but this is what he said, and we know for a fact the U.S. threw everything but the kitchen sink at this guy to try to get him to come here so they could put him in prison. It's crazy that he described the cigar-shaped, white metallic object and on a NASA database.
Dude, nobody believes we're real, and we don't follow the UFO crazy stuff. Do you want us to speculate on it?
I heard all these stories. I can't verify any of these things. There's people that go in and erase images before they give to the public.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. I just don't. But we just had a mission to the moon, right? We landed our payload on the electrodynamic test shield that lifts dust from surfaces. It's part of the Firefly payload last year. And
invented that.
And then, we had companies take images. They take high definition movies of the moon. They get them out. So we don't, NASA doesn't control a lot of that. Maybe they did a long time ago, but I think they control it now. So I think companies can easily take super high definition videos of the moon and everything and share them. There would be a massive conspiracy if there was giant buildings on the moon and all these structures and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's another crazy one too.
We've got crazy
stories about that.
But the imagery that comes out, not just in America, but the companies in America.
There's this dude who allegedly was in charge of mapping the moon for the Apollo missions. He worked for NASA, and his name was Hal Povenmire. Have you heard of this name before? No. Never heard of Hal Povenmire? So I heard that this guy works for NASA, and he allegedly like mapped the moon, and he told somebody that there was like crazy structures, like ancient looking structures.
I've heard of that too.
Yeah. There's other people that have talked about that too. There's other people that, stories that are unverifiable about that, but it's just interesting,
It's interesting where these stories come from.
Yeah.
All the
Giant
reasons.
cannons on the moon.
All the
cannons.
I haven't heard of that. I did see something a couple years ago. The head of NASA.
Yeah, okay.
Let me step for you right now.
Oh,
All I have is a pile of material ready for the be built.
make sure you're not cracking your egg. Good. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Have a good one. Yeah, I'll take a picture. You're good. Have a good night.
We can fit this. Oh, we don't think.
It's very well mapped.
Sorry. Of course. Yeah. This imagery is public.
Sure. Okay. There's a Lunar Planetary Institute.
But that's just like saying all of the Hubble raw data is publicly available. There's 50,000 gigabytes of Hubble data. You can go download any piece you want, but there's 50,000 gigabytes of it.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. Is, what's crazy is I learned an astrophysicist recently. He was saying that all of the highest powered telescopes that we have at the observatories, whenever they have to process the images that the telescopes produce, they have to pass through the Pentagon before they can be released publicly.
I've never heard that.
ChatGPT, Steve. My source.
I've never done.
I've never done article. I think it was.
I've never done professional astrophotography.
Yeah.
I did 30 years of amateur deep sky astrophotography. 10 of it with that monster of that telescope. 10 of it with that monster. I have thousands of deep sky astrophotographs. Of those thousands, I have one that, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what that is, but it sure looks like a meteor.
Yeah.
One out of thousands. Okay, and I did deep sky astrophotography for real for 20 plus years.
Never saw anything that just like made you more curious or anything like that.
And I had big white toys.
You're not interested in it whatsoever.
In what?
Like things flying around that could not be explained or anomalous.
I never saw one.
Just never saw one.
I saw plenty of stuff that belongs up there, and took some fairly decent pictures of it. By today's standards, they're jokes, but technology is so amazing.
I feel like most people that report seeing weird things in the sky, they always seem to be near like military bases or Air Force bases, things like that. Like there's lots of stories.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen weird things, but I don't know about taking images and giving them to someone first before you release them, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, imagine. I mean, you guys are right there in Titusville. There's a lot of crazy stuff, military going on there, space stuff going on there.
It's mostly civilian. I mean, they haven't thrown anything military.
There's a huge Air Force base over there, right near Melbourne. I used to surf behind Patrick Air Force Base. Yeah.
Patrick Space Force Base.
The Space Force Base?
course it is.
I thought it was Air Force Base.
It was.
Oh, that's when I used to know it. It was Air Force Base. And I think they're doing a lot of work with Northrop Grumman there too. Like there's a lot of
there's a large
overlap.
contingent.
I know somebody who used to work.
There's a very large contingent of Northrop Grumman down in Melbourne, and down in Palm Bay, and most of the big aerospace companies are moving out of wherever they are and setting up shop within 20 miles of the Kennedy Space Center.
Wow.
We've got Lockheed Martin bringing the Fleet Ballistic Missile force to Titusville.
I've read about that,
and that's great. I mean, that moves more space amazement and space technology into an area that is becoming the hub of space research and space launch capabilities. That's why we're there. The world's first warp drive company.
That's amazing.
Shameless plug.
Yeah, no, I imagine that there's got to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on the West Coast or on the East Coast of Florida. You know, stuff that could not be explained that people would be seeing in the sky.
So the short and long of it is there's lots of stuff up in the sky.
Yeah.
Some of it you can readily figure out what it is. Some of it turns out to be reflections. Some of it, who knows, might be unidentifiable, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Let's get up there and find out.
Me and Steve saw something actually right off the coast over on Indian Rocks Beach on the West Coast over here about 2 years ago. We had a gentleman came on the podcast, and he brought us out up to the beach, and we sat there and we stared at the sky for like 2 hours. First of all, that's the first disclaimer, is I've never stared at the sky for 2 hours at night. Okay? So we sat out there, and Steve brought his camera, and we were staring at the sky, waiting for some orbs to pop up or some anomalous lights to pop up. And we could see we got used to the airplane traffic, right? We saw all the airplane traffic. We saw the planes that were landing in Clearwater. We knew the planes that were landing in Tampa. They all had lights. It was easy to distinguish the planes. We could see the boats on the water. And at one point, off the horizon, this orb of light pops up off the horizon, and starts moving. It goes like, imagine this table is the horizon. It goes like this, and then starts going like this. So one went straight up, and then it fizzled out really, really bright. And another orb pops up and starts going the opposite way. Oh, wow. And then fizzles out. I had never seen anything. It was not an airplane. There's no way that was an airplane.
I have the video on my desktop.
Yeah, check this out.
So just set up for people watching, or you guys too. So this right here is the horizon.
Yeah, right there. You see that?
And then, of course, you'll see planes. This right up here is a plane, and I don't remember what this is, but you'll see it pop up right around here.
So that's a plane flashing.
Yeah.
There it is. Right off the horizon. See that?
Was it red? Was it red?
Yeah.
Wow.
Goes up. It fizzles out.
Now it starts moving to the right. You can see it moving past.
One appears on the top and moves to the left.
Yeah. Now watch, it'll just disappear.
And then it gets brighter. And then it disappears.
Yeah, that one gets super bright.
We saw that a few times.
Look how bright that thing is.
Brighter than the plane. And it's off the horizon. That plane is, I don't know how far the plane is.
And then it goes away, right?
And just
wasn't a boat. Wasn't a plane. I don't know how to explain it. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that.
That's interesting. I told Jesse about my experience with those things.
Is that something similar to that?
Yeah, yeah.
I wish I had known this before you hooked up with me.
It's about, I would say, 3 miles offshore. If you watch that podcast that I did with him, I talked about it. I don't know if he heard it though. But it was weird.
I saw it on the.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife went out there to the beach like we always do at night, just hanging out.
What beach?
It would have been Cocoa Beach.
Cocoa Beach, okay.
Just South Cocoa Beach.
Right.
Just north of Patrick.
Right.
And we go out there all the time, and we went out there, and I'd say it's like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So I think there's not a lot of people on the beach, if any. And we see a light 3 miles away, and it's pretty still, kind of like that. It just comes up, it gets real bright, it gets real dim. It's real bright. It's real dim. It's not doing anything, it's just getting bright. And it's
It's undulating. It's going to just get bright. It's weird. It's just a weird boat. Yeah. Something.
Right.
I don't know what it's doing.
No noise or nothing?
No. But then it gets real bright. Like, oh my God, nuclear bomb went off bright. It got so bright it lit up the whole beach. As far as I could see, it made shadows against the buildings behind it. As far as we looked left and right, couldn't see anyone else on the beach. And this giant explosion out there. My God, we got to call somebody. And that's like, well, that's the Air Force Base. They'll come out soon, or come out to check it out. And sure enough, within 5 minutes or so, a couple of helicopters went out. Maybe 1 or 2 helicopters went out, hovered right over the damn thing.
Really? While it was still lit up?
It got dimmer.
Okay.
But it was still there, doing a little undulating thing. Got real dim. Like, it must have, maybe it's shut off a flare. I don't know what it was, but it was so bright, much brighter than a flare would be. Lit up the whole beach. And we were like 3 miles away. A flare would not light up our whole beach.
No, not like that.
Not like it looked like a giant nuclear weapon. It wasn't a mushroom cloud with it, but it was just the brightness of it. And we were like, this is weird. So the helicopter hung over for a few minutes and then just went back, and the light was still there. I'm like, are they going to rescue these people? Are they going to send boats? Are they going to do something? Just anything. I don't know what. So we sat there and kept watching. It's about 10, 15 minutes later, the light started getting bigger. Started getting closer. So I'm like, oh, that's weird. Janice and I'm still looking, and it's the light. It's undulating. It's going bright, getting dim, getting bright, getting dim. It's getting closer. Now it's 2 miles offshore. Then it's a mile offshore. then it gets freaky. Now,
like directly, if you're facing the Atlantic Ocean directly off the beach from you,
it came right towards us. It did a beeline for us. And, it didn't go super fast, but it was moving fast enough that we can tell that it was coming towards us. It certainly looked like it did initially, and then we knew it was definitely coming towards us when it got about half a mile offshore, and it got about a third of a mile offshore, and then it split into 5 or 6 lights. And then it got closer. This is the crazy thing. This is a quarter mile. Oh man, this is super close. These things were like the size of they weren't very big,
right?
But they were very close. They were just where the waves started breaking. Like, oh my God, like 200 feet out, maybe,
right?
Something like that,
right?
And they went and rotated. These 5 or 6 lights went like bicycle spokes into the water, halfway out of the water, halfway into the water. And they just kept doing this. And it was like the freakiest thing. I don't know what the hell. We were walking away. Like, this is too close. So we already started hightailing the door. So we were like, we're going to walk. It followed us. Get close.
While it was doing the spinning?
While I was doing the spinning, the spokes in the water coming back out. And I'm like, there's no one on the beach. No one can see this. And so it got to the point where we started getting scared because we couldn't outrun this thing. This thing just came for 3 miles over here, and this is 45 minutes in. This is about way more than half an hour. 35 minutes of this experience. Like, this thing's not going away. So I knew my little alien tricks because I studied them for a long time. Those kids always follow this phenomenon just for fun. Like, just close your eyes and just tell it to go away. And that's what I did. So I just said, I'm just going to tell it to go away. Because when you get scared, it knows. And it went away. It was about 45 minutes. So it didn't get any closer unless the waves started breaking, but it did not go away. It wouldn't have gone away if I didn't tell it to. I don't think it would have gone away unless I told it to. And it was kind of just completely gone after that. It was completely gone after that. It did the wave thing into the water, and didn't come back out.
How long ago was this?
2013? 2014? 2013. Not long. Dude. And it was a good half an hour, 45-minute thing. And I just, to this day, we're like, okay, this is going to be in the news. There was a boat that exploded. I'm sure we weren't the only one to see this. There's hundreds of buildings and apartments and condos. Someone had to have seen this.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at the newspaper the next day, asked people that lived there. No, it's like 10 o'clock at night. It's not like 3 in the morning. It's like 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Your wife described it the same way you did. You definitely saw it too.
Oh, yeah. No, it was 2 of us. And we didn't go back to the beach right away after that.
Oh, dude.
It wasn't. It was scary, but it was like not super scary. But once it got a little bit too scary, told to go in and went away. I don't know what it was. I don't really know. But I don't think it's super uncommon. Like Stephen Greer takes his folks. You know, Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Whether you believe him or not, I know he does take a whole group of people down to Vero Beach, about an hour south.
Vero, yep.
And they get the chairs and they sit up on the beach and they summon these lights. When they go, every 2-3 months, he takes a contingent of people and they just sit on the beach and they say, you know, think happy thoughts, and then his lights will come, and you'll see 4, 5, 6 lights. They'll be on the horizon, just dancing. 10, 15 minutes and go away. He does that all the time. Don't know what it is. There's a lot of cruise ships sightings. That's probably more popular.
It's a huge cruise ship port right there.
It's a huge, Cape Canaveral is a huge port. And there's a lot of sightings off of cruise ships of these same red, you saw what I saw, things following the cruise ships, like dolphins do.
Yeah.
Following the cruise ship. People have that on video. No one knows what the heck it is. I don't think anyone knows what it is. I have no idea.
I wonder if those dudes in the helicopter are doing it.
They do. They might know that it's there. I have no just
probably
what the military does. It's just like
They have to be aware of it, obviously.
they're like, okay, they know what it's not. It's not the Russians. It's not the Chinese. No, okay, it's not them. We'll be fine. We'll go back. It was a heck of an experience. I can't. But I got into like no feelings associated, no other sensory. You know, it was almost like it was not communicating, but it was basically like, hi, hello,
It's friendly.
do you want to talk? Maybe get a little closer. You know, I had to give it a voice. Okay, you're scared of it. That was it. That was everything. That was. I don't. I don't. I couldn't even expect that. There was no solid object. It wasn't all of light. It was really just weird.
Yeah.
Or I don't know what it was.
Yeah. It's very strange. Very strange. Yeah.
Don't ask me. I can't ask you to build that.
Right.
Where to begin? It is.
Right. Well, interesting too that you said like you'd look at, you know, it just seems like there's a aspect to all this stuff. That's just hard to put your finger on. It's hard to weigh it and measure it and experiment with it. It's just,
I mean, I told you, I believed in telepathy because of the experiments I've done as a kid, continue to do, and I just tried it with this things and it seemed to work.
yeah.
That makes the most sense to me. Because we don't know the physics of telepathy, but there's something.
There's something there. I mean, if the government spent that millions of dollars on those programs during the Cold War to experiment with that stuff, there couldn't be nothing to it, right? There had to be something.
There's something. We don't understand it, but it's there. Just because it's
right.
We don't understand doesn't mean it's not there.
Exactly.
Same thing with clairvoyance. Telekinesis, I don't think there's any. But telepathy and clairvoyance, I think there's something.
Mm-hmm. It's funny enough. I heard of a guy named Dean Radin. Who was that? He's a CIA contractor scientist who was very much into studying this kind of stuff. Anyways, he is like an expert on this stuff, this telepathy, clairvoyant stuff, some stuff like the Stargate program stuff and all this. Uri Geller and all these people. And like he was explaining how all of like the brightest minds in science that he knew of. This was in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s field of what he was studying. They were getting contacted by Jeffrey Epstein to study this stuff. And he even got a request to talk to Jeffrey Epstein and ended up doing a 20-minute Skype call with him. And I was like, what happened? He was like, he just asked me to tell him stories about spoon bending for 20 minutes. Weird. You know?
Very weird.
Yeah, he was flying like top scientists in all kinds of fields.
We were talking about that on the way here. Fascination Jeffrey Epstein had with scientists.
Yeah. He had lots of weird facts. You know, that's just something that I don't know what it is, but there's something weird. People that just have like an insane amount of money that they just maybe they get bored and they just start getting interested in stuff that, you know, is unconventional. But he was definitely obsessed with, you know, gravity and this kind of telekinesis stuff and telepathy. And they had a submarine. He was allegedly looking for like Atlantis and stuff, like stuff. But, you know, talking to real scientists and trying to do real research on it, you know, even working with the NSA, trying to figure out how to extend his lifespan using like code and stuff like that. It's wild. Twilight Zone stuff.
Maybe one day we'll be trillionaires.
When you have a guy less than stuff like that, a guy like that reach out to you to fund you, make sure you do an extensive background check on him. Make sure he's been arrested for, you know, any kind of crazy charges.
The only background check I'm going to run is does this check clear? Fortunately,
So that's it.
build spaceships. Yeah, hear what they want to do with the.
Well, you just got to make sure they haven't been caught up in any like international human trafficking rings and shit.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
Well, guys, thank you so much for doing this. This has been a mind-blowing conversation. I'm really grateful for you guys spending the time to come over here and explain this stuff to me and to the audience. So
thank you very much for having us. I think both of you with us very much.
So can I ask a personal question?
Of course.
Do you think we're crazy, or do you believe in us?
No, I totally believe you guys.
Okay, I think you're him on the team.
Give me a shirt, maybe.
Somewhere.
I got him. He gave him to me earlier. Yeah. No, I think this is fascinating stuff. And you know, you guys obviously know your shit. You guys have, you know, very credentialed, legitimate people that are doing this kind of work, and also at the same time willing to talk about it publicly, which I feel like that's very, very rare. So you guys are super important, and I'm happy to help boost your signal as much as possible.
That's awesome. Yeah, we love when people want to come and put their hands on the hardware.
Yeah.
You know, actually hands on. We'll run a test, we'll crack the chamber, pull the thing out, disassemble it, put it in their hands, and they're like, this is what was just tested? Yeah, you just saw it tested.
Yeah.
You know, and because there's nothing to hide. If the thing works, it's going to work all the time. If that's phony, then you're the part of trick.
Right.
Someone's going to be.
Hello. Yeah, I got Chandler E.
Chandler. Like chocolate, yeah.
to go out. From me. I don't have to guard. Sorry, right. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Really happy to have your buttons on. Okay. I've got hey, yeah. All really show up for the exact part here. So you
I'm going to go to no grades for Chandler.
It's probably gonna be a couple more minutes. I don't see it on that screen yet. It's a pretty big one.
Well, you have Miller, right? You have Miller in the system, right?
Yeah, I can't see the name for it. You can only see address.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's on your phone, you can visit them. We're just running this and stuff right now. We got like a 4-page order. Like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. Sorry. Sit up a speaking word. But deal with it. Here. But this is the it's so cool. Friends. That's great. Yeah. What was the name for the murder?
Chandler.
Yeah. It's the arm. Yeah. That's the one. For like sorry, take your
Sorry. Is that the pizza and the chicken?
pasta.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Get it.
So, am I good? Chandler? Yeah, I don't know, man. They don't know what they're doing over there. I asked if it's ready. Two employees. No, it's not ready. And then the third one, check it again. Oh, it's ready. I'm like, come on, man. I don't know your stuff.
I've been waiting 2.5 hours for it.
Really? Yeah, oh my bad.
Do you need a photo?
No, you're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy. Have a good one. Let's go here. People, bro. Well, sucks. Yeah, what do I got to say?
$30 packs left. How do I know what I got?
I mean, your pack's gonna get shipped to you sealed unless you want it ripped. Holy moly. That was crazy. I've never seen it before. I've never done something like that. Whatnot, that was sick.
Pussy. He works as a pizza boy. Oh, like I haven't heard that a million motherfucking times. I heard that a million motherfucking times. But I can tell you one thing, I'm not borrowing money from nobody to try to make the bag. I got a brand new fucking car. All my bills are paid. Same bills you pay, all my bills are paid. And I still got money in the bank. I can borrow money. Like, I can walk out this door and buy over a 700-point credit score. So I'm so sorry, bro. So you're not gonna say anything that nobody else ever said. Everybody knows I take care of my mom. That's why I'm here. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows I deliver pizza. Ooh, like I said, I'm delivering pizza. Money. That's or deliver pizza. So come on, bro. Like that old ass smoke show shit is old news. It's the same old shit. We're just having a good time here, Dennis. Take it on the chin, man. Don't take it so serious. If you all about getting your bag, then just laugh this shit off and go make your bag, bro. Go laugh it off. Go make your bag. Just come back tomorrow and say, look, motherfuckers, I need $25,000. Well, 24, I can pay you $1,000 back. But then you're all good, bro. Then you're all good. Say something, yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I'm more than you, Fred. Like, stop. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do to me, Dennis? Dennis, what are you gonna do to me? You're gonna say the same shit everybody else said, or the same shit you've already said. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Say whatever you want. You've said it 100 fucking times already when your smoke shows about me. Get the fuck out of here. You know what? I'll take you serious, Dennis, when you're standing in front of me talking that shit. Then we'll take it serious. But until then, bro, you're gonna say the same shit everybody else says. We're just having a little bit of good time at your expense. Like, you know, you have other people's expenses when you go after other people. So just suck it up. Jesus Christ. I'm not your son. I'm not your son. Shit, my son is 5 years younger than you, and he's great. Got a job, got his own place. So, I don't know, bro. I think my son's done pretty well. So, I'm not your son. Every year, same weekend for 6 years. Well, unfortunately, Dennis, I don't pay that close attention to your life. I'm not BBass. I'm not watching you every day. I did this because he paid me $5 to do a review, and I'm doing a review. Jonathan, watch your mouth, boy. Big bad did out things. Let's go back to you. Okay. Your medicine. So you got your medicine. Okay, so you're back on shit. Just help you out. You get your borrowed bag. Good, man. Good here. Good here. Good here. Good here. Make sure it's keep track. Yeah, make sure you keep track, taking it every day like you're supposed to, and all that good stuff. $5 in a cheap drink, you gotta jump for $5. Hey, first of all, I'm not jumping. I gave the offer. Somebody wants to give me $5, I'll do a review on the video. You do the $5, so now we're doing a review on the video. I'm out here getting my bag, Dennis. I'm out here getting my bag on the YouTube, bro. You should be saying, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. YouTube hustling. Ain't that what you should be saying right now? You out here getting a bag on YouTube? You hustling? You hustling? You hustling? It's not too bad. Just don't do it in a nightclub in the dark with the ghetto hood, bro. And you'll be such a bad man. Flex it. You got it. You over here loud. You working for change, bitch. You're borrowing money. You talking shit about me, but you borrowing money to try to make money. Borrowing money. Hey, if you want to come up while I do the review, Hustler, I'll put the link in there, bro. And what happens when you don't make that big bag, bro? What happens when you don't make that big bag? What happens? So you're gonna see what kind of money you make. You don't even know what you're gonna make.
I pulled this card on Courtyard. Interesting. You're a card collector. You know exactly how this feels. Let's open my package from Courtyard together. For anyone who doesn't know how Courtyard works, we are going to be available for season on games the last 2 minutes. Razor.
That's good. That's a good one. Okay, JK makes a very good point, DJ. If you don't win your big bag tonight, don't say because I got you all flustered and you couldn't concentrate because I did this awesome review of your video. Do not do that, please. Do not. Do not blame me for your loss of your bag because you got. I'm sticking too much for this awesome review to make my bets properly. Don't do that. Own it. If you don't get okay, so you already made that. So keep it right up to good. Okay. So you guys have a big bet prior to coming up here. So can I play? You bet $900. $11. Anybody that inflation, education should be able to figure out. You put $900 in, you win 2,000. That means you won 1,100. So that's all you want. Why are you telling why are you telling people to take a guess and put it in the chat if you got to tell them that defeats the purpose of asking them so you know now. It's somebody else. What's what you got my terms? Is your medicine? Does your medicine do that to you? This is honest. This is supposed to try. Is your medicine that you? That's what Steve. Just let one go get that, bro. You when you come up there talking about you making a bed, you make a bed. Come up there, $1,000. That's a good bed. No. Once again, finally, today, we get up $5,000 a month. Now, I want to three basically. This is what you do. What? Borrow money to make no money? Like, I don't, what is you do? What do you do? What do you do? Because if it was working for you, you wouldn't be borrowing the money, bro. You'd be making your own brand. Now somebody else money. I was thinking, let me stop this for 1 second. I got to say hello to everybody in the chat because you guys are here to support the channel, and I appreciate you guys very much. So we'll start up here. We'll start up here because I do read my chat, and I do welcome everybody to the chat. So we started out with B fans. What's up? How you doing, Vegas? As always, how you doing? Still gotta hang out sometime, punk ass. You need to get some time off. Starting to give me gig worker vibes. Always working or something. Back to your source. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? The Hustler, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Even though we're having a little fun with you, Hustler, don't take it too serious. Appreciate you doing that. Lucky Duck, thank you. Thank you. How you doing? Joe Money Monday, what's up? So I haven't seen some of you guys in a long time. Ollie, what's up? I know it's because we're going after Dennis. Who's asked probably down on the group chat. Dude, Roy's gonna do a Dennis song. Got you guys like, let's go. Because I know some of you all don't even come in here, but it's a Dennis thing. It's all good. I appreciate you coming in. You know, B-Man said hit up the group chat to get you here. It's all good. J.U., what's up? Holly, what's up? Let's see. Anybody else that missed? JK, what's up? Hey, what's up? What's up? Hey, Lion, I'm going to put the chat here, the link in here in a little bit. We want to come up. Let's see. Who else? Let's go through the list a little faster. Oh, Scott's in the house. What's up, Scott? God, we're gonna do Gig God review here soon, Scott. So stick around. See, Chase, how you doing, man? How you doing? Hey, Tim Ford, how you doing? Thanks for showing up, guys. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate you. You got anybody so far? We got Mr. GH Shake. How's it going? Look at that. Yep. Hopefully, Night Watcher, how you doing? Hey, guys, don't be chatting too much, man. I'm trying to go through this list. I'm ready to go through it tomorrow. Bro. Let me see. Anybody else? Who am I missing? Hey, guys, how you doing? Everybody's trying to see. How you doing? Ciao. What you doing? How you feel? Don't worry, guys. You'll get your. I'll try to get you your blue, your Smurf. I'll get you out Smurf level here in a minute. Let me go through this real quick. And, hey, we still got like less 4 minutes. So, ratings and something yeah, that's how you're supposed to make your bankroll. You don't borrow. Well, you should be up here doing this your own review on yourself. Well, I hope you didn't jump on something to make that $1,000. You know what I mean? I'm not selling no ass or something. How you not doing that? Or not? Because it's not a good look, bro. It's not a good look. That's why not. It's not a good look, bro. That's all. It's not a good look to have to borrow money to try to make money. You might as well just go to a payday loan. Get a payday loan. It's not a good look. Make something. I ain't the wealthiest motherfucker in the world. Not sure the fuck ain't gonna make money. Borrow money to try to make successful. You built a business, Dennis. You're gambling. Yeah, I actually built a business from scratch myself. He's basically down consignment.
And now instead of waiting when I get that money, I don't think that's too hard to understand. It doesn't mean I'm down. It just means I'm waiting until I got the money.
Where is that business? Unfortunately, I got very sick, customer, and almost died, and I wasn't able to do my business. That's what happened. I got very sick and almost died. That's what happened to my business.
To that without take borrowing, but
I didn't lose it because somebody, ripped me off or whatever the case may be. I rest my case. What do you mean you rest your case? I had a very good, successful business. So
the opportunity to borrow just is ruined. That's cool. No big deal. I'm going to just borrow at this point the offer, and I got to do something about this. But with that said,
how did you almost die, Dennis? Tell me. How did you almost die, Dennis? On that.
Hoping that we can.
Yeah, almost died, he said.
Keep it moving. You guys let me
know. What was my business? I exotic animals. I bred and sold exotic animals, and I also had
I don't. Gonna happen. Sorry. The days of crash out over.
No, but you're crashing out in my chat right now because we're having a little bit of a good time doing a review on your on it.
We're not there no more. It's just
and I can actually pull up a real business license. I can actually pull up a real business license through the state of Nevada.
So with that said, I think that we're gonna get this tag Patreon. I'm put the link in this on this description of.
Man, we're not having fun here. Just looking out for you, Dennis. Just looking out.
This live,
this. You want peace? Go out there, stay away from the compromise. Do what you gotta do. Get yourself together 100% in the positive. You
Again, Roy. I love his comment. No, immigration law, it's been proven that 7% of all cases do not get due process because they're filing under a civil process instead of criminal process. So no, Roy, you're wrong. They only get very little due process in the immigration court. You can see that with JP. He's been in there for over a fucking year almost. That's not due process. That's a fucking travesty of due process. I love when Roy talks about shit he doesn't know about. He's like a loopy dude, man. He reads a little bit of shit and he thinks he knows everything about the immigration process. That's their own admission. 70% of all cases don't get represented by an attorney because of the way they file it. They make it purposely that way so people don't have the opportunity. That is not called due process. That's subverting it. My God. And look it up for yourself, my man. It's not me just saying that. That's been proven. Everybody in the U.S. is entitled to due process, regardless of their status. Regardless of their status. That's the foundation of the 5th and 14th Amendment. I think what we need to start doing is kicking people out who don't know the amendments. That's what we should do, doing, deporting people who don't know the amendments.
Come back. What are you talking about?
Talking about Roy's comment about, yeah, they get due process.
Oh,
They have not been given due process. You get locked up for over a year or almost a year. That's not due process. That's absolutely not due process. There's
That's
been
the
amount of time.
process. They didn't know where they gonna send him. Like, okay, Guatemala.
Well, no.
Like, how they
No. First of all,
come up with
first of all, they're not, because the way they file it, like it's civil is a civil process, which means that it's not the same as a criminal process. Criminal process, you afford an attorney if you can afford one. Well, in a civil, they don't necessarily get an attorney automatically. They have to get some sort of organization that's donating attorney services. So that's one way they're subverting the due process. Is they're filing under civil proceedings. So these people are on their own to file complex paperwork through this. And if you're not from this country, our legal system is not the easiest to navigate. So they're subverting due process and doing it that way, first of all. Second of all, they admit that 70% of all cases don't get proper due process because they can't either afford an attorney or there isn't one provided. So it's like, dude, learn the fucking amendments, dude. Where if you're in this country, regardless of your legal, whatever your status is, once you're in the U.S., you're entitled to due process, regardless of your status. It's just the way they file it is how they subvert the people. If they don't file criminal proceedings against them, they make it a civil proceeding, which is a whole different ballgame. You're not entitled to a public defender through a civil proceeding. You only to get is someone who offers to pay up, or there's organizations,
Mr. Cheese
and they can
has joined
find
the channel.
and they can find you in the system if they can find you in the system. What they do is they delay file. What's up, man? They delay putting people in the system.
It's still
hot. Yeah. What the
6'7".
fuck? I'm talking. Fuck this guy. I'm done.
But he said hi to me, and I said hi back. Fuck you.
You spoke over me, motherfucker. God, I haven't been here for 4 days, and he's still doing the same shit.
No,
He's
sir.
got his Roy.
He's a batch. You always been a batch. You always will be
You're
a batch.
batches. You're a batch. You're batches. You're the batches, batch of batches. Batches. How you been, man?
Dingleberry. Dingleberry.
How you been? How you been, Chick Dingleberry?
Dingle all the way, you know.
You know, someone's got to be one. How's your Dingleberry hanging?
It's getting bigger.
Is it?
Yeah, it's starting to rip on the hair. It hurts.
But when they get big, that's what
I got
happens.
I think I got like at least 6 hairs stuck together into one little piece of poop.
That's great.
They're all ripping on each other.
Do you use cotton or do you use?
They're all fighting for the turd.
Use the cotton wipes or the vegetable wipes?
Well, I'm not using wipes.
Oh, there's your problem.
Cotton or vegetable?
Yeah, the dude wipes, the vegetable, they're vegetable wipes. They're made with vegetable fibers.
Can you flush them?
Yeah, they're flushable dude
I don't know.
wipes.
No.
Yeah, you're supposed to use those with the bidet.
I got a bidet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, but you still got to use after the bidet. You kind of use the little dude wipes to freshen up.
Then I
Make your
use
shit
toilet
smell like
paper.
lavender.
When I'm done, I wipe with toilet paper.
Oh, you're old school. You're old school. I use the lavender wipes to make my butthole smell like a lavender vanilla ice cream.
That's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys are crazy.
Well,
I'm
if
not worried that
you're gonna eat my ass.
I'm not worried that my asshole smells like a fucking.
Well, I can't help it. I can't help you not consider the person who's eating your ass.
I'm not trying to get my lady to eat my ass. Like,
well, that's your problem.
It is. You're right. It's not a problem though. It's not really a problem. It's my choice. You're right there.
When it's clean, it smells like lavender vanilla. There's nothing better.
When is it ever clean? When is it ever clean?
What do you mean? The bidet should clean it. Don't you kind of bear down so it gets inside your?
When is the hole ever clean?
You gotta bear down so it does like an enema.
You like eating ass?
Huh? Depends whose ass it is.
Your wife?
Depends whose ass it is.
I had his ass too. You like eating your wife's ass?
Talk about my wife that way.
Well, then you like eating some other lady's ass? You cheating on her? I don't know what you're trying to get to here, sir. Like, you're unclear. You want to eat my ass?
What? Never.
I don't want you to either. I'm just wondering if that's what you want.
No, I said don't worry about whose ass I'm eating.
Dude, I feel bad for your dog.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, nasty, bro.
You let your dog eat? Do you let your dog eat your ass?
No. Yeah, I'm saying
it will. Put a little peanut butter on there.
You're the one saying that you eat ass. And then
I said it depends whose it is.
Your dog's ass, yeah.
I didn't say that about my dog. You mentioned your dog.
You're
I said
eating
if
your
you
dog's
want,
ass.
put some peanut butter on your ass and let your dog eat your ass.
This might get Necro's channel shut down or some shit.
Spread some peanut butter in your butthole.
Oh my god.
Bro, don't start with that shit, dude. She's not Van Wilder. Fuck.
I could see Serb doing that. Putting peanut butter on
really? Oh, really?
Come on, buddy. Come get the skippy peanut butter.
That worries me that you can visualize me getting that done. That's what kind of worries me about you.
No, I mean the fact that you just brought it up.
No, you brought it up. You mentioned dog first.
I didn't say nothing about the peanut butter.
Well, I'm telling you that's what you should do because you brought up dog.
You said
never
something about
gonna eat peanut butter for the next 2 weeks. Oh, fuck.
You said something about putting a peanut butter on a butthole. And I was like,
you brought up dog eating ass. Everybody knows dogs like peanut butter. That's not an unknown thing.
Everybody knows dogs like eating ass.
Or you put a milk bone in your butt. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
You put a big old milk bone covered in peanut butter.
You could shove a milk bone up there, I guess.
It's just a milk bone shaped dildo or butt plug.
This is the time that Necro chooses to show his face.
What the fuck?
This is the time that he chooses to show his face. When we're talking about ass.
It's time when you got to fucking be that guy.
I like that photo behind that poster.
He's got pictures. Thank God he's got pictures on the wall. He's like Dennis.
I like the poster.
It's got nothing on the wall. I know. It's like you got shit on the wall. It's not like Dennis. Blank walls is like
Only
mindless
Bobby
fuck.
don't play. You gotta get something from Chicago, the Cubs. Like
Chill out, sir. I got a good amount of blank walls too. I'm like not that caring.
What?
Not
Oh my God.
not every room, but
Oh, thank God. We're gonna be worried about you.
no, I put shit on the walls, but like
Thank God. You can't have blank walls, man, in every room. That's crazy. I can understand a room or two being blank, but every room in your house with nothing on it.
yeah, I guess
up.
yeah, there is something on almost every fucking wall. I guess there is.
Yeah, there's got to be, man. You're a fucking human being. You're not like a.
Yeah, dude, I'm saving money to get shit on my wall, bro. I'm trying to get some
Yeah,
Jordan
no,
and
no.
Kobe jerseys like signed on my
Oh
wall.
no,
you-
I'm not.
Then
yeah,
I'm
but you
gonna
have
be,
shit
Understand that.
dude. Then sir,
You
I'm
have shit on
gonna
your
be
wall.
thinking
That
every
girl,
time
you know
when
how
I'm
many
leaving
years?
house.
You know it's gonna take you
Hopefully I'm not gonna get
multiple
robbed.
years. It's gonna take you
That's normal.
multiple years before you fill your house up with stuff.
It's normal. That's normal, Necro. I'm talking about these bozos. Like Dennis, he's been there how long? He's got no pictures on any of his walls. It's fucking insane.
Dude, he's at the
That's a-
fuck. He just got the apartment, dude.
he's had it for like months. He's been there 6 months already.
Oh shit.
He didn't have
Shit,
one picture on his wall. I mean, he didn't have a picture of his family. He didn't have anything. Like, what the fuck? He supposedly has his family. He didn't have a picture of him on the wall. He didn't have nothing. Even in his fucking little video room, he has nothing in the background. He used to have a green room in his old place.
He's cooked. He's getting the nephew away so he can get the other room.
I mean, hell, nephew probably put a picture on the wall and fucking he freaked out.
Yeah, there's something on almost every wall. Yeah.
Yes. There usually is. People don't realize it, but it's like a involuntary thing. You just got to put something on the wall to look at.
Not a bunch
if
of
you
photos. Not a bunch of photos, but
Well, yeah, but pictures or something, paintings or fucking poster, something.
I got more art type shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
That's normal.
anything that's like a family photo, what type thing I have in like little cabinets. Not
Yeah.
little cabinets.
I know what you're talking about.
I keep
Same
them
with
in
us. We got them on wall.
I keep them in cabinets, glass cabinets, just so nobody's touching them. Whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of we have all the awards and shit. Are in the
I don't
cabinet.
I don't really have to have dust in there much. Like.
Yeah, that's how ours is. Our glass of wall has a bunch of family photos.
Yeah, it's got
awards
like
and kid shit.
it's got a couple urns in there and stuff.
You see our pet cemetery that we have. We have like 7 boxes.
It's just memorabilia boxes, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't keep family photos all over the whole house.
See.
Like
1, 2. I think we have 10 of our animals now in a box.
I like to decorate
10
most of the house with just things that I like. You know?
Yeah. That's fucking normal, man. It's like when I walk into somebody's house.
My last house, I put a lot of like superhero shit up. This one, I'm doing like an adult. Like
yeah. When I went to my one buddy's house, he lived there like 3 years. There's a single picture on his wall. I'm like, what is wrong with you, man? So are you okay? Are you fucking depressed?
I used to have a ton of Superman shit, dude.
That's part of whatever. You had something. You weren't like Bear. You weren't like barren walls.
Right.
Barren walls is a sign of depression.
I have personality, yeah.
When you see bare walls, that person's probably depressed.
Yeah, like Necro.
No, he's not opposed to
bought that dollar store poster and bought some dollar store brand tape.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, at least he puts it on the wall.
I'm just fucking with him, man. I just wanted to see his fucking reaction.
Fuckers, bro. Always people that are not showing nothing in their life, they got a lot of shit to say about other people showing.
I know, bro.
Right.
I know. I'm fucking with you, though, bro.
Look.
Only because you're there to be fucked with.
My walls. I think I got 2 pictures on every wall at least. I'm looking around.
Give me your address and I'll give you something for the wall.
I got paintings. You want me to have my kids' paintings? I'll send you my kids' paintings.
And I ain't gonna troll you.
Oh
my God. I got like a bunch of kids' paintings on the wall. You want one of them?
I don't think Necro would ever give me his address. Not that he can't trust me, but
you want some watercolors? They made some watercolors too. That's on this wall over here.
Dude, I won once in my life. I won a $3,000 fucking painting at the raffle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I had to left it. I have to leave it behind, man. But
Where? Why?
You're gonna have to give me an
dude,
address.
it was too big to carry it, and like, yeah, too much shit, man.
What did you do with it?
I left it at my fucking ex-wife, bro.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you just like left it for someone to grab. All right, you left it
No,
with
man.
somebody.
Even when I won it and I had to fucking bring it home, dude, I had to put it on top of the car.
Damn.
Yeah. It was crazy shit.
Go to your Warhol one day.
Is there a way I can like have something forwarded to your house, like so I don't have to know your address?
Dude, I don't need nothing from you, yeah? What the fuck?
No, I want to send you something so it can be on your wall. You'll like it. You don't need anything.
Oh my god, man. You're like my fucking mom. Oh, you need to put something on the wall.
No. I just want to give you a gift that you can put on the wall.
I want to send you a Warhol. I want to send you a
It's not
Warhol.
about that you need it. It's about that I can pick something and you might like it.
Do you want a Picasso or a Warhol?
No, man, I'll give him something cool as fuck. I guarantee it. Like an AI fucking.
You want a Monet? Hold on, we got a Monet somewhere.
All of our faces.
Rembrandt.
I'll put all of our
No
faces
Rembrandt.
on the poster board like superheroes.
We got a Van Gogh. We got a Rembrandt. We got a two Warhols.
By the way, sir, you got to send me a picture.
Nah, man.
It's like nobody really has a good one.
Dude, I just want to get some jerseys, like MJ's jersey,
That's
like
cool.
mine. I'll get a.
Yeah, I know. You're decorating your gamer room, yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple.
I like Michael Jordan, so I'm gonna get what I like, I guess.
I got a couple of Gator jerseys from when they won the championship. I got a couple basketball signed with the teams. I got a Gator football signed with the team. I got a big old what do you call it? The national championship they did in '96 back to backs.
Oh shit!
I got some Gator shit. Yeah, I got a big old fucking Danny Werfel poster that's signed by Werfel and Spurrier and I Killer. I
lost
think.
fucking beat last night against somebody, dude.
Necro, I can hook you up with like the best damn security system you ever had, like for very little to free.
Nobody's stealing in my shit, dude. In my village.
All you gotta do, man, is get a toilet that somebody's throwing out or something. Just throw it in your front fucking yard.
What?
Just throw a toilet in your front yard that doesn't look clean or nothing. Just leave it there.
That's great.
Just leave a toilet in your front yard. Nobody's gonna go in your house.
Dude, I can leave my house unlocked.
You put cameras on your fucking house. That's saying, hey, I got something in my house that's worth something for me to be watching. So like,
or you're paranoid.
You throw a fucking toilet in the front yard, bro. They're thinking, dude, I don't know what the fuck's behind that goddamn door. Like,
dude, you do the toilet.
I seen a YouTube video on this, and this guy, he's like telling everybody in the fucking hood or whatever. He's like, dude, throw a fucking toilet on your front lawn.
Dude, or you go overkill with the cameras. They're like, what the fuck?
You just look like the kind of person that somebody don't know what the fuck you're up to. Like,
somehow I feel good because I don't have to get the cameras or a dog or nothing. Like, my neighbors are just old people, and like really nobody's getting out of their fucking house, bro. Here, like, you're going to work and just do their shit. Like nobody.
You got like a doorbell camera or anything?
No, I don't have don't have a doorbell, so nobody fucking rings my doorbell. If somebody wanna knock on my door, that's fine.
Yeah.
See, we got you either do that to the toilet. You throw the toilet in the front yard, like you said, or you overkill with cameras. So, like, this guy's a fucking paranoid motherfucker.
The fuck?
The cameras on every end of our property, on the house, on the edge of the property. They're like, what's wrong with this? They're like, what's wrong with this fucking idiot? There's like 50 cameras everywhere.
You put those lights with sensor, and like everybody's in the proximities, like blinding them. Like, oh shit.
Yep.
For real though, these days, man, I feel like it's almost like it's so cheap. There's no reason
is
to
cheap.
not have a camera these days.
Dude, if somebody
got a
steps on
fucking
property, the
mini
fucking whole yard lights up.
Like, I bought a $30 camera on Amazon that it's in like 4K, I think, or 1080 or whatever. Whatever, it's great, right? It looks good, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it has a solar panel wire that you hook up to it also. And it's fucking wire. You don't have to wire nothing, bro. It just hooks to your Wi-Fi. It's just like a 3-screw installation. Like
what?
Dude, when we
two
first
screws
bought,
for the camera, and it's
yes,
2 or
we could
3
talk about
screws for the set the
solar panel.
Solar
Well,
panel
if you
mount.
don't need it, I can text you my address in Discord, I guess.
Dude, when we first bought the
I'm
house, we
using
put this.
mine. I'll send you a photo or something for the wall, though.
Oh,
We put this whole wired system in. So we still got a wired system.
Me.
We still got the wired system up. So we got like 1, 2, 3 fucking panels that have like 4 cameras each on them. So we still have the wired system up, and then I put up a bunch of wireless with this solar thing, like you're talking about, that are on the trees facing the gate and facing the lakeside. Like anyone's going to invade us on the lakeside, but everybody gets freaked out. So my wife's like, "Well, what if somebody tries to come by the lake?
I was
Like, who's going to come by the lake? We're not going to be interrogated."
I was mind blown. The camera only being like $30 and being that good.
Yeah, they've gotten so much better. Yep, it's crazy.
If you want like the recording it shit all the time, then you have to pay like some kind of plan or whatever. They're all different, but but if you just want the notification on your phone that something's happening and a quick snapshot, that's free.
Yep.
Well, I'm trying to get my windows closed, like I trying to get rid of the windows, so yeah.
Well, close them during the day, and you close them during the day, and or it
leave them
depends.
over there at night so they can watch you naked.
Depends on if you're trying to warm up the house or cool down the house. Like.
Oh, okay.
My wife
If you want to keep your house a lot cooler, you want to pull some blackout or whatever. You want to close the blinds.
Yeah, blackout blinds are the best.
I got that fucking shit. Look at that.
But if it's cold outside, like in the winter or whatever, open those fucking things up.
Dude, I'm fucking barricaded. Look at that shit. There's no light.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, those are blackout curtains. It looks like.
Nice.
And those are windows where I got those fucking shit on the.
Can you see light through those curtains at all during the day?
Are
they blackouts?
Curtains or shades?
Yeah, they're blackout, bro. I can see.
All right. Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice. That's what works.
Yeah, dude.
My wife couldn't even put a.
Especially for the fucking glare on the screen and shit. And he wants that room to be cooler because he's in there more.
Bro, like when I moved here, like was nothing on the fucking windows. Everybody could fucking see me. Like,
is that the front or the back or what?
It's the front door. The
front.
Yeah.
Doing a fishbowl when people are watching you.
Oh, so you chill in the living room then?
Yeah, this is the living room. I got a kitchen there.
Oh, is this where you're usually at, or are you sitting in a different spot? Is this your computer?
Oh, my computer is in my fucking office room.
All right, yeah, that's what I thought.
I got 3 rooms, yep. 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Yeah. It works, man. Fuck.
Especially one fucking guy, man. You got a room for everything.
It's more than I need, dude. I just need 1 room, 1 living room, kitchen, and bathroom.
Oh, even if you had a lady there or whatever, or your boyfriend, it would still be more than enough room.
Fucking you have a boyfriend.
I'm just not trying to discriminate, man. If you come out of the closet, I want you to feel good about talking to me, like
motherfucker.
No judgment zone here, man.
Yeah.
You fuckers.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
All right, well then you can do like your S&M room, you can your sex room, whatever it is.
I'm gonna make a fucking room. I'm gonna make it a closet. My shoes, my clothes, my fucking
Just make a whole bedroom a fucking closet. Why not?
yeah. That's what I'm doing. And one room will be my office, and one room will
For
be
sure have a storage room, and then like a
No,
spare
I got
bedroom,
a shed outside.
spare bedroom for whoever.
I got a shed
Might have-
outside. That's the storage.
You gotta have a spare bedroom just to show your class, like
Yeah, I mean, I could. I just got to get another bed.
it don't have to be just a bedroom. It just has to have a bed.
Yeah, might get another bed.
So somebody can use it if they end up coming out.
Well, I got this couch. Which
Like, you ever have family come visit you or anything?
Yeah.
I just realized you just made me think. I think
the family can fucking pay the hotel or motel. Come on, man. Fuck.
Oh, they don't stay the night. All right. I don't know how your family
I'm
operates.
just kidding. The fuck?
I don't know how your family operates.
Damn, man, you just made me think of something. I think my wife, when she put out my suits, I think I had my signed jerseys in that box.
Oh,
I just fucking realized my St. Louis jersey, my Panthers jersey.
Oh, you
I
don't
had a
need
Chicago. I had a signed Chicago Blackhawks jersey.
Nobody wants to St. Louis. That's the Pedro
Oh
one.
no, what St. Louis jersey? The Blues.
The Pedro jersey.
There's a bunch of St. Louis fans here.
Yeah, there's some great players on that Blues team.
How come you guys aren't watching Roy's live?
They were.
Why you're asking me that right now or us? Dude? Come on, man. We're just trying to chill, bro.
That's why I came over here. I was listening for a second, and I was like, I just gonna go chill.
he's already talking about. He's an old shit. Like everybody's already the Dennis thing's played out, man. He's a goofball. We didn't know that.
You guys know I'm not into the dentist thing, so like that's the only reason I'm not over there.
I worked. Now I'm gonna chill, bro. Like, fuck.
Yeah. No. At the end of the night, man, it's chill time. Roy likes the drama at night. I wish he was earlier.
Oh, delivered that. Look at that. Delivered that's not.
You gotta do it on a schedule. We can have drama all day long, bro. We're gig workers, dude.
Yeah, that's what we're good at. What we're good at.
What the hell? Delivered that. Took me off their soft band now. Their semi offers.
The house looks fresh painted. Did they kind of freshen it up before they sold it?
I think so. I don't know. I don't care. There's no dots.
You buy it off? Did you buy it with somebody living there when you bought it, or
no?
No,
they were renting it before.
Okay, you had to wait for them to move out, or
No.
All right, that's all I was wondering.
No, I don't know. He probably failed renting it, and that's why he sold it, or maybe he made enough money. I don't know what happened, but I don't care.
Fucking douchebags. Delivered that. I guess is hard up for people now. Put me back in their. Yeah, they must have they unbanned me like that bullshit. I guess someone finally read the goddamn email. 4 months later.
That's crazy. Fuck, delivered that.
Yeah. I'm like, I got to know this. Delivered that has changed your status. Double check. Blah blah blah. I'm like, what? Dumbasses.
You didn't have no squatters living there when you moved in?
Oh.
I think squatters living there.
Dude, just imagine if it was one of them cases. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna have to move in with the guy and fucking like be annoying enough to make the guy want to leave. I could see Necro doing a show like with that. trying to fucking outrun the fucking squatter.
Bro, dude, I'll fucking throw
Make
the
them
squatter.
make it so miserable to live there that they just can't tolerate it.
I'm just gonna wrestle the squatter out, bro.
Do you ever seen that shit? There's this guy who I seen on YouTube that squatter, and he was just every day fucking doing crazy shit, and the cops got called like every 5 fucking minutes. Like,
what the fuck?
He's like, hey, I can't stop her from calling the police. You know, I'm sorry, guys. Like, but yeah, he kept just like driving her fucking nuts. But it's his house, so he can do whatever the fuck he wants, as long as he's not going inside of like her room. You know,
Depending on the state, man, it's kind of tough. Depending on the state, there's that show I was watching where me and Tracy got into it about the squatter. There's a guy that goes across the country and gets a lease from the owner, and then moves in the house with the squatter and starts taking over the house.
Yeah, he moved in with the squatter that was in his house.
Yeah,
and he made YouTube content about it.
Well, this guy who does it naturally, he has to get a lease from the owner so he can do it. That's the only legal way in most states is to have a lease.
Because
most squatters don't have a lease.
Move in with them. It's just illegal for you to kick them out.
Dude, it's legal to kick them out here, dude. You call the cops, you ask them to kick them out, and that's it.
Well, yeah, but what if they claim they have a lease? That's the whole thing. These squatters, these sophisticated lease
states that are having these problems.
Exactly.
Fucking lease. They got
a lot of states.
This is not happening everywhere. Like,
no, I know, but think about it. If you had a renter that you no longer like, and you start pulling that shit on them, that's how come there's a lot of protection in a lot of states, because there was unsavory landlords just kicking people out for no reason. So a lot of squatters are taking advantage of it.
They're not squatters.
Right, but that's how squatters get away with it. They claim they have a lease, then you have to take them to court to prove they don't. Because then they have to bring their lease to court to show the judge. If they don't bring it, then they get a default judgment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they claim other shit and extend it. Yeah.
Yeah. They claim bankruptcy or fire countersuits, fucking a pain sometimes.
Or agreements.
I think you can kick them out immediately. Like, you don't have to go.
No, not in every state, man. Other states, people have been waiting like years to get people out of their fucking house.
Bro, here they get fucking kicked out, bro.
Don't you have to prove they're squatters?
Yeah,
don't you have to prove they're squatters?
Here they get like I forget if it's 60 or 90 days, depending on. I mean the whole process would probably be like 90 days. You know.
It's like with the immigration thing. They file it civilly. The civil thing, they usually can't
be a squatter here, bro. They all in fucking Florida and other shit like that. People are abandoning their fucking country here, and they're leaving because
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, homeless will fucking occupy that property, really, because
Because in a lot of states, there's also an adverse possession rule where if somebody moves in and pays your taxes for you for like 3 or 4 years, they can claim adverse possession. That's the other bullshit that's out there. Florida used to have that.
People could be living in an abandoned house for years and years and years. Like,
there are some states that have adverse possession where they live in your place, set up electric, pay the taxes, and then they can claim ownership. It's fucked up.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I don't know why in some states they're pulling that bullshit, because they're probably in states or,
It's protection. They just have certain protections because, like in New York, was a big. Well, what happened in New York? You had landlords that were kicking people out without any reason. So they wanted to increase the rent, so they start kicking people out without proper process. So it goes both ways. There's bad landlords, just like there's bad tenants.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like on both sides of the equation, man. You got bad apples. Not every landlord is a good landlord, I'll tell you that. Like back when the housing price was going on, these landlords weren't paying they were not paying their mortgage, and they were charging tenants rent. and then they're kicking the tenants out or claiming evictions on them to get another tenant in to claim money, but never paying the bank. That's fucking crazy.
Fuck. Yeah. I had to fucking say something and I forgot. I know, I'm not blaming the fucking homeless people living in other people's fucking houses and shit like that. It's the poor fucking management. They're not fucking taking care of property and sell it and do diligence and see what's going on, because that's why they got the advantage, you know? Like you said, they can claim, oh, we got a lease. We got
the police
in a house that somebody died 10 years ago. Like, what the fuck?
No, geez.
Yeah, man. Crazy. Hopefully I'll never fucking see squatters. I never heard about fucking squatters like around me. Really?
Good.
So they can buy that shit? So if you're a squatter.
Well, they don't necessarily buy it. All they do is claim adverse possession. So if they just pay the taxes for a certain amount of years and have electric secured in the property, they can claim.
Shit. Okay. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh no, it's real crazy, man.
What?
This Obamacare, bro.
Bro, I got to the store, get some weed.
This Obamacare that like I'm about to not be able to talk about anymore within like a few months or so. I won't have any left. I'm running low.
They got to the store and they had fucking Obama Kush. I'm like, dude.
That's the same thing. Obama Kush. Yeah.
And I'm looking at that shit and the fucking shit is empty.
Oh, you wanted to get it?
Yeah, they get it. And they had like 3 jars like in front of me and I fucking left it. I was on to see the fucking nugs at the bottom. But like nothing. I'm like, what the fuck? Baited. I got baited.
Yeah.
Oh, fucker.
Cerberus is a beast has left the channel.
That shit was crazy.
Obamacare, that'd have been cool if you got it. It probably wouldn't have been CSI Humble, but like, I mean, Obama Kush, yeah, you said. Same thing. It's essentially the same thing. It just might be a different breeder.
Yep.
They just chose to call theirs AKA Obamacare, you know?
Cerberus is a beast has joined the channel.
Tonight. Oh, fucking A. Don't. We gonna make me do this tonight. Are you really?
What?
Is Mr. Cheese gonna make me do this shit tonight?
I didn't touch
Maybe
my
retaliate.
My screen is not even on. I don't know how.
I don't know. Well, don't worry. We're gonna check it. We're gonna check the redundant person right now.
I'm not even kidding. My screen is shut off.
See who's going to get
does it always
retaliated against.
update? Does it always update like right away?
No, it's I don't know. Maybe the cat hit something. Could be the cat.
Is it
Moved
showing
me somehow? No, moved me to general. It's weird. I got moved to general or something. I don't know.
Want to look? Let me see.
Yeah, I didn't show it. It shows the last activity was Scotty.
I forget where the fucking setting is.
Yeah, nothing tonight. Then my cat exited me out. Who knows?
Did that?
That was weird. I don't know. Since the new update, shit gets like moved, closed out. It's crazy. So you just look at the screen, will do something.
It doesn't say anything about you ending a call or nothing like that.
No, I know. That's weird.
That means you did it to yourself, you idiot.
That's what I just said. You don't listen, man. You got a hearing problem.
I was just no. I heard you. I'm just proving.
You got peanut butter in your ear. You got peanut butter in your ear.
I want to assure you that you are an idiot.
You're trying to let your dog lick your ear?
Sir, you're a dingleberry. You always fucking
tell you batches. You're a batch. I'm sorry to you, batchy ass.
And you're a dingleberry.
Uh-oh, we might get Dino upset. We're calling each other dingleberries and batches.
20 years.
Dino.
Sir, you're a batch. You always been a batch. And you're always
man, I don't come up here to get abused, man. This is uncalled for. That's it. I'm going over to the other channel now and complaining.
You're a batch. You always been a batch. There's nothing but batching over here.
100.
Berries. What's going on with Royce, dude? No drama? Nobody's arguing?
What? Cam isn't complaining yet?
See who was on the panel. Watching Pedro. Okay. Watching DJ Pedro. Now just right. Fucking DJ, dude.
DJ, what a goof.
What a goof.
What a poor goofy dude. Oh, man.
Fucking scrimp. JP, if you're reading this, I know you have a lot going on, but your fans will appreciate a more consistent live schedule. just trying to say, like, we deserve a live schedule more consistent and shit from detention.
Is JP back?
He's
No,
in detention. You got a room there, dude. You got internet. You got all kind of shit.
That's not. I don't think he has a room. I think he might be in a cage, but
you heard from JP now?
He's got internet.
What?
He made a live today.
Really?
Yeah. He's in North Florida Detention Center.
Yep.
For what? Fucking drinking and driving?
No, dude. He got when he had that accident, the police picked him up and deported his ass. He's sitting in the Port Safety Center up in North Florida. This is what we thought. I said he probably got picked up when he wrecked. His TPO was rescinded because he got in an accident.
That was my first thought when it was that, like, man, he's fucked. Like, he's gonna get pulled over.
Well, he didn't get pulled over. He wrecked. He wrecked.
Yeah, so they're gonna just come.
When they came and saw this bozo in a ditch, they probably said, "What's your name, sir?" and pulled his license and said, "Listen, we gotta hold you." It just unraveled from there. It took him forever to put him in a system, though. I think it took 90 days to get him in a system. So he wasn't showing up anywhere. That's what made me think he got deported, because he was never showing up in any police report. which means it's done through INS. Or what the fuck is this big ice? Because in Florida, the FHP is like deputized as ICE agents or something, so they can take you right in.
He said he's writing a book.
Yeah, be interesting.
The Interesting Life of JP.
I'd be interested to find out how they got him. It seems to me it was FHP that fucking took him in. They didn't log him in, man. There's no fucking police report. It was a single car. There was really no reason. That's what's fucked up, man. Fucked up system right there.
Yeah, sometimes they're not logging whatever is going on.
Yeah. The snatching grabs are fucking real, man.
Or maybe they have a different database for searching for that.
But it is. They have the ICE database, they have the Homeland Security database, and they have the INS database, which is basically ICE now. But how it was supposed to work in the past is like the police department would pick you up, file a report, and they would do a transfer to ICE or INS.
The other department. Yeah, obviously that should how they operate, but
everything should be logged. I don't know why they're not logging it right away. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
If you got family looking for you, just think of that, man. Regardless of what your status is, you got your fucking kids worried about you. Don't know if you just fucking disappeared.
Yeah.
They thought a Venezuelan death squad came to the U.S. and took you.
It's like, yeah, just like you died for some people, you know?
Yeah.
It's almost a fucking year, dude. I mean, you could he could fucking call or whatever, like have a phone call.
No, they went. That's the thing. They weren't letting them call or anything. They weren't giving these people
Nobody,
phone
not
calls.
just
It's
one
fucked up.
lawyer, nothing, zero.
Because they had a certain dude, that's what's fucked up is they're not giving people phone calls for like 90 days or something. It's crazy.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's insane.
Like if your name shows up on a list and you violate a law or something, boom, TPO is rescinded. And civil process is a bitch, man.
Yeah. I guess some of them they get it and some of them it's just like that.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets it. We've seen that before, like, you know, how they're operating.
We've done it in the past. This country's done it to other people in the past. Other groups. Japanese, talk to the old school Japanese, man, when they were in internment camps. It was crazy. They just rounded up Japanese just because you were Japanese. Didn't matter you were born here. If you had anybody in your family that came from Japan, they would round you up. They take the businesses and just leave them high and dry.
That's crazy. It's gonna
imagine we went to imagine if U.S. went to war with Romania. They just scooped you up because you happen to be Romanian. It's like what? Fucking leave me alone. Get out of my house. Sorry, sir.
The world is different, like though, you know, it's just different situations there.
Yeah.
It's really hard to compare anything with that or the other one.
It depends on how paranoid the U.S. is. Depends on how paranoid they make the public. Depends on what the policy comes out. You know, just like in World War II, just like before that, the Chinese, they used to round up the Chinese.
Yeah, it's always gonna be somebody.
It's like everybody wants to talk about how freedom is this, freedom is that here, but if they get the right set up system going, man, they will fucking suspend that habeas corpus in a heartbeat.
It's just insane sitting there for like losing a year from your life. Like,
Yeah. How could you sustain? Could you sustain everything if they took you in for almost a year? Pretty much
No, if
wipe people
JB
out.
went to jail, that might be the best thing that happened to him. Like,
This is great. Yeah, let's
no,
do the silver lining.
I know that sounds shitty, but like, if he's
Dude.
really like that much of an alcoholic, then like,
Dude.
they gave him a chance to like not fucking drink, man.
Right. It just cost him his house, his wife, his kids, his fucking life, his job.
But you know,
Yeah,
it could have been his whole life.
It is his whole life.
No, I
Just
mean
because
his
it didn't kill
actual
you
life.
doesn't mean it doesn't fuck you up.
No, I mean like kill him.
Right, I understand.
He never did. He just
there
fucking
is
crashed.
there is an
What
killing
if he
you and
crashed
ruining
into
your life.
What if you need a wake up call, man? He's driving fucking drunk. It's stupid.
Right, so put him in rehab. You don't fucking fuck his life up. His whole life. His wife leaves him. His kids are gone. His houses are gone. His car is gone. His job's ended.
Lose all that in rehab too.
Not necessarily. If you're able to contact your family, you don't lose all that. Dude, you're comparing you're comparing a immigration detention center to rehab. Get out of here.
Yeah, dude. They need to be Americanized.
250 fucking days in detention center is not fucking
I
rehab.
didn't realize he was just in a. I didn't realize he was in a. He's an illegal.
He had a TPO. Venezuelans had a temporary protection order established, and when he started bombing their country, they rescinded all the TPOs. Like every other week, they put him back in place. They take him away. They put him back in place. When he got in the accident, he violated U.S. law, so they suspended his TPO and threw him in a detention center.
Yeah,
This is from fucking November.
He kept
This is from
saying,
November, dude.
he's worried about getting deported, and then he goes out and does the one thing that will get him fucking deported.
Exactly. The one thing that guarantees deportation is driving drunk.
No, I mean like.
Yes, I agree.
Just getting a felony.
Well, it's okay. First of all,
like he did something that equals like it's a really bad crime.
Right, but in this country, if you get a DUI, you're at least allowed to defend yourself before they fucking make you guilty. So he didn't get that chance. They said he got in a wreck, he violated whatever, and they threw him in.
You didn't fucking deserve a fucking chance.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're not that fucking fascist.
No,
you're not a fascist.
No, that's fucking.
You're not a fascist.
No,
you're not a fascist.
I mean, like he needs to go to jail. I don't mean he needs to be deported.
I like you and all, but you can't be a fascist. Please tell me. You're joking.
How the fuck am I a fascist?
Because you don't believe someone had a chance to defend themselves because of their immigration status? That's the foundation of the U.S. That's the foundation of our system.
I'm just saying he don't need to be out driving drunk. That's all.
But you get to defend yourself first before you're guilty of driving drunk. Just because you pull up and the guy smells like alcohol doesn't mean you're drunk.
Plus,
you still got to do sobriety tests.
Plus, there's laws against you, and you know that is going on. Like you're
right. I agree. I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I still maintain that in this country, you have the opportunity to defend yourself first before you're proven guilty. That's the foundation of our fucking laws. Everybody has that opportunity, no matter what their immigration status is.
For a non-citizen.
Yes, and that's how they're getting around it. I was explaining this to Neko early. The way we're getting around it, or this ICE is getting around that, is by filing under civil case, because then you don't have the right to a free attorney. You don't have a right to a public defender. It has to be an organization that specializes in it that will defend you. If they file it criminally, then you have to go into the criminal code where you get public defender. So that's how they're getting around it. They're filing everything civilly against most of these ICE cases, because then it's a procedure where you have to get your own attorney.
Of course they went fucking.
I heard about this thing. I don't know. I forget what the fuck it's called, but there's another even higher court now. For like.
Oh, yeah, they're doing shadow dockets. They're fucking shit.
You heard about that shit too?
Yes.
Like a secret court that like nobody fucking knew about. Yeah. And they came out and they're just like, do it.
that's how they're doing it. You have to do it civilly. They're filing civilly through a shadow docket, so they don't have to necessarily reveal it for a certain amount of time. You have to file Freedom of Information Act to get information. It's fucked up, man. It's like a secret court. And all I say is, if you put yourself in that position, I mean, If you're in his position, it's kind of fucking
JP's
scary,
not
dude.
doing what JP was supposed to do to become a fucking citizen, is he?
Well, he was until he went out drinking that night.
Yeah.
He got depressed. He fucked up. Yeah.
Like, that's on him.
Right. And I understand that. I don't disagree. But I do still think he deserves to get his due process. Because that's a criminal act at that point. And if they're going to file criminally, because here's the rub. Here's how it fucks it up. Because if they threw him into detention because of that, they need to file criminal charges first so that he violates his TPO, and then they file civilly. But what they did is they just went civilly. It was fucked up. It's like a procedural mess. It's a procedural mess, man. And even the own stats say that 7% of all these deportations are done through a civil process, so they don't have to give them a proper attorney.
Right back.
Like just like if you're getting evicted, you're not entitled to an attorney pro bono. You have to find some company that will defend you. But if you file a criminal charge against a fucking squatter, then you have to give them the court has to give them an attorney.
I guess I'm waiting for his book.
Yeah. Let's get to do an ebook first. I think you should start with novellas. You should start with novellas first. Well, Peach, it doesn't matter if it's first chance, second chance, fourth chance, fifth chance. It doesn't matter. In the United States of America, you have the option to defend yourself. I mean, how many times you see fucking people live here that have been accused of drunk driving like multiple times?
Well,
or depraved of rape multiple times.
Man. You know what? They were born here. I don't agree with that.
So you think a pervert's a lot more rights than a
yeah, if you're going to any other country on the fucking planet, I think if
it doesn't matter.
They're gonna want you to fucking like respect their fucking culture,
right? But that's the U.S. laws. That's what I'm saying. That's what's makes U.S. different. If you're in our country, period. If you're in our country,
has joined the channel.
If you're in our country, period, it doesn't matter what your immigration status is. You're entitled to due process if you charge criminally. The only way you're not due process is they give you civil charges.
But obviously, he wasn't being charged as criminal.
Exactly. That's how they get around it. They charge these people civilly.
Deporting
because
them.
being in here, because
they're not,
being
they're
in this
not
country,
wasting their time to go in court for them because they're not
picked out.
Court fees, court money.
Should be going to Venezuela.
Well, no. That's why he filed a petition not to get deported to Venezuela. He's going to go to Guatemala instead.
I'm kidding, bro. By the way.
I know, but that's where the whole fucked up thing is. Like, Lori always wants to say they're criminals. They're not criminals. These people in here illegal are not necessarily criminals, and that's how they're getting around it. They're filing civil charges against these people and deport them under civil conditions, not criminal. So you can't call them criminals because they're not technically criminals. Being here illegally is not a criminal act. Crossing the border illegal is a criminal act, but you got to prove they did that. Not showing up to court can be a civil issue, not a criminal issue. Because the immigration law
should be criminal.
Well, maybe that's your then elect people to make it criminal.
There's a way to just stay here without being.
Well, no, yep. If you want to make a criminal, then you're gonna fuck yourself because that's gonna get them here. It's gonna cost more money because then they have to give them public defender at no charge. The civil process is that file civil.
Of course, it's all about money, man.
Yeah.
It's like get them out at the lowest cost. Like hell yeah,
right.
Like send them on a bus.
Really good.
Like
that girl understands
like
it.
Why we paying fucking airplane tickets, bro? Like
they still pay airline. They still pay to fly them out, Necro. They still pay to fly them out. That's what's crazy. That's how it's fucked up. They still pay to have them deported. We're giving people an incentive to leave, like $1,000, $1,500. So it's like still
paying to keep them there for like a year for no reason. Like
exactly.
What's the
point?
JP, how much? How long?
A free plane ticket and like $1,500 or something like that.
Right. He's been. Well, think about this. Yep. If he was charged criminally, he would have due process within 60 days, and he probably would have been deported by now. But instead, when they went civilly, he's been sitting there for 256 days. That's insane. That's got to cost money, doesn't it?
Because he complicated his situation, but for saying I'm not going back to Venezuela.
Well, yeah, because he's fearful he's going to get killed.
Because the rest of them are getting right away.
Saying like, look,
Not all of them.
If I find
His story is one of many like that.
Dude, you could be saying, okay, just send me back, and if you don't like Venezuela, just go somewhere fucking else.
It's like,
not
dude,
that easy.
Trump's laying it out pretty easy. Like, hey, if I find you, you're going to be a criminal, and you're not allowed back in the United States. However, if you leave freely right now, we'll give you an incentive to fucking leave. Like,
right, but that's what I'm trying to say. Yep, I'm gonna get the point across. Is when they finding these people, they are not charging them criminally. They tell them they're on a rescinded list or something like that. Just arbitrary bullshit through a civil court, civil shadow docket. That some judge determined through a civil process. There's no criminal charges. That's the rubs. There's no criminal charges.
They're very nice to them then.
No, that's not being nice. It's just got skirting the system.
I don't know. I think that's
How
being
about you
nice.
explain it, Cross?
I don't know.
Sounds nice to me.
I think I'm missing it. It sounds nice to you. Unless you're the one in the detention center for 256 days.
I'm just not getting your problem with it.
He looks healthy, though. At least he looks healthy. He looks like they're feeding him at least once a day.
A sandwich like Dino. Hell yeah.
give him Dino's sandwiches and beef. He's getting fucking bologna. He's getting bologna with no cheese.
Dude, it's not even fucking funny, bro. Making joke about like fucking shit like that, dude. Because
I know.
JP fucking is our friend, man.
I know.
I know.
Fucking around.
I know.
Just like he complicated his fucking case, like he was always fucking doing. So it's like it's on him. He loves his family because if I love my fucking family, and then if I'm fucking JP over there, I'll be like, all right, dude, when I'm going out of here, I'm going crazy.
And that's right. And yes, he is his own worst enemy, no doubt.
Every fucking day, dude. Like I need to get out.
He's his own worst enemy, no doubt. No doubt at all.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
but you can make mistakes in this country
Maduro is
and recover.
In prison with JP, bro. They probably fucking.
That's right.
Why? You know, it's
Get his chance to shiv him.
Venezuela right now. Like, what are we talking about?
I guess that's true. Being in detention center in North Florida is better than being in a fucking Venezuelan jail. I guess that's true. There's truth to that.
There's truth to some of this shit, man.
Why do you think they will put JP in jail if he's going back?
I guess he was part of the opposition party or something. I don't know. They used to have Maduro used to have like death squads that used to go around and collect everybody that was in opposition of his party. They used to collect people up and throw them in detention centers so they couldn't vote. Yeah, Venezuela was not a free society, man. It was like
crazy.
It's like here they just start rounding up all the Republicans.
They got a new fucking leader, right?
Well, kind of. I mean, she was Maduro's vice president, so it's not really a new leader. It's the same administration. Just that she's playing ball with the U.S. It's kind of like she was given no choice: play ball or we'll remove you too. I mean, it's really not a choice, is it? If they go, you either work with us or we're going to kill you. Okay, I'll work with you.
Dude, if you were in JP shoes, you're not gonna be waiting there a lot. You're just gonna get out, get your family, your kids, and
How do you get out? Tell me how you get out, though.
Well,
how's he supposed to get out? He can't afford an attorney. He's in fucking detention center. And he's got to wait for a non-profit to give him one. It's fucked up, dude. That's why civilly is like the worst process possible. You'd rather go criminally. At least you get a public defender within 60 days or something. You get a speedy trial option.
Yeah, nobody's gonna give you that, dude.
So And then if you go civilly, you have to wait for organization to donate an attorney. And there's too many cases for attorneys right now. I mean, one attorney is handling like 250 cases. It's crazy. And the only reason I know some of this is because we had a family friend. They like scooped up all their fucking workers. I'm like, what the fuck?
Crazy.
I think they had half their workforce scooped up because they were like not properly documented or something. I'm sure some were undocumented because he's in the kind of business in Florida that they do a lot of undocumented workers, like construction. I think half his roofers, he's a roofing company, and half his workers got scooped up at a job site. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Because yeah, fucked us up for 6 months. We had to fire a bunch of new people.
That's why they were waiting for them at Home Depot.
No, man, they went to somebody's house. They pulled up to the job site. There's all these roofers on the roof, like working. They called them all down, started checking their papers, and just fucking took them off. I'm like, that's fucked up, dude. But it's his own fault because I told him this like a couple of years ago. You need to start doing proper processes, that stupid verification, because they're going to start rolling up on job sites, man. It's like, I'm not worried about it. He's like some old fucking redneck Floridian. They won't do that to us. I'm like, yeah, they will, man. The sand is not playing around. The only reason they didn't get shut down is because his fucking. I don't hear anybody just in. The only reason they get shut down is because his fucking brother is smart as fuck. But my buddy's a fucking moron. He got handed the business with his brothers. But he really is a moron. The one brother is smart. He does all the books, and the other brother kind of runs the day-to-day stuff. And then he runs the cruise. That's why it was fucked up when he got pulled up on. He's like, "What are you doing?" He's trying to intervene. They're like, put him in cuffs. I'm like, you dummy.
You know that's gonna happen.
I said, you should have called your brother Mark right away, man. You shouldn't have fucking tried to get in the middle of it.
So whose fault is it?
It's a mess. It's so many. There's so many layers. Because
time on your hands, and you're doing money, you're doing good, you're doing roofing.
Right.
Well,
it's a pattern of like it was a pattern that happened in Florida. Like the government let it get away with so long. It happened in the sugar industry. It happened in the
because those people were working without insurance. They can do a cheaper job, and that's how they get away with.
Like it was just a pattern that happened over time. It just kind of the government looked away for so long, and then all of a sudden a snapback occurred.
You've
started
seen
going
those
after everybody.
Those people like asking, "Hey, you guys got insurance?" Every fucking construction worker working.
Right. Like it's not a problem until they crack down, right?
They just kick out every fucking construction worker and shit like that, and then the fucking house price will go like 10 million a pop, and like, oh shit, why so expensive?
People wanted cheap houses. That's how you get cheap houses, with cheap labor.
Yeah, man, the fuck.
What is this bullshit going on? I was reading about this Burrito Gate. Like something going on with Burrito Gate. Somebody bought a burrito, it was $20. And they said it shouldn't be $20. Then you find out the dude ordered it through Uber, so that's why it was $20.
Oh, okay. Well,
you can still buy a burrito for like $2. You have to go to the store and buy it. You don't order it through Uber.
And then complain about it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Well,
you can tell that to everybody. Hey, you can build your own house.
they're this. It's called Burrito Gate. There's like people arguing on both sides right now about Burrito Gate.
Get him somewhere.
The Burrito Gate.
Yeah, look up Burrito Gate. It's funny as shit.
It's not related to Pizzagate.
Somebody posted. Yeah, yeah. It's worse than Pizzagate.
You know, fucking Epstein had this fucking fascination about scientists, and he was flying them over to his island and have a conversation with them.
Oh my
Like,
god.
the dude was on something, dude.
Yes, he was.
Like, definitely, he want to have like smart conversation with people. He probably got questions. Like, that's what it was.
Florida had a. See, they let that guy get away with shit too. Like Florida's notorious for just degenerates like that.
Dude, it's just crazy in Florida. You know, that's it. He's
Yeah.
admitted.
Crazy all over. Dennis should move to Florida to be safe, or else he might get put in jail.
It's crazy everywhere. Like, you know.
That's so funny.
The alligator Alcatraz. What's up, Pete?
Not much. What do you got? What do you
You get $20 burrito killing you?
Huh?
Oh yeah, that's what I want to say about the burrito gate. It was a turning point spokesman that posted it. Turning point again, getting in the middle of shit.
They just need to go away.
At this point, they probably should.
I didn't get to watch Candace versus what's his fucking name?
That was, oh my god, it was horrible.
Candace versus who?
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I watched it.
He probably destroyed her, I'm guessing.
No, he didn't.
No?
No.
No, because Candace does that circular conversation bullshit. So she probably riled them up.
You think she roasted him?
She does that same shit. She probably does that same shit like all those other guys do.
She got him at the
Circular.
end where she asked if he knew any of the charges and he didn't. And it really kind of showed that he's just there to try to get her into a defamation case or something.
That don't mean shit.
All the clips he kept bringing up were about Erica.
What do you mean? Yeah, he doesn't need proof. This is America. He doesn't need proof anymore.
No, not proof.
I'm kidding.
I don't know. I didn't get to watch it, so I can't judge.
I am blocked from Jackie for some reason.
Yeah, I never.
I can see
I
her.
wouldn't have been able to spit his name out like off the tip of my tongue, but like I have listened to that guy before, and I've liked listening to him.
Yeah, well, he tried to do all this stuff to her, and she said, "I don't know. Y'all just have to watch it."
I don't know.
She said at one point, she said, "I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you."
He popped up on my feed at some point, and I didn't disagree with him. But I was like, all right.
Yeah. It's kind of like Fram. We can explain to him what his problem is, but he can't comprehend it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing.
But that was so funny. Then where he said that he had this, he went on Joe Rogan and he said that he saw Erica and he gave her a hug and he told her how sorry he was for her and everything. And then when him and Candace are having their little debate, Candace asked why he called her a retard. And he said, because all women are retards. And then she said something else to him. And he said, I never met the woman. So I don't, at least that's what I heard. It may not be what he said, but He's nothing but a liar, man. I
Listen,
never met
Pete.
the woman, but yet he
You
gave her a
can
hug and
listen, Pete. You can watch the thing, but we can't comprehend it for you.
I comprehended just fine.
I'm kidding. I didn't see it, so I have to watch it. That's
I
funny.
swear that's what he said. I swear he says, I've never met the woman.
He probably did. He probably did.
But he went on Joe Rogan saying, you know what I did when I met her? I gave her a hug. But then he said he never met her. I don't know. It was weird.
Well, is giving someone a hug really meeting them?
I hope you would at least met the woman,
Right.
you know, especially if you're going to turn around and call her a retard.
Not a retard. Everybody's getting triggered when somebody's calling them a retard. Nobody wanna be a retard.
Well, she'd probably sue him if she found out. But then he tried to get her and asking her if she knew him. And he wanted her to name all 7. And she was like, just name one. Name one. She asked for just one. He couldn't even name one. And she named all 7. And then he said, he said that she was looking at her phone and wanted to know if she like was sent that question or was sent the answers or something. And she says no, and she gave her phone to PBD and had him check it and everything. So he just made himself look like an ass. That's all he did. Everybody's saying he paid $300,000 to be, as they put it, walk like a dog.
They probably got their lawyers telling
To be
them
shamed.
yes, no, shaking their heads.
Yeah, calling women retards while a woman just shamed him in front of thousands of people. 1 million people. It was probably 1 million, but it was a bunch of people. I don't know if it was Calci or whatever, but there was a betting thing of Tyler Robinson guilty or not guilty, and after that debate, it moved to not guilty. Very funny.
You should be able to get up there with your Carolina.
Poor
I
Jackie.
saw some dudes respawn on top of, like up at the top spawn of Barry on the ring.
Jackie can't see me in a chat.
Like, and you're not supposed to be able to get up there on them.
You can't ask Alex shit. Roy says you can't. You don't read your chat, so he don't ask you shit.
I'm not reading the chat.
That's what he said. He said we can't ask Alex shit.
Yeah.
You don't read his chat.
Yeah, welcome on the fucking panel.
What time you said to come on the fucking pedal?
Like the fuck? I'm responding to the chat. There was no fucking real question that I had to fucking answer. That. Fuck. I'm fucking answering all his fucking questions when he's asking about the apps.
Watch the cat.
I'll answer any fucking question. Give me it.
Like, who is he gonna ask when it comes down to the gig work? You going to dinner? No.
I don't even use all the apps anymore, but like I bet you I can still answer most questions.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. And reading the chat, we have so many people reading the chat, so what the fuck? That's because, you're not here when I'm reading the chat or somebody else reads the chat.
Roy called himself King Dingaling a while ago.
And yeah, sometimes when the chat is just getting spammed, I'm not gonna read all that.
You seen God's grandson today?
Yeah, I've seen him in the chat.
I think he's in Roy's chat, or he was. He may not be there.
He's everywhere.
He's
like a flea. He's like a flea.
Yeah, it's infectious.
He thinks everyone wants him.
Yeah, he feels important now.
Yeah. That makes him very important.
You need Cram. He's entertaining.
It's okay. Cram is fine. Then you can talk with Cram. It's not, you know. You can be a dingleberry with Cram, or you can talk.
I've run out of shit to say here a long time ago, and all I talk about is weed. So, like, yeah, someone like Cram, you know, brings a different conversation.
Right. But who's the bigger bats right now out of those two?
Out of which two?
Oh, come on. Let's not play silly. The big blowout. Who's the bigger bats out of those two? Cram or Dino?
Definitely.
Those two had a one-on-one.
No, Dino's little blowout here. He can't come back now because he had a blowout with Scott or something.
Yeah, he said in the chat, "I'm done, guys."
He's the one choosing not to come back here.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Who's the bigger bats?
Dino, I guess, if he's choosing not to come back.
It is what it is.
Batches be batches, man.
Dino, come back.
Berries be dingleberries.
Yeah, people will come back, bro. It's just a matter of time, dude. It's like, you gotta understand. Time is precious.
Hot. Mm.
Dude, I think Dino will come back here if, you know, want to talk with somebody like the fuck. He's not
Yeah,
bad.
if he wants real talk or talking like it is, this is the place.
He's not fucking banned or some shit. Nobody's banned.
Talk it like it is. Talk it like it is.
But guys, you gotta understand, Dino got his own fucking problem, bro.
Yep, he's in hot ass Arizona.
And other people got their fucking
orders.
Okay, wait a
Clearly
minute.
has a
Other
problem.
people got their own fucking problems, demons or whatever. So, you know. It is what it is, bro.
Batches be batches.
Batches be batches.
Wow.
Yup.
That's all I got out of that.
Yeah.
Dingleberry.
Man, don't give that man any more ego than he already has.
Talking to Dino. Being a Dingleberry.
Well, Roy said earlier he was King Dingling. And he wanted to say Dingleberry.
King Dingling.
He said Dingling. Oh, it was so funny. Yeah.
It's good to have more people here, man. Just talk with, you know.
Yeah, every time I've come in here, ain't nobody been here.
Honestly, not very long. Considering if I need to just get out of jail free,
It's acting like a dingleberry. Oh, shit. Is Roy still alive? What's going on Roy's, dude?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's watching Dino's video.
Yep, he's on mush. Oh.
Yeah. Dino's mad that everyone says he's negative all the time. He thinks everyone's mad at him. Or
Nobody's
mad.
mad at him. Nobody's mad at him. He's the mad one.
But
Always
he thinks
fucking.
that, yeah, he's
Well,
mad
wait.
he's negative.
Here's the irony of the whole thing. He's thinking everybody, and he's like, "Oh, why are they doing this? Why?" He's the one that's fucking criticizing
Yup
Patriot all the
Micropenis
time.
Batches has joined the
It's
channel.
funny.
Yup Micropenis Batches has left the channel.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yup Micropenis Batches has
Wait.
Yup Micropenis Batches has left the channel.
Micro penis.
All right.
Like the poor man complains about Patriot all the time, and he's complaining about people complaining about him. It's like, wait a minute,
Yep.
that makes sense.
Thanks for coming up, JK. Saying hi. Who's young?
If somebody trying to help you
Mr. Cheese.
find a girl, find a job.
Yeah, funny.
Well, we kind of saw what the problem was, because every suggestion we gave him, he find a reason it won't work.
But maybe he
Instead of
doesn't
saying-
need the suggestion.
Yeah, it's like instead of saying, "Hey, I'll try that," he just like, "That won't work. There's construction. Oh, that won't work. You don't understand. We don't have this. We don't have that." He's trying to tell me there's no catering in this town when he has a fucking ton of doctor's offices. I just find that hard to believe, but it's possible, I guess. It's absolutely possible. And then he's trying to tell me that catering is they all join together in order. I'm like, no, that's not the catering I'm talking about. I'm talking about when the reps order catering. I'm not talking about when a group of fucking women in the office order a bunch of food together.
Stop growling. Huh.
Who's yelling?
I don't know. She likes to just rap over me when I try to get a point across.
I'm
Funny.
sorry. She was barking at me.
It's all right. I'm gonna block you.
Don't block me. Then you'll be asking,
I'm
"Why
gonna-
can't I hear Peach?"
No, I'm gonna turn your mic off on my end.
Well, then I'll still be talking over you, and you won't know. That'd be
Exactly.
even worse.
Exactly.
I think that's on. Oh.
Oh wait, am I throwing you under the bus again? I'm sorry.
Threw him under the bus.
I don't know. Apparently, I threw you under the bus.
No.
That's what the Michael Phallus King over there keeps saying.
No, it says they listened to
AKA
what people were saying.
Michael Phallus King over there is like
Yeah.
very
They were
obsessed with me.
listening to
He's very
Cherry
obsessed with
and
me.
Scott when they would come up and ask where you were and why you weren't coming, and
See, why does Michael Phallus King care where I'm at? What the
Serb
fuck?
through
Rub up?
Tracy
Does he
under the
want to
bus has joined the
Does he?
channel.
Does he want to rub up against me and
has left the channel.
get off his
Serb
nuts
through
or something?
Tracy under the bus has joined the channel. Serb through Tracy under the bus has left the channel.
Michael Phallus King.
you know who threw me under the bus? Everyone who sat in the chat fussing at me because they didn't want to come up on the panel.
Hold on. Let me explain it to the Michael Phallus King what a phallus is. He has a micro dick. That's what that means. So the poor guy doesn't know. As long as he's been here, he hasn't learned to fucking what copacetic means.
Just don't get it.
That's funny. You don't even know what that is.
Just don't get it. He's copacetic.
I wasn't the one upset that Serb wasn't coming.
He'll be like, I know. I heard like a snippet of something. I'm like, what the fuck? I got more important things to do, man. I'm in a hyperbaric chamber. I can't be yelling at people
Michael
on
has a micro dick has joined the channel. Michael has a micro dick has left the channel. Michael has a
Great.
micro dick has joined the channel. Michael has a micro dick has left the channel.
That's his new nickname, MPK, Michael Phallus King.
Oh God, what in the hell?
Bobby found a new toy. He's fucking happy.
Oh. What was that? Oh.
What if we gonna mute the bot, Bobby? What you gonna do then?
Back to bingo. I
Mute.
thought that meant bingo for bingo game. My bad. Wrong channel.
You're doing bingo, Tracy?
No, somebody typed bingo underneath something I had wrote in a video I watched. Underneath something I said. If that message was real, they wouldn't have sat on the shit for a year.
Oh, they will still be going in like 5 years from now.
Oh, no, it's about TPUSA. The message was real. They wouldn't have sat on it for a year. I don't know
When
what she's
Charlie
sending
Kirk
me.
died? Been a year or no?
Huh?
It's been a year since Charlie Kirk died, or
In September, it'll be a year. September 10th. With the dog? In the living room. With Lucas.
it's crazy how people are just like going crazy with that.
Alex hates when I had fun has joined the channel. Alex hates when I had fun has left. Alex hates when I had fun has joined. Alex hates when I had fun has left the channel.
I can mute the bot, Bobby. You're not having fun anymore, bro.
Wow. Not cool. Not cool.
Now they accuse him of being freedom of speech. Be careful.
All right.
Cerberus is a beast has left the channel. Cerberus is a beast has joined the channel.
Hey, she sends me a picture of my channel. So, I mean, I don't have her blocked if she can see my channel, right?
I'll tell you what you do. Type it in chat, and Mike Fowles King's bot will tell you.
Spy Peach has left the channel. Spy Peach has joined the channel. Spy Peach has left the channel.
Is it saying Spiteful Peach?
Spy Peach has joined the channel.
It's trying to say Miss Bayou Peach, right?
Yeah.
The way it says it sounds like Spiteful Peach.
67 Monkey has left the channel.
I can't even hear it.
67 Monkey has joined the channel. 67 Monkey has left the
She's
channel.
saying because it says
67
hide
Monkey has
user
joined
from
the
my channel that I've hid her. Actually, she wouldn't even be able to see it.
Mr. Cheese has left the channel. Mr. Cheese has joined the channel. Mr. Cheese has left the channel.
Can you make it
Well, if it wait, if it was you
Mr.
that hit her,
Cheese has joined the
then
channel.
you wouldn't be able to see her, or she wouldn't be able to see you.
Mr.
Exactly.
Cheese has
I can
left
see
the
her.
channel.
She can't see me.
So someone else
Mr. Cheese has
must have
joined the
hit her.
channel.
Everybody else
Or
can see me in the chat.
Yeah,
Mr.
but
67
see me in
Monkey
none
has
of the
left the
chat.
channel. Mr. 67 Monkey has joined the
that doesn't
channel.
make sense. That
That's what
means
I'm telling her.
so that means she sounds like she may have actually hit users because she can't see you on any channel. Then that's something where.
But would I not be able to see her?
Cerberus is a beast has left the channel. Cerberus is a
She
beast
hid
has
me. I
joined
wouldn't
the
be able to
channel.
see her, right?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. She can't see you, or you can't see
She
her.
says She says she can't see me, but I can see her.
That's
Spy
bizarre.
Peach has left the channel. Spy Peach has joined the channel.
Don't see me when I'm writing in the.
On demand zombie blood. On demand zombie.
Yeah.
On demand is teleport. Don't play the game. On demand every power up in the game. On demand every power. Yes. On demand every single fight. On demand 3 packet postcards.
Miss Baton Peach.
Do what?
The way it says it, Miss Baton Peach.
I'm gonna cut up the watermelon.
I don't know.
Please.
Miss Baton Peach.
Hey, Lola. I think Smile's pretty chill about it. He's not attacking. He's just on the lead. Lola.
Tracy Block Jackie WTF has joined the chat. Tracy Block Jackie WTF has left the channel.
Do you have subscribers only? Can comment in your channel, chance?
No.
Do
No, I'm talking about Peach.
where at?
Wherever. Do you have subscribers only?
I don't know.
So she can't. You can't see her.
No, I see her. She can't see me. But she sees
So
my channel. She just can't see me type in the chat.
it sounds like she may have hit you.
But I mean, she sent me a screenshot of my channel.
Right, but it sounds like she may have hit you by accident.
I don't know. She says she just can't see me type in the chat.
Yeah, 11. I didn't say Read another. You should grab it. It's in charge. This one.
Fucking JP should get Discord, bro. In the detention. Not that I'm thinking about. Dude, JP just fucking looking like he lost a lot of weight.
Well, everybody gets fit in jail, man. They get healthier.
There's no fucking jail, dude.
Nothing to do but fucking work out, man.
That's not fucking jail.
Well, I don't know. Like he's in a locked up somewhere. I don't know. I don't really know what's going on.
Warehouse.
From what you guys told me, he's at some kind of facility that he's not allowed to leave, right?
He's in a North Florida detention facility. North Florida detention facility.
Right. So he's essentially like pretty much in jail.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have cells. I'm sure they probably got bunks or something. I don't know.
Look up detention center. Look up ICE detention centers and tell me what you think it is.
JP got deported.
Probably
I was
not
right
good
has
there,
joined
man.
the channel. JP got deported.
It's
I
not
was
quite.
right has
It's not.
left
It's
the
a little
channel.
bit.
JP got
It's a little
deported. I
bit
was
below
right has
jail.
joined the JP got
He's
deported.
such a
I was right
fucking
has left the
fanboy,
channel.
bro.
It's not a good
When
place to
fucking
be.
GP started the live, he was faster than me. He was like,
Wrong person.
I'm here. Hey, Bobby. King Bobby. Hopefully he learned something out of this fucking time spent there.
No one's telling me how to do the.
Yeah, hopefully his book is fucking going well. Shit, can't wait. There's not much to do in fucking jail anyways.
I mean, that particular. I think that's in the Baker County area. That's an old prison, actually.
Is that like a prison or what?
Yeah, it was a closed down prison. They reopened for deportations, I think. It like holds like 1,000 or something people. The
Mr.
South Florida
Cheese has
one
left
held
the
like
channel.
1,000. The Central Florida one, I think.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of time there, just sitting there.
It makes total sense. Like we were talking about, he probably got picked up, and that place is right. It's just I don't know if it's east of Jacksonville or west of Jacksonville, but it's near Jacksonville, so it makes complete sense. It totally fits what we were talking about. That he probably got put in a deportation center.
We can jump over. If you have it, jump over. If it's in the way. Yeah.
He only had to fucking take an Uber home, and he will be here with us tonight, dude. That's the fucking problem. When you're that fucking drunk and wasted, dude, don't drive. You're learning something. You're fucking wasted. Call somebody. Poor JP, dude. This almost kind of looking like he wanted to fucking happen like that way, like it's crazy, dude.
Well, if he posts his homeway information, we can send him messages. So it says that facility has tablets.
Where the fuck is Mr. Cheese, dude?
Easing out.
Damn, there went my earphones.
So he didn't have access to the cafeteria with the fucking internet for like this long almost? Like what the fuck?
In.
Almost a year. Damn.
My peeps are live. Here.
Where's Bobby? I hope Tommy is okay there. Dino made a 40 minutes video. And Roy's reacting to it right now. That's funny.
Yeah, you're gonna get the real dislike for DoorDash and Uber Eats. 600 videos of it in 1 year about the same fucking topic. Yeah. You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it. I'll make the 50% happen. And about control, because he had to put his two cents in it. Okay? You're guilty by association because you want to go there and play games with the mind. Rest of them. Both gonna find a Dino. And saying that women don't like men that complain. But you say that men and women don't like men that complain. Or let's say men and women don't like other men that complain. You specifically said that women don't like men that complain. That's true. And you hear that from a lot of women. He's so negative. He's so negative. So,
Mr. Cheese has joined the channel.
Wow, I didn't realize I was gone.
Oh, where you been, bro?
Somebody kicked me out.
Oh shit.
I just thought nobody was talking.
Tell me how to play the fucking zombies. Yeah.
Cerberus is a beast has left the channel.
No, I think Adriel brought you up because you jumped on the court bandwagon. You started bashing Pedro. She was wearing shit. While you guys are
Fuck, third left now.
sit there and jump on a bandwagon.
Oh. What?
It's gonna be mad at me now.
The man that has made Shit trying to test. Like, but yeah, because guys want to go after him. That you guys have done nothing. Continuing complaining about DoorDash is not helping them. It's nothing but he's done a lot for the. When is Dino going to give away on his giveaway stuff? Advice that Dino ever given. What solution come up with help other people for money over there? See, push is to help people do more for their money, their shit. Nobody, any kind of information or solution to actually help. But yeah, you want to dog a man. Still have a lot of good ways. All the hard. So real people.
Trying to get me fucking double tap. Trying to fucking superstar power first. I'm behind the fucking eight.
A lot more than you have ever done for the community. Helped a lot more people than you've ever done.
Bullshit was on my fucking first. Some fucking bullshit.
What? What I find about the shit, they don't sound like a Bobby speech. They don't sound like Bobby on that. Just give Bobby speech there. Good lord. Bobby rubbing off on a motherfucker. Sound like a Bobby speech. You're all still in high school. Now, you're not having for sure. And casual and normal fucking conversation with any of them. We have to have a better conversation with y'all and Alex. That's it. That says big things. That's making us think. That shows who you furry people are. But you guys are silky boys. You are silky boys. Officially, you are silky boys. Or what that means? Silky boys means. Let them have it. Silky boy. Not silky. So now that's the definition of the curtain. Say it like it is. That's exactly who you motherfuckers are. You're a bunch of silky boys. Whenever you like to test that, let me. You're a silk coming out of a Chinese worm's fucking heads. Silk. You're silky, fucking sensitive bitches. You don't have women. They come from a check. Black. And they say leave good comments and shit. They're all good. And you guys both. Let me tell you something, bro. I got more women that come to this fucking channel.
Is he bragging?
Bragging. Yeah. Well, all about the numbers.
Even talking like
Guilty
this
boys.
and talking like that.
Fucking boys.
It's my chat and my live stream than you have, you know.
Bobby's butt hurt. You timed him out.
Guys, seriously? And you guys are gonna help me? You should take us seriously because I know Pedro makes probably 16 times the amount of money you're making. Not only on YouTube, but in real life. I make a good living doing what I'm doing.
You can check my phone.
We've actually done stuff to
You can
help
check
people.
my phone. Thinking she done nefarious
I don't
shit.
think we're that bad of guys, to be honest with you. You guys need fucking help. Guarantee you guys need help. You guys need to spend some time every day and look inside your inner self first before talking about other people. And if you guys are going to waste time on it, I've never done that.
Dino in the morning.
I've never done that. Dino in the morning, at the afternoon, and at night. Instead of thinking about what am I going to eat today? I don't think you do that much, Dino, to take time out of my day. Well, I was going to try it today, but I did. And what if I do my girl today? Where are we going to go today? Let's go play some pool. Let's go to the ocean. Go swimming. Let's go hiking. Let me go hang out with my friends today. No, I don't really think the things. You're probably got people in this gig economy community.
Damn.
Pedro does a lot more than you. I do a lot more than you. You're in your car 7 days a week. I think, when was the last time Dino had a vacation? I just came back from a nice vacation. I take 2 days off every week because I can.
First time Roy flown.
2 days off because he can. We're not in our cars 7 days a week. So, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we on YouTube.
What kids can do. And think about hundreds of thousands of things that people that spend their time thinking about Dino. And guess what? I got all kinds of videos on my channel of other things that I do. Do you have that? Show us a video of Dino doing something other than talking about DoorDash. Or we should say talking. We should say complaining. Show us other videos about you that you're not complaining about DoorDash. You can go all through my channel, and you can find all kinds of what different stuff that I do. So, I don't know. You tell me.
Tell me.
Almost the Dingy's life. The
Dingleberry.
No man.
It's the dingle life.
Dingle. Dingle. Boy.
Oh, Lord. Good Lord. Get the food. Now who's thinking too much about their ego? Jesus Christ. Fuck out of here with that nonsense. Because the only way they feel that and get rid of their pain is trying to go against Dino. But Dino is not reacting the way that these people.
Oh my God.
We won. We're in his mouth.
Yo.
We win. Not even saying nothing, and this guy's going off. Like it's personal.
Fucking did you play some fucking fuck?
If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't have done this right here, right now. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't have tagged me and Pedro and have a whole 30-minute fucking video about us. Like, I didn't have my fair share of help through my life. These Rick Roberts, you guys mean nothing to me. Obviously, we mean enough for you to make another 30-minute video. So I don't know. You tell us.
It's 30 minutes and turned into an hour for him.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Some of you guys live in the basement. At least I live in the first floor. Live in the basement. I live in a house. What are you
Oh
talking
shit, I
about?
can't do it on that phone. Crap.
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
Ugh.
So what are you guys talking about? You guys, what are you talking about?
Oh shit. I've got to
We're
talk.
beneath you. You drive a beater ass car. I drive a brand new car. I do whatever I want whenever I want. Pedro does what he wants when he wants.
I forgot to tell you.
I just went on a 2-week fucking vacation out of state. How the fuck are we beneath you? Rest of us sleep on the first floor. You guys are in the basement. And you guys got a mouth to talk.
Oh.
Okay, I'll do more than talk.
I can even bend over.
I'll do more than talk.
Hey,
That's a known fact. I'll do more than talk. Real genius people. Oh yeah, and you guys are a bunch of scientists. You guys are a bunch of scholars, engineers, architects, and shit. Physicians. I don't know. You're one over here. You're a fucking psychologist. What the fuck? You guys are big. Nope, never claimed to be a big shot.
That's funny.
Oh,
nobody's going after you, Tina. Really? What videos have we went out after Tina?
That shit.
Is this live right now?
I went over and said something to you on the course.
Yeah,
You're bringing up bullshit
Oh, yeah.
shit, but other than that, it's the last stock of the year. You guys
And I'm watching fucking people. My other phone.
Yeah, we're the laughing stock. You guys are confused. I'm laughing all the way to the bank, Dino. I'm a laughing stock. You guys,
I'm confused. Never mind.
You guys don't know your left and your right.
Damn.
On educational now, I can show you my left and my right if you like. Just let me know. We're gonna have a little educational part of the video from Mr. Scott. This means in the East Coast, because maybe, all right, you live in the West Coast, so what that means in the West Coast means upwards. In the East Coast, put this hand, your right hand, take your left hand, put it over here. And go like this. This means up yours. Stop. You're not throwing out balls.
What was that?
I'm not throwing like this. I'm throwing like this. Sideways. Up yours. Sideways. Get down, Scott. Oh, okay. I thought it was like, who the fuck's he explaining this to? Scott. Got it. Teaching people. You guys are living under a fucking rock. What the fuck are you teaching us? How you fucking sit in a car 7 days a week? How you living in how you working a dead end ass job that you complain about every fucking day? What the fuck are you teaching us? You ain't teaching nobody jack shit. You've never taught anybody anything on your fucking check. You've taught people how to bitch and complain. That I guess you could say you've done that. What the fuck are you taught? What the fuck are you teaching us? What it's like to sit in a car and whine and bitch? And how not to read the fucking bottle that says fucking salsa right in front of you?
Damn.
And you don't even pick it
I
up.
gotta go burst his bubble like that.
Being hard on him, bro.
Get more. Spend your balance with the Venmo debit and earn up to 5% cash back.
George, this means
Yeah, this is the best part from Vino's video.
the fucking baby.
Where he's throwing his hands in there.
When you do this, it's up yours. When you do sideways, up yours sideways. Get that?
He got closer to the camera too. He's getting better.
It's up yours.
You see him agitated right now. You can see him, Tracy, agitated
Oh,
right now. You know
poor
what I'm saying?
thing. Yeah. Poor
Let me see.
Dino.
Probably a lot better education than you got because you're still bitching and complaining about a dead-end ass job when me and others have chosen to go a better route to make sure we're not bitching, complaining all the time. Not sitting in our car 7 days a week. Going on vacation.
Where's the people that
Buying new
started all
cars.
this? Where are they at?
Having a good time.
Ah.
I don't know. Can't be too stupid. What sounds stupid is continuing to do a job that you complain about every day that isn't going to move you any further than you already are. I don't know. I don't know what's more stupid. I guess I was really stupid when I went on my 2-week vacation, having a good old time in Texas. Yeah, I must be stupid.
What? He's going up. He should take the Billy Killers. If he's the only Dingleberry in the fucking world.
And it's not Dinkleberry. If you're going to use cram word properly, please.
Not dingling either, Roy.
Dingleberry.
Dude, it's like Roy and Tostitos, bro.
Plagiarize it properly. It's
Tostinos, Tostini.
Making up words. You have a way of making up words. We've heard it before. Dingleberry.
Well, he called it dingling earlier. So.
Logical. You people out. Throw them up. And the worst part is, you guys not aware of it.
We're not the ones to issues. You are.
Should be checked out.
Are we done?
But right now, I don't want any, forever, and ever, no part of you people. I feel bad. I feel bad for the situation, but I don't want to be part of it because I got my own. Shit. You guys don't have Whoa. Scotty, I gave him credit because he does admit some of his shit. So he gets credit for that. Even though it's douchebag, I still give him credit for admitting, okay, for standing up and admitting that he does something wrong. But you already, you want to hide your shit and lie and you're a fucking person?
Oh, God.
Fuck. You. Goddamn, lost all the people, man. They got tired of it. Yeah, Cram, you better start. If you're going to be going out with those people, man, they're going to play you right. At least tell them to get your shit right. The fuck? No, but yeah. Nobody gives you second thoughts, you know. I know you want to feel important. But I can guarantee you, you've said my name a lot more than I've said yours. If you don't want us coming over there watching your stuff, Dino, we won't come over there and watch it. We don't have to watch you. You don't have to watch it. Not at all.
What's she laughing about?
They can come over here and have a good time and laugh.
Half speakers of debate grief. I saw that earlier.
That ass. And I already admitted a long time ago I'm an asshole. So if you don't like what I have to say, don't come here. But you motherfuckers obviously come here. I've told you not to come here plenty of fucking times. You still come here, but I've admitted I'm an asshole, and you're not gonna like shit I say, and you still show up. So once again, who's more intelligent? Okay, but that's enough. We'll leave Dino alone. Everybody just leave Dino alone. Just leave him alone. Let him be in his own little world. And go hang out with the other people that complain and don't take any responsibility. And we'll just leave it at that. God damn it. I have my hands full dealing with Cram and Cherry and everybody else that comes over here to have fun.
Dude, Dino's mad because Dino's not right, you know?
Too many people over here having a good time that I gotta entertain.
Dino's upset because Dino was not correct, you know?
I think
You
he's
know,
just mad. Just
he
people
shouldn't.
say
He had no
negative.
business stepping in what he stepped into. You know, and he chose to do that though.
Yeah.
Well, he got mad. Then he sat over there with the other two dunces and dissed everybody like they were all pieces of shit.
Maybe this is just gonna fuel him to make some videos, longer videos.
Told you they were using him.
Maybe Dino can throw those elbows for like an hour. Show us some moves. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Yeah, I can see Dino with a baseball bat. Yeah. Dino the Dingleberry. Dude, listen, Dino. You're always welcomed here, so
Yes, you are, Dino. Even if you complain.
yeah.
I complain. Ask
You can.
Alex. I complain a lot.
I fucking like Dino, man. I don't know why you just started going at him. Like, I don't know. Took something the wrong fucking way or something.
He did. It's a big whole one big misunderstanding is what it was.
And he's maybe his pride is too high. I don't know.
I don't know. He thought people said he was that Flex was talking shit about him, but that ain't what was said.
So where are we at with Roy? I'm fucking behind. 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
What?
Okay, I'm live. Oh, Roy ended his life? Okay. I was behind. I was like, what's going on? What?
Yep, they lied to us about everything. We've been lied to our whole life. Can't believe anything.
The fuck? Trace, you just realizing shit, huh?
Hmm?
Just realizing some shit?
Oh, no, I've known that for about a year now.
Candace Owens opening your eyes? Hey, at least she's doing that.
Yeah, it's not what I said. I said I don't treat you like shit.
But I said, though,
Hmm? I'm answering the message. Sorry.
hey, it's all right. You like Candace Owens.
Yeah, I do. She's the bomb.
She's not bad. But she got stinky farts now.
Huh?
She got some stinky shit, too, now. She
I
ain't,
don't know.
she ain't perfect. They all a little bit, whatever. They all a little crazy.
Damn.
Everybody's crazy up.
Yep.
We're just some crazy people listening to some other crazy people. that are listening to other crazy people.
That listen to crazy people.
Listen to other crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a loop, man.
We're at what point? The AI is doing what? I
Everything
need to
for you.
switch it. I need a
You
bowl.
don't have to do nothing. Just to argue on the internet with other people.
Yeah, that's my dream.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's perfect.
Yep.
It's really
Hi.
the chat. What's up, Roy? If you're in the chat, just make sure. Guys, make sure you guys say hi to
Other
Roy.
people.
Where's Serb?
I think you left.
What's up, Blaze?
Oh. Look, keep her safe. Don't let them cats get her.
Freaking wrong time, just clawed the back of my ankle.
Over the dog. Mm-hmm. Oh shit. What was that? That didn't sound good.
That's probably stuff I don't want it. I don't want it.
And so you're just gonna let somebody else open it and it just fall out everywhere. Of course he will. Freaking walks away too. So fucking rude. Like that was so hard to do.
Tracy, everything is hard.
Oh, well, yeah, it was hard for him to do. It wasn't hard for me to do. He didn't want to do it. He'd rather just somebody else open it and then everything fall out.
Yep, wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. So what's going on, Roy? Where's the drama? Where we at?
He just left the drama.
That's it.
Nobody wanted to come up and talk drama with him because, you know, shit happens every time. I don't think that TV is loud enough. I missed a spot. Ew.
Well, you
Dingle
can
dangle.
join anytime. The No Life for Gang.
Dingle dangle. Dingle dangle. Oopsie, oopsie, we messed up. Oh. Did I tell you my loan came through? Well, okay, fine. I will say it again.
Now, if you are into this kind of stuff, my other video links and social media links can be found down in the description. Be sure to check all that out after this video. There are also more than 10 items on this list. This is due to multiple items being found in the same place in some cases, and we also have an 11th bonus entry. So in no particular order, let's take a look at the most hidden, unique items in Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. So to start off, we'll be getting a bunch of
Funny talk is selling mugs.
That enough? I don't think that's enough.
However,
Yeah, that's true.
lowers the enemy's attribute or skill, but then adds it to the player character's respective attributes and skills. So why would you just selling a point of a unique item is it's fucking trash. Yep, that's this.
It's horrible.
Same based on Elven Bow. And you guessed it, they checked that's it. Oh, with the Elven Bow, that's the unique aesthetic, despite being a unique item. It's items. Its weight is 10, which is 6 lighter than the standard variant 16.
Damn, 30% of the donations. Fuck. That's a lot.
So it's almost 6 times the worst part is the same base damage is 11, which is 3 lower than the standard Elven Bow's base damage of 14. So the same is basically
Fucking Digi looks like he's fucking writing the Matrix. He's
That's
cold.
yep where I went. Yeah, did you kick him off?
Who? What?
Did you kick Serb off?
No.
He said, "Ask yep where I went."
Well, I admitted to it earlier. You guys weren't listening.
Told him the herald of Countess Arena will inform us that the Countess herself requests our company.
Serb needed the break. Obviously, he didn't come back up.
Now it makes him make that way all the way to the back to the front where the
I wouldn't come back up either.
Oh yeah, you would. Well, maybe not. I wouldn't do that to you.
I'm Countess Norina Babette. I assume you've noticed all the academic relics of this thing. Well, it's safe to say I'm a collector of sorts. I've invested a great deal of time and money in acquiring these bits of ancient history. In fact, I just thought moment to proclaim my collection the most complete in all Cyrodiil. Absent beyond, a particular relic is eluded for many years. Possessing this piece of academic antiquity would make my collection.
Told y'all.
I'm of course referring to the draconian master.
She will go on and on in about 5 minutes sorting out artifacts, but she will get to the quest only in the veil. Based on transcriptions from an ancient academic diary she learned, we can find an artifact known as the Draconian Master in the hidden and forgotten academy filled deep in the northern mountains.
And so people won't listen to her.
Of course, we will accept this challenge and be on our merry way. From Gruba, we need to follow the Silver Road north into the
Digi just smoked the biggest blunt joint, and now he's fucking talking about him doing shit. It's fucking funny. Listen to this.
Discord connection.
Homeless coder. Can you imagine?
So now these two agents.
The AI, bro. Powerful AI.
Torp just released a video called "Don't Tip Your DoorDash Driver."
Oh, I'm not gonna watch it.
No, I don't want. Newsfeed.
Pre-recorded. Wow.
Discord.
Going professional now or something?
No, I mean, oh, no. But it's a way for the agents to connect with the Discord. I had both agents independently make me a document that I could give to the goddamn
What's that?
recording agent if the stupid bastard can't figure it out.
Listening to Digi?
Yeah, Digi in the gas station.
I was talking about AI now.
Yeah, he's converted to
He
the AI.
wants his AI to do the
Maybe he is AI.
video for him. Wants the AI to make videos of him or something.
Right now, I want to know.
Oh man, he's making so many videos with the AI.
Is he?
Yeah, he's making a lot of them.
You can make money off that actually. Like, mass dumping AI videos is a thing.
I don't think he's monetized, bro. He made a lot of videos and a lot of lies and a lot of shit.
Doom scrolling. Fuck is doom scrolling?
He got the sounds. He does the
Oh, you better fix it. Delete your fucking ass.
What the fuck is that?
I'll delete your fucking ass in a second. Like, that's my video game reload there. Yes.
Oh shit.
Damn, I'll be here till like 1 in the morning.
Everybody is gonna wait for Dino's video.
I thought he wasn't gonna listen to us anymore. Then that mean
Oh,
Roy too?
oh, I think no video. Okay, yeah, maybe.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I get it. I don't blame them. You know, don't want to listen. Don't want to listen.
Dude here's talking about having your health your way in the game, and this woman just said my mom has stage 4 cancer. Damn. Must be his first kid.
Oh, that got his head on. So
I'm gonna go to bed. I might see y'all tomorrow.
you done? Shit.
Yeah, I'm tired. I did a lot today. I'm tired.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna hit a shower and sleep. All right. Yeah. Later, dude.
Good night.
You out, bro?
Yeah. Yep.
Spy Peach has left the channel.
You out?
Yo.
See you later.
I'll see you. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Log on. All right, man.
Mr. 67 Monkey has left the channel. Mr. Cheese has left the channel. The Crumbs to 123 has joined the channel.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
The Crumbs to 123 has left the channel.